Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make today. Amen. Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, songs, dances, law and dreaming stories over many thousands of years. We pay our respects to the elders, those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today and those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully walk together in gratitude, respect and kindness in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. Are there any apologies? Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I advise that Councillor Atwood and Councillor Murphy will be absent today, and I move that they both be granted a leave of absence from the meeting.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Gibney that Councillor Atwood and Councillor Murphy be granted leave of absence from today's meeting. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Are there any further apologies? Councillors, I draw your attention to the motion of appreciation at item 2 on the agenda. Lord Mayor, would you please move the motion?
Madam Chair, I move that, as this is the last council meeting of the year, Brisbane City Councillors thank all council officers for their hard work and dedication to keeping Brisbane moving and making our lifestyle even better.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor. As this is the last council meeting of the year, Brisbane City Councillors thank all council officers for their hard work and dedication to keeping Brisbane moving and making our lifestyle even better in 2025. Is there any debate? Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Brisbane is a team effort and Brisbane City Council is a team effort, and I want to take this opportunity to thank the entire Brisbane City Council team, whether it's here in City Hall, over in Brisbane Square, in Green Square, out at the depots right across the suburbs, and the countless important jobs that are being done right now as we speak. We are truly grateful. I want to wish all council officers a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And it's just a great opportunity now to reflect on some of the amazing things that Team Brisbane has achieved and Team Brisbane City Council. It's been a big year for delivery. Obviously, we had the Brisbane Metro coming online together with the new bus network, and great increase in patronage as a result of that. And thank you to the teams that were involved in that major change. We've seen ongoing work on the Story Bridge, including the replacement of the Story Bridge footpaths in record time, and thank you for the teams that were involved in that. We've seen the completion of the Adelaide Street Tunnel, the Moggle Road Corridor upgrade, and great progress on the Beams Road upgrade as well. And thank you for the teams that were involved in that. The delivery of more than 150,000 new green bins to Brisbane households, just in time for the peak growing season, and in time to see us be able to recycle more green material. Thank you to the teams involved in that. Planning work to support the creation of thousands of new homes across the city, and I want to thank the teams involved in that planning work that's been going on all year. And of course, there are so many business as usual projects across the suburb that are making a difference. This is all made possible by our dedicated and passionate council officers and council team, people who are genuinely passionate about Brisbane and who live by the council motto, dedicated to a better Brisbane. It's also been a year that we've faced significant weather-related challenges and storm and cyclone-related challenges as well. And the way that the organisation stepped up made me so proud. What was achieved in a short period of time and the response, council officers who rolled up their sleeves, went above and beyond, not just doing their job, but going above and beyond and doing extra and really caring about the community to step up. And so we all remember what happened during the cyclone and the efforts of the council officers during that time. I also want to thank our You're still less than 12 months in the job, so I can say for the last time, our new CEO, for her leadership throughout the year as well, particularly coming in and having the cyclone shortly after you came in. And we appreciate your efforts and leadership throughout the year. Each year we have the Lord Mayor's Awards for Excellence, and we received 80 incredible nominations in the Lord Mayor's Awards for Excellence this year, and that represented projects covering 600 different council officers that were nominated. 230 were recognised with a commendation or an excellence award, a true reflection of the talent, dedication and heart across our organisation. But this year, I'm pleased to announce the winner of the Lord Mayor's Awards for Excellence in 2025 was the Green Waste Temporary Drop-Off Sites team. You'll remember when there was a huge demand to get rid of all that green waste material that was brought down by the cyclone, and the Ute Army was mobilising. And thanks to their efforts, they got the green waste sites up in record time. 7 external and 5 internal temporary green waste sites. They were literally done in the blink of an eye, and I've never seen something happen so quick. And as a result of their efforts, 63% of the green waste collected was reused by council internally, so turned into mulch. The remaining 37% was actually converted to green waste to energy. And so a great outcome. So I particularly want to thank Wayne Booth, James Fox, Jason Goodliff, Liz Spitz, Lavanya Suala, and also Carlos Tanakaha, sorry. And they've just done an outstanding job, and of all of the amazing work that's gone on across the council, we absolutely commend them and thank them for their efforts. But a blanket thank you to everyone in this organisation. I'm really grateful for everything that you have done this year.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My favourite thing to do is to speak about Council's committed and resilient workforce. It's indeed a great source of pride to serve the people of Brisbane at this level of government, closest to the everyday lives of working people across Brisbane City Council. The engine of the great machine that shapes our city and drives it forward is not just money, politicians or an act of parliament. It is the people that work for council, neighbours serving neighbours, honest people who work from sun up to sundown and beyond. Every time we take the rubbish out, turn on a tap, walk on a footpath, drive on a road, jump on a bus, take our babies to the park, fur or otherwise, we do so at the privilege of hard-working council staff that make Brisbane the best place to live, work and play. For everything you do, we say thank you. We know that you know the great responsibility on your shoulders and your dedication to making Brisbane the best place to live. We also know that we are living in times of great challenge and great opportunity, and you are conscious of that as well. The future may bring excitement for some and anxiety for others. You pay attention to how our city grows and adapts. Some of you even tune into these live-streamed meetings. We have no doubt that you have your own views, ideas and opinions too, and it's important that you are listened to, that you can talk about these things freely amongst each other without fear of retribution. Councillors are privileged that we can do this until it's time for about 35,000 people in our community to conduct a performance evaluation every 4 years. Over the past 12 months, I've been honoured to talk with council staff personally and through their union representatives about the good, the bad and the ugly of working here at Brisbane City Council. And it's clear to me that Brisbane is the best place to live and best place to work, despite its political leadership, not because of it. Some of what I've learned is disappointing but not surprising. Council jobs in the suburbs that used to have teams of 4 people have been cut back to just 1. That checks out because we now know there are over 400 less staff than there were 2 years ago in Brisbane, making things harder for our employees. Just last week we learned that the LNP administration wants to turn desirable qualifications into mandatory requirements overnight, placing at least 15 council officers, some with over 40 years of service and have received the Lord Mayor's commendation in their time, at risk of demotion or job loss. The AI age has left many council staff uncertain if this will be a help or a hindrance or an outright threat to their work and job security. We also talked last week about the plight of female bus drivers. Brisbane loses more bus drivers faster than it can hire them. We don't raise these things to invoke fear or uncertainty, but to say that you don't have to accept things just because they are this way. Sometimes people tell themselves it is what it is when they forget to take the bin out. You don't need to tell yourself that when the administration has your job in their sights. You have a choice to persist and fight back through your union and at the next election. With less colleagues and resources available to you, we know you're resilient in ensuring you can get the job done. If you want better pay and conditions, a fair day's pay for a fair day's work, to go to work safe and come home safe, to be able to live in the city that you serve every day, we stand with you and we say thank you. Wrapping up, I wouldn't be able to do what I do, and I know I can speak for all councillors in here about the enormous support we get from staff in our offices. For me, Jen, Emily and Ronan in the ward office, for every phone call that's answered, every email that's written or letter sent out or photo taken, video filmed, event hosted and much, much more. Thank you very much for everything you do to support me in the work that we do collectively in the community. Every councillor here knows how critical those ward staff are in performing our duties, not just a 9-to-5 job, of course. In some ways, it's a lifestyle with all of the ups and downs as residents come with their concerns, complaints and ideas, and to just ask for help. So thank you for everything you do to all of those staff on the front line, and that extends obviously to all of those staff that support the work the council does in front-facing jobs, whether it's in contact centre, whether it's in our libraries, in our regional business centres, or council staff who speak directly to people on a daily basis. Our Brisbane Labor team here in City Hall is also supported by a small but hard-working and loyal team behind the scenes, Erin, Jess, Paul and Seamus. Thank you for what you're doing to keep our team on track and engage the community in new parts of Brisbane, handle the Fourth Estate and navigate our ever-changing social media landscape as well. And so to all the council staff, no matter how you're spending the festive season this year, we wish you all a peaceful and relaxing time filled with things that bring you joy. Those that make our committee meetings and council meetings run, the clerks, attendants, IT staff, those who are here now and we see throughout the week too in City Hall, Billy, Helma, Alina, Melissa, Mary Jane and Raymond. We say thank you for all the important work you do. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Further speakers. Councillor Wolf.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I rise to speak on this motion of appreciation and to acknowledge the hard work of Brisbane City Council's dedicated officers. On behalf of the western suburbs, I want to give thanks to the efforts and commitment to making Brisbane a great place to work, rest and play. Across our great city, and especially in the west, we are so very grateful for your support. Whether it's maintaining our parks, repairing potholes or ensuring our bus networks run smoothly, your contributions are essential to keeping Brisbane moving. It's easy to overlook the behind-the-scenes work that keeps our city clean, organised and connected. Today we take a moment to recognise the efforts of so very many. On behalf of the Jamboree Ward, Councillor Hutton, Pullen Vale Ward, Councillor Adaman, the Gap Ward, Councillor Toomey and the Walter Taylor office, I'd like to highlight some of the officers who work very hard over the past year and who have gone above and beyond expectations. We want to thank you for your dedication. Firstly, we would like to thank Shane Klepper, Paul Fanany, Julian Ricks for their genuine efforts in working with the Western councillors to achieve great outcomes we are seeking for our communities. To all of the legends who assisted with Cyclone Alfred and the recent storm episodes, thank you to Mitch Barlow, Michelle Rodiger, Construction Resource Allocation Officer, Kevin and Stephen from Asphalt and Arrogate team, and to the Darra Depot. Thank you to Chris Jamison, Greg Gunn, Mancy Duper, Public Space Operations, working in contracts coordination and ensuring that our parks are ready for events. To the Council landscaping team that keep our parks so beautifully, especially the Centenary War Memorial and Keating Park Memorial Gardens in Indooroopilly. Troy Reid and Brett Parker in Connected Communities, thank you for your strong connection to our local clubs and assisting with works in the best interest of the clubs. Matt Larney, Menanda Sandhu in Cars for always providing follow-ups and for your parking compliance support. In Wars, thanks to Caitlin Norrie and Glenn Eggling for your help with the green bin rollout. Thank you also to Wayne Hall, Stephen Shoemaker, Julia Blunthart, for your assistance in maintaining our bike riding tracks in Mount Cootha while preserving our unique environment reserves in the western suburbs. Plus Iniki Beggs, Habitat Brisbane Officer, for your collaboration with Ironside Park Bike Trails, Wesley DeMuth, Creek Catchment Officer, for his strong relationship with our environmental groups. Thanks to our Connected Communities team, including Julie Bythe, Ryan Foster, Matt Wardlaw, Gay Smith, for their hard work and assistance with not just the Kenmore Community Centre redevelopment, but the heating of the Bellbowry Pool. Thank you to Annabelle Matthews, Kay Atkins, Brendan Gilham and Mark Vinnie for your development services teamwork and your ongoing support in answering all of our many questions. Thanks to Stacey, Andrea, Charmaine for your continued support and for the completion of the Moggle Road upgrade, and for getting the job done on the Walter Taylor Bridge works, with more works to come. Natural Environment, Water and Sustainability, Wade Fitzgerald, Susan Dimmick and Sarah Bishop for your assistance with Tringa Playground Park and starting on Keating Park. Thank you to the library team, Michael McKenna, Nadia Rutley, Julie Tree, Joe Parker, Rebecca Lilly and the entire council team across the library network in the Inner West. Transport Assets Operation, thanks to Stephanie Go, Nick Herson, Matt Pye for your ongoing efforts in keeping our roads safe and signage issues around our local schools great. Thank you to Damon Hughes, Council Support, and for all members of our Customer Service Contact Centre. Always a friendly, helpful voice at the other end of the line. We really appreciate you. Thank you to all those here in Chamber who look after us every week. To the Lord Mayor's Office, Steph, Julie, Nathan, Michael, Eddie, Dan, Ben, the list goes on. Thank you to all PLOs. And to our dedicated ward staff, Trish, Brittany, Linda, Marty, Paul, Michaela, Kylie and Melissa. This is no ordinary job and we thank you for your ongoing support and efforts. So thank you for your outstanding service, for helping make Brisbane an even better place for the future. We wish you all a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Strunk.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on this motion. First of all, I want to pay tribute to my team at the ward office, Pam McCready and Julie Lamb, who have just done an unbelievable job for us this year, under some duress from time to time. As you get, Jenny does the front counter, and of course she takes the brunt of some of the. Sometimes you get a few residents in that are not so happy with what's been rolled out, or they're not happy with the answers they've been getting back. Anyways, I just pay tribute to those two because they've really done a fantastic job for me and for council as well. Damon Hughes and Alex Jones, ward support, again, two professionals that are have our best interest at heart, and that comes through when they ring up and check on, maybe a staff member that's done it a little bit tough, and they've had a few problems, and they're always checking on them, as does Ainsley Gold as well, and I do appreciate Kerry Freeman coming out and sitting down with the team, myself, and listening to what some of those issues that we have in the ward. And she took care of a few of those, and we do appreciate that. Matt Trevor and Samantha Parker in the community facilities, again, some of those issues can be quite challenging, and it's really nice to have two people that are really professional in the way they approach their jobs, but do have that empathy as well for those community groups and organizations, right, that do it tough trying to make ends meet. And so they sit down, they listen, they help where they can, and they inform us and keep us up to date as well. And I think I got a meeting with both of those about one of the leases, I think on the 22nd. So, they're not taking an early mark, as some of us are. But I'll be there. Anyways, the IT guys and girls do a tremendous job for us. I mean, you only have to pick up the phone. Hopewell and Billy and Craig and some of the others as well. We do appreciate that support that you give us because you know, something goes wrong with the computer, they're there. Just have to pick up the phone, and they can usually walk you through any issue that you may have, which is very, very helpful, especially you know, if you're not a 12-year-old, and I'm not. Anyways, a few other, Raj and Kiran, and which is Transport Network. Again, two guys that really know their jobs and can pretty much answer any question that you have if and when you do have some problems on the network, right? And of course, they're always there to explain any sort of issues that may arise and to help out with maybe those schools on traffic management plans and things like that as well, which is very, very, very helpful. Some of the others we should not forget, of course, is Nicholas Galter at CARS, right? Compliance. Again, a really tough job, of course, trying to keep track of what's maybe going a bit awry out there in the suburbs, in the wards, and again, very much appreciated with the help that you give us. Again, you're only a phone call away, and you respond very quickly to any issues that we have. I want to make special mention of Michael McNamara in libraries. We've had a trying issue with some security and safety issues at the library over the last few weeks, or maybe a couple of months now, and he's always been very responsive and keeping me up to date as to what is happening and taking my viewpoint on board, right, as he sits down with the team trying to strategize how best to moderate those antisocial behaviours that do pop up from time to time.
Sorry,
right.
Councillor Strunk, your time has expired.
Thank you,
Further
Chair.
speakers, Councillor Gibney.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak in support of this motion and do so today on behalf of the East Side LNP councillors. Today, it is fitting that we pause to sincerely thank the council officers who work tirelessly behind the scenes to support the residents of this amazing city. The dedication, professionalism and care shown by our staff does not go unnoticed, and today is about acknowledging them. On behalf of the East Side councillors, our Deputy Mayor has asked for me to extend thanks to Sarah Canham, Chris Jamieson, Tristan McRae, Kate Yamashita, Bill Manners, Wade Fitzgerald, Matt Wardlow, Brian Nicol, Benny Huang, Matt Larney, Matt Trevor, David Lean, Stephanie Go and Lucy from the Stones Corner Library. Each of you plays a crucial role in supporting our communities and councillors, and we are genuinely grateful. Councillor Atwood wanted to make sure that I mentioned her CARS dude, Bill Manners, and she had positive things to say about you. Councillor Atwood wishes Jess Payton from Buses all the best in Tassie, and a shout out to Damon, James and Ainsley from Councillor Atwood too. She'd also like to make a special mention to the contractors, ARBS team, Waterways and Sandbags teams, the disaster management team, including Howard Levitt, for following the storms this year. A huge thank you. From my own ward team, and I'm sorry if there's any double ups, I would like to acknowledge a number of outstanding council officers. To Tabitha Passion from Connected Communities and to Dion Wyatt, thank you for your compassionate support of our vulnerable community members. The balance your team strike between care and community expectations is never easy, and we thank you for that. In regards to our IT legends, in particular, Billy and Brodie, we thank you for your patience in keeping us connected. To JD Hart from Philo, our event simply would not happen without you, and the Bayside certainly has kept you very busy this year. To Marita White from Community Halls, we thank you for consistently supporting our many community groups. To Jared Bazudine, thank you for prioritising community safety across our ward. To Joanna Brinus from the CARS team, thank you for your tireless work on illegally parked vehicles, boats and caravans. We just have a few of those on the Bayside. To Damien Gearing for assisting with all our waterways inquiries. To Maria Fideli for your work on the Safer Schools Precinct project. Thank you for helping our community contribute to this important initiative. To Catherine Fleming and Martin Reason, thank you for your expertise and leadership with the Suburban Renewal Precinct. This transformative project for Wynnum has been huge and your guidance has been invaluable. To Benny Huang and Brian Nichols, thank you for your commitment to traffic planning and always finding practical solutions for and the work that you do in our community. To the entire team at Wynnum Library, including Sally Joyce, we truly love what you do to bring our community to life. To Simon Alexander, Ryan Foster and Julie By, thank you for shaping such a vibrant and engaging cultural city. To Wade Fitzgerald and Michelle Seaward, thank you for the work you are doing on our Foreshore Master Plan. Our Bayside community is genuinely excited for what lies ahead. To Brendan Whitaker for your passion for creating beautiful parks in our ward. It never goes unnoticed. To Andrew Ensley, thank you for your creative thinking on our playgrounds. To Moy and Matt Trevor, thank you for your constant support of our many community groups and lease sites. I know that we keep you very busy. To Matt Larney, what a year it's been. Thank you for our unwavering support of the Lota community through what's been a very interesting time. To Damon, Alex, Alicia, Dorian and Shay from the support services team, you're always there when we need you and we truly appreciate your care. Of course, I must give a really big shout out to my outcome manager, Shannon Clark. Shannon, thank you for being the best in the business and somehow keeping up with my many moving ideas. And to Tristan McRae, thank you for stepping up in seamlessly when Shannon was seconded. Your support meant everything during that period. To Chris Jamieson, you're always answering my calls about all things parks, and we're very lucky to have you looking after our open spaces. To Mitch Barlow, thank you for your understanding and action on some of the bigger issues in my ward this year. In the chamber, we're lucky to have you, Billy. You are a true gentleman, and I'm so thankful that you live in the best ward in our city. To Ainsley Gould and our CEO, Kerry Freeman, your kindness and support that you have shown me and my team, especially over the last 6 months, has meant more to me than you will ever know. To Carrie and the Doughboy team, thank you for supporting our team. And to the PLOs and the LMO team, you are always there to support us. Finally, to my incredible ward team, Tony, Lisa, Abby and Izzy, thank you for going above and beyond every single day, especially Tony. There's no way I could have survived this year without you. The hours you work and the way you hold everything together does not go unnoticed. You truly are the glue in our ward office, and I'm deeply thankful for you. Brisbane City Council is an extraordinary organisation. If I've missed anyone, I'm so sorry. But thank you, everybody. I proudly support this motion.
Further speakers. Councillor Chongwa.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on this motion of appreciation. I want to thank my ward advisor, Gabe, and Paddington's team staff, Edward and Sam, for all their support, dedication, energy. You are all so incredible. I'm super proud of what we've achieved in the last year, 7 months or so since being elected in March 2024. You know all our wins, so thank you. Thank you to all the council staff that have supported our Paddington Ward office, myself and our community. Thank you for your expertise, time and dedication. There's so many people, I just can't name you all, but you know who you are. I also want to thank the officers that have been involved and assisted with the suburban enhancement projects. I really appreciate all your expertise and care and dedication. Thank you. I also like to highlight the incredible effort when dealing with the ex-tropical cyclone, Alfred, and other severe weather events that have faced our community. This is in relation to preparation, dealing with clean-up, and also to the CEO for also holding those briefings. That was really important, and thank you so much.
Further speakers. Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on the appreciation motion, and it is a real joy to do so on behalf of the Southside councillors. As we come to the end of another year, this is a special moment to pause and recognize the dedication, professionalism, and hard work of our council staff who have worked alongside our communities throughout 2025. Your efforts have been felt in every corner of our suburbs. Across all areas of council, our officers have once again gone above and beyond. Your commitment keeps our city vibrant, connected, and resilient. Whether you are responding to local needs, supporting community initiatives, or improving our public spaces, you do dedicate to a better Brisbane. To everyone who has worked with the Southside councillors, thank you for your tireless services, your teamwork, and your unwavering support of our residents and community organizations. Your work is the quiet strength behind the success in keeping Brisbane moving. I want to warmly acknowledge the council officers who have provided outstanding services to support the Southside councillors, to our outcome managers, past and present, Sarah Cannon, Kate Yamashita, and Paul Fernani, and to Graham Murray, my former outcome manager and now acting manager for Connected Communities, a very well-deserved promotion. I also want to thank Deanne Baker and her team from Events and Community Engagement, Rajiv and Kiran from Transport Assets and Operations, Glenn Davison from Cars, Martin McNamara from Asset Services, and Jim Leach from the Community Grants team. My thanks also goes to Billy, Hopewell, Aaron, Brody, Craig, and James from IT Services, and to Damon Hughes. I actually was in a meeting with him yesterday. He told me his name was mentioned 9 times last year. I hope he gets more mentioned this year. Do it again. Yeah, Damon Hughes. And to Ansley Gold, Sean Lehman, Alicia Whitehouse, and the entire council support team who always have our backs. And also a special thank you to Megan Hilton, Ansley Gold again, Victor Tan and Dorian Maruda, and also Billy for helping to ensure every council meeting runs as smoothly as possible. That support means a great deal. A heartfelt thank you from the Madam Chair and I. I would also like to thank the ward staff and the team from the Lawman's office for your constant support. You are just like my family. Team Srina councillors and the team truly feel like a family. At this festive time of the year, I extend my warmest appreciation and sincere best wishes to you all for a joyful Christmas and a peaceful, safe, and rewarding New Year. May you enjoy a well-deserved festive break with your family and friends. I commend the motion to the chamber.
Further speakers, I think Councillor Collier has her hand up. Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. I just would like to rise and speak in support of this motion today. I am so blessed to work with such an amazing group and work alongside such an amazing group of council officers who work tirelessly every single day with less resources than probably they've ever had before in what is a very difficult scenario where, you know, community expectations are incredibly high, but they wake up every single day wanting to do their best and wanting to serve communities. At the risk of leaving someone out, I do want to name a few people who have been particularly of help to me and my Morningside ward office team. I'll start with Brian and Benny from TAO. Thanks so much for everything that you guys have done to support us in the ward. Amanda Harley and Josh Free from Cars. Dim, of course. Sarah Canham, Chris Jamison, Kate Yamashita, thank you so much. We have had so much to do with all of you this year, as always, and you have always acted really professionally and I guess acted upon any concerns that our constituents have had really quickly. We really appreciate all the effort you put in and also the support you give to deliver our Suburban Enhancement Fund projects to the community. So thank you very much. I want to give another shout out to Ainsley Gold and Damon Hughes, who, aside from all the work that they do for all of us councillors, I think particularly for me this year, welcoming a new baby and supporting my staff in that time and making sure that I was able to keep doing my job to the best of my ability. I really can't tell you how much I appreciate that. Thank you so very much. To Matt Trevor and Andrea Johnston, I feel like at some weeks we were speaking every single day and you guys have such passion for making sure our community leased facilities across the community are the best they possibly can be. Thank you so much for all your work. To Mancy and PSO, Stacey Hall and the Active School Travel team, it's been a delight working alongside you this year and hopefully more schools will come on board in years to come. Of course, to the ARB team who have taken such good care of the trees across our ward, especially in Bulimba Memorial Park, where a lot of people feel very strongly about those, to our City Cat operators, our bus drivers, people who work in our libraries, anyone who has anything to do with council. Thank you so very much. You have no idea how much people talk positively about you. I hear from people all the time about, I called the City Cat the other day and this operator was so friendly and it absolutely just made my day. So, in an industry where positive feedback is sometimes not as up there as it should be, we want to say thank you today to Billy and the entire City Hall team, including the clerks and the IT legends. Thank you so much. And sorry, I've had to call the IT team so many times this year. I'm working on it. I do want to also thank the incredible Brisbane Labor team, Erin, Jess, Seamus and Paul. You guys are such legends and I'm so proud to work with you every single day. Last but not least, my amazing ward office team and the people who have been a part of the team this year to Courtney, Alex, Deborah, Cameron and Olivia. Geez, you are some of the best people I will ever know. Thank you so much for everything you have done over this year. It is such a joy to see you turn up to work every single day and just live your values and love helping the community. I could not ask for better people to spend every day alongside. Thank you. Will never be enough, but let's all do it again in 2026. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak in support of today's motion of appreciation. What a year it's been. We've had storms, cyclones and everything in between. But every time a severe weather event has presented itself, our council workforce has been ready and willing to step up and help our city recover. So our City Resilience team, led by Howard Levitt, has worked overtime, and while much of Brisbane will be winding down for the summer break, this team will be gearing up for their peak season and hoping that the only visitor we see is Santa, not a storm or a cyclone. As we look towards the summer break, I want to extend a big thank you to our bus and ferry operators who will be working every single day of the year, including Christmas Day and New Year's Day, to keep our city moving. Our incredible call centre staff also deserve special recognition. Day or night, they answer the phone with professionalism, patience and a genuine willingness to help. So thank you for assisting our community every time someone calls to ask a question or log a job. On the north side, we are lucky to have so many exceptional council officers who help us as councillors represent our community and get things done. We've got our outcome managers, Tom McHugh, Mitch Legg, Sarah Cunningham, Tristan McRae and Shannon Clark are the Mr and Ms Fix-Its of council, helping us turn our CEF dreams and ideas into real projects that improve neighbourhoods. Across Hamilton Ward and the north side, we have many sporting and community groups. So I want to give a big shout out to our Connected Communities team, Matt Wardlaw, Cinnamon O'Shaughnessy, Colleen Kelly, Gail Smith and Troy Reid, who work in true partnership with councillors to support our hard-working clubs. I also want to recognise the Transport Asset Operations team. So Simon and Jared, who support the Hamilton Ward, their customer service is exceptional and they go above and beyond, not only for my office, but also for residents as well. We've also, on the behalf of other Northside councillors, want to thank Matthew Pye, Stacey Maguire, Michael Gratt and Kyle Bruff. So we've just come out of the Lord Mayor's Christmas party season, so thank you, Leslie. That was a big effort, so thank you so much. Councillor Allen has also asked me to include Mency Dupart from the Safer Communities team for a shout out as well. Now, if you represent the North like I do, there is a high possibility you've come across Alan Jarvis, King of the Waterways and the unofficial Mayor of the Kedron Brook. So thank you, Alan, for your patience, willingness to meet on site or chat to our residents on the north. To our compliance team, people including such as Shane Manahan, Sonia Tezelin and David Amarelli, as well as Julian Abbey and Glenn Davidson, thank you. Over the past year, we've done countless site visits, calls and problem-solving sessions to deliver outcomes for the community across these teams. But a heartfelt thank you must also go to Ainsley Gold and Damon Hughes, who support our councillors so incredibly well. I could not ask for two more compassionate and beautifully souled people to help wrangle 26 councillors, no easy task by any measure. So personally, I want to thank you both for your support when I returned to work after having my baby Sophie, especially on those early days when I had the little intern tagging along. Your kindness will not be forgotten. Also, thank you to Kerry Freeman, our CEO as well. And on Tuesdays, we are kept hydrated and well fed thanks to the lovely ladies who prepare our afternoon tea, and of course Billy, so thank you. To Dorian, Victor and our hard-working council clerks, thank you for keeping our council and committees running seamlessly. Also to the team in IT, a big thank you. To our protocol team who deliver countless citizenship ceremonies, civic receptions, major events, your professionalism and attention to detail shine every time. Event management is no easy task and you do it so well. To the Lord Mayor's office, our wonderful PLOs, to the chairs and the councillors and our hard-working personal assistants and admin staff, thank you. Councillors may work long hours, but our behind-the-scenes team do as well, and we could not do this job without you. But I can't finish without acknowledging our ward officers. So, Chair, you wanted me to mention Michelle, Helen and Louise, so they've got their shout out. I also want to shout out to Jackie, Catherine, Anthony, Jared, Lisa and Donna, Tash, and the list goes on. You go above and beyond for every councillor you support, and your contribution is deeply appreciated. Madam Chair, I think I've got to finish up soon, but I could go all day. But before I do, I want to offer one last heartfelt thank you to our amazing council officers, everyone from development services to our various project teams, to those who work in our libraries, including my wonderful neighbours at the Hamilton Library, but also to Chermside, Grange, Everton Park, Banyo, Zilmere and the Bracken Ridge Library. If I've missed someone, please know that you are seen, valued and appreciated. May all of our council officers enjoy a restful and peaceful Christmas break. We truly couldn't keep Brisbane moving without you. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on the motion of appreciation. I'd like to start by thanking my colleagues in the Gabba Ward office, Jess, Maddie and Trish. Oh, no, I think that's a different one. I just want to acknowledge the amazing work that this team does, not only in working with residents, the empathy, the communication and the work in the office and also on the ground, and also undeniably the amazing support that these people give to me as a local councillor. Their work is often unseen because as councillors we are front-facing, but their work is invaluable to not only the office but also in connecting with council in general. So I want to just first acknowledge all of them. There are a couple of people that have also left the office. Firstly, Nick, I want to acknowledge you and the amazing work that you've done at the Gabba Ward, not only during me being the councillor but also previously when Jono was the councillor. And of course, Taylor, who had worked at the Gabba Ward office for over 8 years, an amazing contribution to the public service, incredible contributions to not only Jono but also to myself. Your contributions have been incredible. While you're terribly missed, I'm very happy that you're spreading your wings and flying, but I thank you fully for everything you've contributed to the Gabba Ward. While all council staff should be thanked, and I do thank you all, I did want to just share some special thanks. Firstly, to the public space liaison officers. You are at the front line of the housing crisis. You are dealing with some really challenging situations. And I just want to thank you for the compassion and the willingness to be out there over and over again. I know that your work and your compassion and your dedication to trying to make a difference for people's lives is undoubted. And also, of course, thankful for the other people that work in that department, from Tamara, Ryan and Kia. I also wanted to take a moment to thank all the librarians. Libraries still continue to be one of the most important places for connection, for learning, and, you know, for people to like cool off for a while, for all generations, whether you're young or old. Karupa Library in West End, in the ward, is a very special place for West End. And while, you know, I'll say it out loud, it needs a little bit more love from council. It gets a lot of love from the community that value and use it. And I want to thank every librarian there, but not only there, but across the city, not just on the south side. Thank you for your dedication to that work. I have to thank the arborists. The arborists are working tirelessly across the city, not just because of storm season, noting that there is more storms to come. Arborists in Brisbane City Council, I know, are stretched thin, but they do an amazing job, not only protecting trees, but trying to save trees. There's a very proactive approach there, so I want to thank the ARBs. I want to do a shout out to our operations manager, Kate, currently. Thank you, Kate. And of course, our previous operations manager, Sarah, thank you. We work so closely with you and Kate now to deliver projects across the ward, and you've played a really important role in that, so I really appreciate you and the work that you've done. I want to acknowledge community facilities. There are facilities, specifically I want to acknowledge John. Thank you so much. We've been working quite closely this year. Your support of community facilities, their ideas and ways, and openness to discussing pathways to enable these community facilities to potentially find solutions to not challenges but even opportunities in the future has been really thankful for. And I also want to say thank you, Matt. We've always had great chats and I really appreciate it. I want to thank the staff, the clerks. I also want to thank Billy and the crew, Damien, Dimi. And just to finish off, I just want to say to the team here that help us bring morning tea and lunch, madaming salamat po, Raymond, Helma, Elena, sana magandang Pasko mo. Thanks to everyone, to all the staff. We are just but one part of a big institution. And it is with gratitude that I show my appreciation to council staff.
Further speakers. Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on this motion of appreciation. Can I start by thanking the Local Disaster Coordination Centre from earlier this year. As a new councillor, what a baptism of fire that was, learning about how to approach a weather disaster. And I could say that for the multiple phone calls we were having every day and for the amount of, or lack of sleep that every staff was getting during that time, thank you so much for everything that you've done, and also to Howard Lovett for heading all of this as well. And can I also thank the crews on the ground that are out there every day and right now, all of those who are trimming our trees, our arborists, our mowers, and those who do playground maintenance, who I've run into a handful of times when driving around the ward, and also the impeccable timing by our team who do the pothole repairs on our roads. Last year we were doing a safety march with our local kindy, Seedlings & Co in Callumvale, and we generally walk around with children and with parents as well, and the timing was incredible where the pothole repair, the team were out on the road literally fixing up the potholes as all of us were marching past with our signs. And that was a great sight to see the BCC logo right there, and really great to see that there was a team out there who cares a lot. And the next one is also our road resurfacing crews. From this recent budget, we've had quite a few roads resurfaced in the last few months, and to see them there and also managing the traffic on the roads, it's been very great to see how well they've coordinated that. I know that at one point at night time they thought that maybe I was someone taking a photo to take a complaint, but I was actually there just to say hello and to say thanks as well. So that was wonderful. And also to our librarians, especially the ones who run our pop-up libraries at Pollara District Sports Park. They're there providing a critical service, being the only ward in Brisbane City Council without a library right now. We're so grateful for this incredible service, and also to the same librarians who come out and then provide this service at our book event that we held at Parkinson Lakes. They come out and literally provide it for 8 hours straight. They were there singing nursery stories and rhymes and reading to all the families who were lining up. It was one of our most popular features on that day. So thank you so much for that. To our bus drivers as well, who are driving every day right now as well, thank you for everything that you do. It's been a difficult year, so we will always appreciate everything that you do and the risks and challenges that you face every day throughout your work. There are many bus drivers who live in my ward in Pollara as well, so hearing your stories firsthand has been incredibly touching, and thank you for trusting me with your stories. Second, as well, our waste team. It's been great having our waste team come out to our local community events in Callumvale District Park. They bring out their vans and they're educating our local residents on how to approach rubbish in the right way, and also running through some ideas with me about how to stop some illegal dumping hotspots in our area. And also our contact centre, last Christmas Eve, they were out there working. I was on the phone with them. We had a bit of an illegal dumping issue with a large couch, and unfortunately a swastika vandalised on that couch as well, and more rubbish being added to that pile. So we'll be out keeping an eye out for this location this year, this Christmas. But it was great to see that our teams were out there cleaning up this rubbish and responding to that, and we'll make sure to fully be on alert this year as well, this time round. And also to all the delivery men who come to all of our council offices every week, to having a chat with you when you're there at the front counter. It's always great to catch up on how things are going, and I know that our local delivery person likes to stop by and let me know the animals that he's be seen at the Willawong Animal Welfare Shelter, and there was a time where he was convincing me to adopt a dog there, and eventually I did actually get one, but from somewhere else. So thank you for that. And also to our IT team who are here today. Hope, he's been there from day one, the day that we opened our office. Thank you for all of your help. And also the City Hall staff, our clerks, to the security and also hospitality crew that I see early in the morning on every Tuesday. As a new councillor, I'm slowly making my way through the entire huge organisation that is Brisbane City Council as well, and it's been very lovely to have our CEO come out to the Callum Ward office. Thank you for listening to our challenges that we're facing in Callum and for also seeing everything there is, and we really appreciate you addressing all of our emails and the cooperative responses that we've had. So thank you so much for that. We are very grateful for that. And this year I've also been working on some outstanding issues, ones that have been ongoing for years for some residents. I only picked up on them while door knocking, and many of them felt left behind by Brisbane City Council just because they got stuck with the bureaucracy, life issues happened to them, and then they just failed to contact us again. So with challenges like that, many of them have been quite complicated. So for the back and forth and the officers that have been helping us very well, including one where we had an in-person and on-site meeting, thank you so much to the council officers involved with these cases. Also to our outcomes manager as well in the various on-site meetings that we've had, walking up and down the streets, thank you for that. Our TAO officers as well, recently they stayed until nearly 5 o'clock in the afternoon to talk about some challenges, our arborists and stormwater drain issues, and also with the 15 seconds left, our ward office staff. And Billy, he runs the annual footy tipping competition. Thank you for running what is your legacy here, and also many other things you've done for us. So thank you so much. We love you. Thank you for everything. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on the motion of appreciation for council staff, and I would like to start with some thank yous for 2025. In the first instance, to my ward office team. I have an amazing group of people who work in my ward office, Claire, Camille, Julia, and we have some wonderful part-time staff, Maddie and Matt. Maddie's been with me for a while. She's going to work not quite full-time, but she's going to work for Trina next year, which is great. She says she'll still fill in on Fridays for me occasionally. Maddie, relief staff member, has joined us this year as well. I think all of us know how important our staff are to run our offices, and they take a lot of the slings and arrows that come our way, and they work extremely hard. I might say that my staff are the most straightforward bunch of amazing people you've ever met. They're not political in any way, but they have felt this year that there are some serious problems at council. And I'll mention that in a minute, but I want to keep on with the thank yous. So my ward office team, absolutely, biggest thank you going. They are extraordinary, and I could not do this without them. Also, big thank you to Councillor Steve Griffiths and his team. You know, I know people make a joke of it, but I met Steve back in 2009. And, well, I'd met him before that. Well, he says I hadn't met him before that because I wouldn't speak to him. But we've become really good friends, and we have a great relationship with his ward office as well. So a huge shout out to Steve and his team. And a big thank you for being my work buddy. I appreciate it very much. It's been great. I think the other thing I'd like to say, it's great to see the new councillors thriving. I mean, last year was probably very scary for most of the new councillors because this place requires a lot of interpretation and understanding. But it's fair to say I think the new councillors are really thriving. They've found their feet. They're definitely engaging in debate and running their issues really well. So it's really lovely to see the new injection of ideas and enthusiasm into council. I would like to thank all the council's operational staff, and most of them have been mentioned here today, and I really don't want to single people out or areas out as much as I want to mention the libraries, the cleaners, the bus drivers, the arborists, Shannon. You know, I could go on and on. You know, there's so many, all the attendants and everybody, you know, who's here. But this motion, actually, the wording of this motion says to keep Brisbane moving and making our lifestyle even better in 2025. And what I want to reflect, yeah, I know, we can't even get away from the Lord Mayor's spin in a motion of appreciation for our staff. So what I'm going to say next is not a reflection upon staff. It is the fact that this council is going backwards in direction. I have never seen a year as difficult as this one for getting things done, and I accept and acknowledge we've had a number of major weather incidents, but it's not just that. For council staff to openly be telling us how unhappy they are, it's extraordinary. I have never seen anything like the level of this before. There has been so much change, so much disruption. I'm not seeing outcomes on the ground that are better for this change, and the purpose of change is to reach for and gain improvements. We are still waiting. It's 2.5 years to get a footpath fixed. You can't get the road resurfaced. It's 15, you can't get a tree planted for love nor money. And it's not because the arborists aren't working hard. And I'll say this again, it's not because the staff aren't working hard. The staff are working harder than ever, but with less money, less resources, and less support because of all the change that's going on. This is having a deleterious impact on service delivery right across the city, and you can see it. So I hope all of our staff next year have the resources and the leadership they need to be able to deliver the quality services I know they want to deliver for Brisbane people. They are so proud of working for Brisbane City Council, but they are struggling in the current environment without the resources to do their jobs. And to see them under pressure and to see them say to me, I'm sorry, councillor, we can't give you a KPI, or I don't know when that'll get fixed, councillor, it's not good enough. And that's not their fault. That is a failing of this Lord Mayor, this LNP administration, who are out of touch, and the new CEO, who needs to ensure they're properly resourced to do their jobs.
Councillor
for our
Johnson, your
city.
time has expired. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak to this motion of appreciation. First off, I'd just like to acknowledge what Councillor Johnson said, I think that's probably the truest speech in the room to the moment. And Councillor Johnson, you are very active in your local community. I'd like to wish all councillors in this room, the Mayor, and everyone here, and the CEO, everyone here, a Merry Christmas. Hope you, like we are in this perverted situation where we do have to challenge each other. It's part of our democracy, it's part of our system, but it is what it is. So anyway, and we come on and do our different roles, and then we go in and have a cup of tea. But what I would do is like to rise and support our staff at the moment. First off, I would like to, and I say that as a former staff member of council about 25 years ago. I worked for council for about 6 years, I think. And that was when we had community development teams and we really believed in community and community empowerment and that sort of thing. We don't now. But what I'd like to say is council has changed a lot. It was humming back then. It was humming. We could get things done. And I listened to the LNP councils then. It's always very telling to hear that side of the chamber and then to hear this side of the chamber. So I don't believe that it's all equitably shared or equitably provided in this council. So I would first off like to acknowledge my team. So for 22 years, I've had 3 staff members work with me, Sue, Lisa and Tracy. They have been brilliant. They have been brilliant. Some people are married 22 years. we call it our family, our work family, and they're brilliant people. I also have Therese and Caleb. Caleb's joining our team. I look forward to working with them. To the ALP team, to my colleagues, I think we do really well. I think we do really well in a really difficult situation, but I think we do really well. And I suspect there's a freight train coming at the next election. And I don't say that at every election. Can I also say, I usually have a bad book and a good book. Now, in the bad book, I've got a number of staff listed. And this year, I can say 3 of those staff have left the building. And what I would say, I'm not going to give away any names, but I'm just going to say staff aren't political, staff don't work for the LNP or the Labor Party or the Greens or the Independent. Staff are meant to be independent. Staff should not be taking directions from chairs or councillors, and if they are, that's corruption. And staff need to be providing all of us with equal information appropriately. And if they're withholding information, they're doing sneaky things with information, that is corrupt. So good riddance to those three people. Next thing, I have, so I'm going to talk about four people and I'm giving them a koala stamp, a gold koala stamp. The first person is Patrick Burke and his team up in News. You delivered the koala underpass. And I had the previous manager of News say, you're not getting an underpass, we don't believe in that. We've got it. We've got it, it's been funded by the federal government and council built it. There you go. So it's done, delivered, and it looks great. Second person I'd like to congratulate is Shannon Clark. Shannon is the contact manager with me. Shannon does a brilliant job, and I've heard her name on both sides of the chamber. But let me explain to you, for those people who don't know how council worked effectively last time, instead of having one person who worked for 5 councillors, hence 1 day a week they're available to you, instead of having one person liaise with you, we used to have a team of about 8 people. And it was done on a regional basis. And if I had a parks problem, I could bring a parks manager. If I had a waterway problem, I'd bring someone else. So that unfortunately has gone, and one person has to face the politics, but then has to face a dysfunctional organisation as well. I want to bring or acknowledge Greg Gunn and his team. Greg has stepped into the tree role. I think that's a huge job. Huge mess, but he and his team seem to be getting on top of it. And the other person I'd like to acknowledge is Jack Noble, who's doing the landscaping. Finally, we're getting some landscaping work and some loving done in Marika Ward. I'd like to wish everyone a really Merry Christmas. I hope our staff have a really safe time and look forward to seeing you next year. Cheers.
Further speakers? No further speakers. Lord Mayor, right of reply. We'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. And councillors, I just remind you to sign the vote of thanks, which is at the front here when you sign the book, please. Confirmation of minutes, please. Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,782nd meeting held on Tuesday, the 2nd of December 2025 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givney that the minutes of the 4,782nd meeting of Council held on the 2nd of December 2025 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. I would now like to call on Mr Suli Layet, who will address the Chamber on the 150th anniversary of the Constitution of the Kingdom of Tonga and the Tongan-Australian relationship. Welcome, Mr Layet. Please proceed when you're ready.
Madam Chair, Lord Mayor and councillors, malo lele and warm Pacific greetings. My name is Lavi Lo'ola, also known as Pastor Suli Late, and I serve as the Public Officer of the Brisbane Tongan community and the Chief Attendant in Australia to His Majesty King Tupou VI of the Kingdom of Tonga. It is a privilege and an honour to stand in this chamber today. I first acknowledge Almighty God in our midst and the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather, paying respect to their elders past, present and emerging. Kaumea Ofi, meaning close friends, is a Tongan phrase that captures the warmth and shared values that have long connected Brisbane and the Kingdom of Tonga. This relationship stretches back more than 200 years. In 1853, during the period when Brisbane formed part of the colony of New South Wales, His late Majesty King Siaus Tupou I visited this colony. Returning home at a time of intense colonial expansion across the Pacific, he safeguarded Tonga's sovereignty by establishing the Tongan Constitution of 1875, drawing on the constitutions of the Kingdom of Hawaii and the colony of New South Wales and adapting them for the people of Tonga. Through God's grace, the wisdom of Tonga's monarchs, and the strength of that constitution, Tonga became and remains the only Indigenous Pacific kingdom never colonised by a foreign power. On the 4th of November 2025, Tongans worldwide celebrated the 150th anniversary of this remarkable document, older even than Australia's constitution. To mark the occasion in Brisbane, Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner and Councillor Vicky Howard generously hosted the Royal Tonga Police Brass Band in King George Square for a celebration of music and culture. Many of those musicians were actually the children of the original band members who performed at Brisbane's 1982 Commonwealth Games at QE2 Stadium and at numerous Warrant festivals in the 1980s. Brisbane's connection to the Tongan royal family is strong. The late Prince Tuiperehake studied here in the 1970s. The late King, His Majesty, King Taufahau IV, was a frequent visitor through the 60s, 70s and 80s, including during World Expo 88. Our current King and Queen continue that legacy of dignity and service. His Majesty himself completing 2 master's degrees here in Australia and establishing the Tonga High Commission in Canberra in 2008. After the devastating volcanic eruption and tsunami of 2022, it was Brisbane's generosity and Her Majesty the Queen's charity through the Pilia Tauhala Committee, led by Her Royal Highness Princess Angelica Alatufuipeka Tukuaho and Consul General Louise Waterhouse, that united the Tongan diaspora, raising $10 million in relief. Brisbane City Council further supported us by enabling the Tonga Relief Charity Dinner here at City Hall. 7 shipping containers of supplies departed the Port of Brisbane to help families rebuild in Ha'apai and Tongatapu. For a nation of just 100,000 people, Tonga punches far above its weight, powered by its greatest strength, its diaspora. More than 60,000 Tongans live here in Australia, including 6,000 here in Brisbane, with many serving in agriculture, aged care and essential industries. Tonga excels in education, sport, music and work ethic. Our rugby and netball athletes inspire global audiences. Our choirs and brass bands are treasured across Tonga and Brisbane, and our seasonal workers have supported Queensland communities with dedication and heart. Some years ago at Expo 2020 in Dubai, Brisbane's bid for the 2032 Olympic Games was described to me by the AOC CEO Matt Carroll as not only an Olympic Games, but potentially a Pacific Games. This may be an opportune moment for Brisbane to consider a sister city relationship with a Pacific nation, perhaps even our capital, Nuku'alofa, the heart of the Friendly Islands. I wish to acknowledge Councillor Kim Marks for her steadfast support of the Brisbane Tongan community and Pacifica TV and radio over many years. Before closing, I highlight a new book by our Consul General Louise Waterhouse, Driving 3 Kings, which was launched here in Brisbane on Saturday at Viola Cafe in Tarragindi. It tells the story of a Pacific kingdom that never lost its sovereignty, of leaders who bridged tradition and modernity, and of a diaspora that grew from just a few families here in Brisbane to a vibrant community across Australia. All proceeds from the book support Her Majesty the Queen's charity for the people of Tonga. Thank you, Brisbane City Council and the people of Brisbane, for embracing and celebrating the 150th anniversary of the Tongan Constitution, a story interwoven with the story of Brisbane itself. From the Brisbane Tongan community, we wish Council a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year in 2026. Malo aupito and tua whātu. May God bless you all.
Thank you, Ms. Laird. I'll now call upon Councillor Howard to respond.
Oh, well, thank you, Madam Chair, and it gives me a great deal of pleasure to thank you, Lave Iloa Ola, for your gracious words and for joining us today. It's an absolute privilege to have you in the chamber and to reflect on the incredible celebration that we shared with our Tongan community outside City Hall on the 25th of October. I'd also like to acknowledge the very special guests that are in the gallery that are with you here today. Auntie Hola, your beautiful wife Toa, your daughter Susanna, and your son Makoni. Hello, everyone up there. It is an honour to have you all with us today. And for the benefit of the Chamber, you will notice that Lave and Auntie Holla are wearing very special medals. And these are coronation medals that were awarded to Lave and Auntie Holla when their Majesties visited Australia earlier this year to recognise their service through the Brisbane Tongan community and the incredible relief efforts following the devastating tsunami in 2022. And so on behalf of Brisbane, congratulations, Lave and Auntie Holla. So Brisbane shares a special relationship with Tonga, a bond built on respect, friendship and shared values. And that connection was made even stronger in 2022 when His Majesty the King appointed you as the Chief Attendant in Australia. This was truly an historic moment, not only for Brisbane but for Australia. It's the first time an Australian has ever been given this role and the first time a royal carver ceremony has ever been held in Australia, and it happened right here in Brisbane. It was a moment of cultural pride, not just for Tonga but for our entire city. Lave, I have learnt that not only your title but your name, Lave Ilo Ola, carries deep meaning, and because I know you are too humble to explain it yourself, I would like to explain it for the benefit of the Chamber because it is really quite special. Lave means to embrace, Iloa means to know and understand, and Ola is life. And it reflects that you are entrusted with the wisdom, respect and responsibility to speak on behalf of His Majesty and to uphold the dignity of the Tongan community, a role steeped in tradition and respect. On the 25th of October, when we gathered in King George Square for the 150th anniversary, we were reminded again of the strength of our Pacific family. Seeing the Royal Tongan Police Brass Band perform, hearing the voices of community leaders and feeling the spirit of Tonga in the heart of Brisbane was unforgettable. And we've mentioned it here in the Chamber earlier because it was such a joyous occasion. It was a celebration of resilience, unity and the enduring strength of Tongan culture. And for Brisbane to host this milestone in King George Square was an honour we will never forget. So to our Tongan community, thank you. Your heritage, your generosity and your sense of unity enrich our city every single day. We are committed to continuing this partnership, to celebrating your culture and to ensuring Brisbane remains a city where every culture is respected and embraced. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howard, and thank you, Mr Layett, for coming in today. Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Griffiths.
I have 4 people waiting to speak in this chamber. They've been waiting all term. Can you tell me when they will speak or why they haven't been able to be contacted to speak by yourself?
I've actually answered that question last week, Councillor Griffiths, and I'm not in a position to tell you when that will be today.
You keep allowing people who represent the LNP or friends of the LNP speak, but not Labor councillors?
We'll now move to question time. Are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or a Civic Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Wolfe.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And my question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, Brisbane is a place that people love to live, work and relax. Whether it's in the city, in the suburbs or our Bayside. Can you please update the Chamber on the latest plan to make Brisbane's lifestyle even better by helping our hospitality sector to thrive?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wolfe, for the question, and I know that you're passionate about Brisbane, you're passionate about your local area, and also the hospitality industry as well. Well, we know that in 2032 the world will be looking at Brisbane, the world will be visiting Brisbane, and there is a lot to do between now and then. We also know that it's always been so much more than a few weeks of sport that we're talking about here. Sure, we love the sport. It's going to be an amazing experience, but it's also about the legacy that will be created both before and after the Games. And that includes better transport, better infrastructure, new facilities being built, a stronger economy, more tourism, and also building a better lifestyle for our community. But we also know that right now, and in the lead up to 2032, we need more homes, but we also need more hotel rooms as well, so more accommodation of all kinds. Now, today in the council meeting, we'll be discussing some new changes that relate to short stay accommodation and Airbnb. Now, what we don't want to see in 2032 is every second home being put up for short stay accommodation because we have a serious shortage of hotel rooms. What we want is to create a place for short stay accommodation, but also an important place for hotels. And we know that there is across the state, so this is not just a Brisbane issue, but across the state there's a need for up to 30,000 extra hotel rooms as we approach 2032. So what I'm announcing today is that we are going back to the future. We're going back to the future with suburban pubs. What we are going to do is to encourage pubs to bring back the accommodation that they once had. Now, there was a time when every local pub was also a place to stay. Now, there was upstairs accommodation, and we also know that there are, across Brisbane, 70 hotels and pubs that are on large blocks of land, often surrounded by very large car parks, but don't have any accommodation. And in fact, out of the 70, only 15 of them have accommodation. Now, we're not necessarily talking about large buildings here. Councillor Huang and I were at the Glen Hotel today, and there is a 2-storey hotel there. It currently provides 60 rooms, but they say they have demand to take that up to 120 rooms. And so there is great demand for suburban hotels, and pubs provide the obvious example. The other thing that is important here is that because we're talking about smaller scale construction, many of these are 2, 3 or 4-storey buildings that we're talking about, not big towers. They can be built faster, they can be built more affordably, and by bringing back the accommodation, it provides a wonderful opportunity for events and functions to be held there, weddings even, a whole range of business events, and to meet the suburban accommodation needs of our growing city. And so these can be built much faster and much more affordably than the tall inner-city buildings that we see with some of the large inner-city hotels. And so we'll be encouraging the industry to step up. We know, for example, the Glen Hotel they're keen to lodge plans in the future coming months to expand their hotel. We know that just in Mitchelton in recent times, the Brook Hotel is open, and a wonderful facility has been created there. We've seen outside of Brisbane the Eaton's Hill Hotel Precinct and a range of others that have created amazing precincts, not just for a pub, but also for functions, for events, for concerts, and a whole range of other things. And so we'll be encouraging this to happen on some of that underutilised space around pubs in Brisbane. And today we've announced our strategy, the Suburban Pub Stay strategy, to help make sure we can meet that gap, not just through inner-city hotels, but in the suburbs as well. We know that, you know, in places like Wynnum, in places like Sandgate, people would love to be able to stay there. People would absolutely love, but there's limited options at the moment. And so this is an opportunity where we can see some investment being made, outcomes being delivered, and also taking the pressure off those homes that might otherwise be tempted to go into the short stay accommodation market. And so this is a win for accommodation. It's also consistent with our housing approach to deliver more homes, to make sure people can live in those homes. And we certainly look forward to consulting with the community and also with operators to make sure that we can deliver more homes sooner and more hotels sooner.
Further questions? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Just this week, we saw hundreds of residents raise their concern about a camp of rust sleepers in Wacol, where Councillor Hutton is the local councillor. Council's answer was it's a state issue. Brisbane is in a housing and homeless crisis. Lord Mayor, why won't you pull all the levers that you have as Lord Mayor and increase the funding for pathways out of homelessness?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is an interesting question, because for months and months we've had Labor councillors and Greens councillors saying, leave the encampments alone. Yep. Don't go in there. Don't touch them. Leave them stay. Let them stay. That's been the official approach from both the Labor councillors and the Greens. And now...
One moment, please, Lord Mayor.
As a Labor councillor, I claim to be misrepresented. It's not truthful.
Councillor, the Lord Mayor is not quoting anything that you have said in this meeting, so that is not a claim to be misrepresented. I'm not debating it. Lord Mayor.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Just to confirm the rule today, Madam Chair, you can only be misquoted if you've spoken in the meeting. Is that your ruling today?
Correct.
Oh, excellent.
Lord Mayor.
Different to last week and the week before.
Councillor Johnston. Lord Mayor.
So it's quite extraordinary the way that the position of the opposition continues to change on this, depending on where they think they can score some political points, which is a real shame, because our approach has been consistent and has been clear. We want people out of tents and into accommodation, and we want to support them in doing so. Now, the state government funds and provides crisis accommodation, and we work with them to get people into that crisis accommodation. We also have provided in recent times, a grant to Emmanuel City Mission to open up a night shelter, which they have now done, and there are people sleeping in there at the moment because we have provided that funding. Now, they want to grow that offering, but it's off to a good start, and we're seeing lives continue to be changed as a result of the support that can be provided by wonderful organisations like Emmanuel City Mission. And the other thing that's happened as well is since we made our approach clear of getting people out of tents and into accommodation, the level of engagement with those homeless encampments has increased dramatically. And what I mean by that is, in the past, when our officers and state officers went to engage with people in encampments, most people were not engaging with the support services. And in fact, I think the engagement rate was less than 20%. It's now up around 80%. People are now engaging, and people are accepting the offers of accommodation, and that is a good thing, and that is what we want to see.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Strong.
I've been listening very closely to the answer that the Lord Mayor is giving, and I asked the question in regards to increasing the funding pathways out of homelessness.
Thank you, Councillor. The Lord Mayor is answering the question. Lord Mayor.
Well, Madam Chair, we continue to support pathways out of homelessness each year. It's a great LNP initiative that did not exist previously, introduced in recent years by this administration, and getting into this space in a way that Council has never done before. And so I'm proud of Pathways Out of Homelessness, and we'll continue funding it. But to suggest that a motion in the council chamber that Labor councillors put up will magically solve all of the problems look, it's simple political point scoring on their part. We want real solutions here, and that involves...
Councillor Cassidy, do not call out across the chamber.
And that involves providing people with the support and assistance they need to link up with the services that are available.
One moment,
and that's
Lord
what
Mayor.
we continue to do.
Point of order, Councillor Strong.
Yes. It's in regards to the question about increasing,
Thank
not
you,
just
Councillor.
continuing to support.
The Lord Mayor has 5 minutes to answer the question. Lord Mayor.
Now, we know that Labor councillors have chopped and changed on this issue. We know that Councillor Cassidy, when his local residents talked to him about camping in parks in his area, he said, oh, well, the council officers can get rid of them. That was, we've seen the emails, talk to the council, they'll get rid of them. Yet in here, railed against any attempt to get people out of tents and into accommodation. Now, we've seen Councillor Strunk now talking about residents raising concerns. Now, in the past, with their approach of leaving the encampments alone, which has been their very clear position, as I've stated, we've we've been very clear about our position, which is to provide the support, encourage the engagement with those services and get people the help and support they need. And so we'll continue to do this. But if we were, as Labor claims, just going in and arbitrarily removing all the tents, why are there tents there anywhere? Because that's not our approach, and
Councillor
it never has
Cassidy.
been our approach. And so, yes, we'll
Point of
go in,
order.
we will engage with residents,
One moment,
and we will...
Lord Mayor.
The Lord
Point of
Mayor is
order.
going all over the world
Councillor
with this
Strunk,
question.
you've asked your question.
And
the
I
Lord
just
Mayor
want to
can
know
answer.
if there's
Just
going
because
to
you
be an
don't like the
increase.
answer doesn't
Thank you,
mean you
Chair.
can keep interrupting. It is not a point of order. Lord Mayor.
I would point out that the state government, which is the Christopher government, is funding crisis accommodation to the tune of over $400 million a year. So for Councillor Strunk to suggest that council can somehow solve this problem, he's obviously not aware of the complexity and depth of these issues that he's talking about here. We're certainly doing our part, and we'll continue doing our part, and we'll continue funding programs that
Lord
work.
Mayor, your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Addaman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of Customer Services Committee. Councillor Hutton, the Schrinner Council is working to protect Brisbane's lifestyle and amenity with measures to balance the impacts of short-stay accommodation in residential areas. Can you please tell the Chamber how our new local law will achieve this?
Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I would like to thank Councillor Addaman for the question. Brisbane is Australia's lifestyle capital, and to protect that lifestyle, we need fair and consistent rules for short-stay accommodation providers. Back in 2023, the Lord Mayor established the Short-Stay Accommodation Task Force to take a detailed and honest look at how short-stay rentals were impacting communities across our city. The task force brought together residents, bodies corporate, industry operators and community groups. And in 2024, it handed down a very comprehensive report. One of the clearest recommendations from this work was that Brisbane needed a local law, setting out clear behavioural expectations, clear standards and clear accountability for the short-stay sector. The task force recommended a permit system. It recommended requiring a 24/7 contact person, and it recommended that operators will be required to set out house rules for guests around noise, waste, behaviour and respect for neighbours. Chair, since that report was delivered, we established a dedicated industry group that would detail the reform. This group included representatives from Strata, the Unit Owners Association, Apartment Advocacy Australia, and platforms such as Airbnb and Bookings.com. They have been directly involved in the development of the local law that is before the Chamber today. And now we are at the exciting stage where the draft will be released for public consultation, opening this Friday and running until the 16th of February, so that every resident will have the opportunity to provide their feedback. Earlier today, councillors attended a comprehensive briefing, and I want to thank every councillor who attended. It's clear that councillors across this chamber want to get this right for their communities. Chair, the proposed local law incorporates several key features that will make a real and positive difference to the residents of Brisbane. First, it introduces a permit required for any residential property being used for short-stay accommodation. That gives us and the community visibility and ensures operators meet the basic standards before they start operating. It mandates that every short-stay property has a 24/7 contact person who must acknowledge any complaints within 60 minutes and then provide council with follow-up reports within 24 hours. This is a level of accountability that simply does not exist today. It requires operators to provide house rules to guests, rules that make it clear what is acceptable and what is not, including noise, behaviour and respect for neighbours. And finally, the proposed local law includes a clear compliance pathway and a critical 3-strike rule. If a permit holder commits 3 breaches, we will be able to revoke that permit entirely. If you repeatedly do the wrong thing, you will lose your right to operate. Chair, this law also contains strong enforcement provisions. For the most serious cases, operators can face fines of up to $140,000. That sends a very clear message. If you choose to ignore the rules and disrupt neighbours, the consequence will be significant. And for those who attempt to operate without a permit at all, the law provides for immediate enforcement action. Importantly, Chair, to even be eligible for a permit under the proposed local law, operators will also need to have the appropriate planning approvals in place. This means ensuring the zoning is suitable, that any development approval requirements are met, and that the use is lawful for short stay accommodation permits to even be considered. This provides an additional safeguard for neighbourhoods and reinforces the integrity of the system. Chair, this is a fair, balanced and sensible framework. It does not ban short stay accommodation, but it does make sure it is operated responsibly and with respect for the people who live next door. This reform will see almost 500 homes operating as short stay accommodation in Brisbane suburbs returned to the long-term market. Chair, let's be clear, a permit system, mandatory 60-minute response time, enforceable permit conditions, a 3-strike rule and fines exceeding $140,000 is not leniency. It protects neighbourhood amenity, it provides faster resolution when issues occur, and it supports a strong and sensible approach to short stay accommodation. And we also acknowledge that Brisbane's visitor economy needs to be managed while not undermining the suburban lifestyle of our beautiful city. Thank you, Chair.
Further questions? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, my question is for the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, in June 2023, that's 18 months ago, no longer than that, 2.5 years ago. 2.5 years ago, not 18 months, 2.5 years ago, we reported damaged footpaths on Dewar Terrace at Sherwood. They were patched with bitumen and then left. We followed up on repeated occasions. Council has now been back and put more bitumen over the broken bitumen in the broken footpath 2.5 years later. There are multiple sections along Dewar Terrace Sherwood that have not been fixed, and 2.5 years later, why has your council not provided the funding to fix this busy footpath? And why are you advertising full-page ads in the Courier Mail when we've got broken footpaths like this, or on Villa Street outside Yeronga High School, or on Mildmay Street outside Fairfield? Why does it take 2.5 years to get a footpath fixed under your administration, Lord Mayor?
Lord Mayor.
Well, by Councillor Johnston's own admission, Madam Chair, it was fixed really quickly. And when we go in, we make a footpath safe, and that's the priority here. This is something that we take very seriously. If there is a tripping hazard, then we make the tripping hazard safe. And so Councillor Johnston acknowledged that we did that really quickly. And so if there's other locations that Councillor Johnston needs to make safe, well, we'll get on with it, because the team is well funded to make sure that the footpaths are safe and are dealt with as quickly as possible. And we'll continue to do that, Madam Chair.
Further questions? Councillor Marx.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for the Chair of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, Councillor Davis. Councillor Davis, the Shrinner Council is keeping Brisbane moving while protecting our native wildlife from road risk. Can you please update the Chamber on the latest project to support wildlife to move safely around Toohey Forest?
Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, I'd like to thank Councillor Marx for the question and the opportunity to provide an update on the Toohey Road Wildlife Underpass project, which is a terrific project which Council we have designed and we have delivered through the Federal Government's Saving Koalas Fund. The project is situated in Toohey Forest, which has been described as one of the lungs of our city. It straddles across 3 of our wards. That's the Maruka ward, Holland Park ward and into the McGregor ward. And it's a significant biodiversity corridor that spans 260 hectares. That's of eucalypt forest and it's home to over 400 species of wildlife, including koalas and wallabies, echidnas and reptiles. In the top northwest corner of the forest is Toohey Road, which is a major 3-lane road, splitting that corner of the forest into 2 parts, which makes it really difficult for wildlife to safely cross and has become a known hotspot area. So the new wildlife underpass will provide a safe passage between the 2 sides of the road and improve access to food for our wildlife, but it will also offer a secure and safe escape during natural disasters. Over time, it's expected that the animal movement via the underpass will help to strengthen the genetic diversity and resilience of the local wildlife, because we know that when animals are cut off from other habitats, it can weaken subsequent generations and increase the risk of disease. One of the most important decisions from the outset was to decide exactly where the underpass was going to be located on that stretch of road. It needed to be a location that was flat, that was accessible and reasonably central along Toohey Road. So the final site selected is approximately 200 metres from the Toohey picnic area and its car park, which ticks all of those boxes that I just mentioned. The location meant that we were able to do a number of things. Firstly, we were able to reduce the impacts of construction on the surrounding area and ensure that it's easy to replace any vegetation that was removed during the project, which was minimal. The project is being delivered in several key stages. Firstly, the construction of the prefabricated concrete underpass, which spans 22 metres with a width and height of 2.4 metres. And while we had hoped to get started on the project in early November, the wet weather got in the way, unfortunately, but we did commence construction over the weekend of the 29th and 30th of November. We saw the stretch of road of Toohey Road between Flanders Street and Barnhurst Street shut for those 2 days, late in the evening on Friday, and I'm pleased to say that the work was completed as had been hoped, and motorists were able to get back on the road at 4:30 a.m. on Monday. Our team worked across around the clock, 24 hours, and I think the outcome was well worth that effort, and I'd like to thank them for that effort. The wildlife underpass design also features fauna furniture, including a timber log rail and refuge poles. Construction of these features started yesterday. Next week, our crews will start on the landscaping and planting of those trees, some shrubs and grasses, which will improve the habitat around the underpass and replaces the vegetation that was removed. We're also finalising the installation of fauna fencing to guide the wildlife to the underpass, along with 10 koala escape hatches to reduce the chances of them being trapped on Toohey Road. And weather permitting, Madam Chair, we aim to finish the entire project by early January and hopefully even a little sooner. Throughout the project design, we engaged with Toohey Forest Wildlife Group and Griffith University, and I'm delighted that as a result of those discussions, we will be partnering with Griffith University to set up AI cameras to help monitor the wildlife movements through the underpass, and that will help to identify the not only the types of species of animals that are using the underpass, but also individual animals. Madam Chair, this is a terrific project. It will be an important addition to the many wildlife projects we deliver across Brisbane, and some of those include this year's trial of the koala escape hatches at Boundary Road, Scrub Road and Compton Road, the installation of koala fencing, of course, along Pine Mountain Road last year, and the Koala Precinct project, which involved planting of 51,000 koala habitat trees. Madam Chair, this is all part of our commitment to protecting our wildlife and our city's incredible biodiversity. I'd just like again to thank everybody that was involved in the planning and the delivery and the funding of this important project. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question's to the Lord Mayor. This year, Lord Mayor, you've rejected our calls for affordable housing and precinct plans across the city, kicked people out experiencing homelessness out of sight, out of mind, refused to boost the Pathways Out of Homelessness funding, shut the Story Bridge for 6 months for a $7 million band-aid, blown out the cost of the Story Bridge business case before it even began and suggested a toll, spent more time abroad than in Brisbane, slashed bus routes and services that senior and working class communities rely on, cut hundreds of millions of dollars worth of infrastructure and services in our growing city, while at the same time making more residents pay even more in rates, fees and charges, such as your pensioner tax. You have only attended council meetings 49% of this year, and you've reduced the number of meetings we have next year. Do you think you could keep Brisbane moving better if you saved everyone the trouble and just resigned?
Lord Mayor.
Well, there's one thing I'm sure, and that is Labor would not keep Brisbane moving, and the Greens would certainly not keep Brisbane moving. But you know, nice fairy tale, Councillor Cassidy. It was great. You've done a great job in concocting a wonderful political fairy tale there. But what the residents of Brisbane see is a Brisbane that's moving forward, a Brisbane that now has a better bus network than it's ever had, more turn-up-and-go services than it's ever had, new metro services that have carried 5 million trips, new active travel connections like the Kangaroo Point Bridge, which turns 1 next week. We have amazing outcomes all over the city when it comes to our suburban investment, which is more than 80% of the budget, and
One moment, please,
more than 85%
Councillor Strunk,
this year.
stop calling out, please, while Lord Mayor is on his feet.
And all of these things are being delivered while we have the cheapest residential rates in southeast Queensland, anywhere from $300 to $700 cheaper than other councils. So in Brisbane, you pay less and you get more, and Brisbane residents are getting more, and we'll make sure they keep getting more because we're focused on the things that matter. We're also focused on boosting housing supply, something which Labor has continued to oppose and criticise year in, year out. Their record on housing is shameful, absolutely shameful, and that's been going on for a long time. I won't even mention the Greens. Actually, yes, I will. The Greens have even more of a shameful record than Labor when it comes to housing because they represent some of the wealthiest parts of the city. Yet all they do is oppose housing. All they do is oppose housing.
1 moment, Lord Mayor.
Some of the wealthiest,
Lord Mayor.
some of the highest property prices in the suburbs are in green areas.
Councillor
and they
Massey, stop
oppose
calling
every
out.
kind of new housing that they can.
Further questions? Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My question is to the Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor, the Schrinner Council continues to stand up for Brisbane residents when it comes to crime prevention and community safety. Can you please update the Chamber on how we are working with the Crisafulli government to make our suburbs even safer?
Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks to Councillor Toomey for the question. We all know that Brisbane has the best lifestyle in Australia, and we on this side of the chamber are determined to keep it that way. Now, while crime is primarily a state responsibility, the Schrinner Council will always stand up for victims of crime, and we remain committed to doing what we can as local councillors to help keep our communities safe. I'm pleased to announce that, in partnership with the state government, we will be rolling out additional safety cameras across Brisbane. As part of the Crisafulli government's 2024 election commitments, more than $1 million has been allocated to council for the following projects: $500,000 to expand the CitySafe CCTV network in inner-city suburbs, and $500,000 for CCTV upgrades in Mitchelton, Capera and Alderley. With this support, the Schrinner Council will deliver 17 new CCTV safety cameras across a total of 6 suburbs, standing up for Brisbane on crime and helping keep all of our communities safe. The staged installation of new cameras in Mitchelton commenced on the 13th of November, and it's backed by strong community support, particularly following recent incidents of crime and vandalism affecting local businesses.
But that's not all, Madam Chair. In addition to this funding, we've also been successful in round 1 of the Secure Communities Partnership Program, locking in a further $400,000 to expand the City Safe CCTV network in South Brisbane and in West End. This grant specifically targets small business precincts, areas we know that have been subject to ongoing break-ins and other criminal activity. This funding represents a significant opportunity to support improvements to existing or future safety infrastructure that will directly benefit all Brisbane residents. We welcome this partnership from the state government, which is clearly focused on crime prevention and keeping all Queenslanders and those in Brisbane safe. Since coming to office late last year, the Crisafulli government has already made progress in getting tough on crime. We've seen the enactment of the Making Queensland Safer laws, otherwise known as Adult Crime, Adult Time, as well as the release of the Community Safety Plan. The 24-25 Queensland budget allocated $1.12 billion for crime reduction initiatives, including $384 million for evidence-based programs addressing the root causes of crime. Further to this, Madam Chair, the state is providing direct funding to local governments like ours to help keep communities safe, because as we have always said, crime is fundamentally a state issue. But I want to thank the Crisafulli government for their support, and we look forward to continuing our partnership together. Because, Madam Chair, when you contrast this to the former state Labor government, we didn't receive a single grant for community safety. It was something that we had to fund entirely on our own. In fact, it was one of our own election commitments, one that I've spoken about in this chamber and with my community before and before and before. We've already delivered 10 fixed cameras and 26 mobile cameras, including 1 mobile camera in every ward, all delivered before the end of last financial year. And I can say with confidence that my community is extremely grateful for the mobile camera that we have, which has been deployed at Bath Street Park. Today, we have a citywide network of more than 4,450 safety cameras. CCTV has proven to be a crucial investigative tool for law enforcement. It provides invaluable evidence that aids in identifying offenders and solving serious crimes. Madam Chair, our CCTV cameras have helped identify more than 950 incidents in 2025 to date, in addition to 5,320 incidents over the past 3 years. Madam Chair, CCTV is just one way the Shriner Council is doing what we can to help keep our communities safe.
Further speakers, Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for the Acting Chair of Infrastructure, Councillor Parry. Yeah, it's just my accent.
Okay, thank you, Councillor.
I learn American English. The Shafton Avenue to Mulberry Bikeway was announced with great fanfare in the budget announcement in June 2024. We were told it could be designed and ready for build by the end of the financial year. Yet, more than 18 months later, there is no design, no consultation, no public update, and no visible progress, despite this progress being positioned as a replacement for the now shelved River Walk on the south side. Can the Acting Chair confirm whether Shafton Avenue to Mulberry Park Bikeway remains funded and committed to by explaining the cause of such significant delays?
Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank Councillor Massey for the question. I'm more than happy to talk about this bikeway because it is a very important one and it's quite a significant connector from the wonderful Kangaroo Point Bridge, which turns 1 next week, which is very, very exciting, very exciting. We have partnered with the state government to deliver this key sort of connector in those eastern suburbs. And what I do know is that we've completed the concept design, and now in the new year we'll be moving to the community consultation. So that's where we are in the process. This is a really, really challenging sort of stretch of bikeways, you'd be aware. There's lots of driveways, there's the connectivity in between where you find the Story Bridge and the Clem 7 and all of that sort of infrastructure in along there. So it has been a really challenging stretch. I did provide an update on this one in our committee, our infrastructure committee a couple of weeks ago, so I'm quite familiar with it because the committee members asked about it. Councillor Strunk asked me about it, and I provide all that detail. So that's where we're at, Councillor Massey. It is a really challenging project. It is one we are absolutely committed to, and it will improve the connectivity from the eastern suburbs into city and into that CityLink cycleway. So I'm excited to be part of it. I won't be here probably to deliver it because Councillor Murphy will no doubt be back, but unfortunately, I will be certain to, as the Deputy Chair, to be involved as much as I can, and hopefully one day when it's delivered, I'll be able to go for a ride to those beautiful eastern suburbs. Thanks a lot, Councillor Massey.
Further questions? Councillor Dixon.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Acting Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, Councillor Parry. Can you please update the Chamber on how the Kangaroo Point Bridge has been keeping Brisbane moving as it approaches another milestone?
Yep. Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much to Councillor Dixon for the question. And how timely was that? Yeah. How good. How good. It must be coming up to Christmas, hey? So, as I was saying earlier, the Kangaroo Point Bridge has won. Huzzah! We made it through to it, and it was a fabulous year. So Brisbane's new iconic backdrop is about to celebrate its first birthday, and I'm looking forward to being down at the bridge next Monday to mark this milestone. It is indeed its first birthday, and I think it's pretty close to our CEO's first birthday with Brisbane City Council as well. So two fine dames in the organisation. So I'm looking. So if you're nearby on the bridge next Monday, please come and say hi in the morning if you're commuting or if you just want to come down and enjoy the beautiful weather. There's every reason to celebrate this, Madam Chair, because the Kangaroo Point Bridge has, of course, been a roaring success. The next set of statistics might make some of the bridge's critics want to cover their ears, so this is just a content warning, So since opening last December, almost 3.5 million people have crossed the Kangaroo Point Bridge. Whoa. That's nearly the entire population of Greater South East Queensland. Whoa. The figure was made up of 2.7 million pedestrians, almost 300,000 scooters and 500,000 bikes. Wow. On average, over 200,000 people crossed the Kangaroo Point Bridge each month. Those with long memories might also recall the bridge was predicted to have 6,100 daily trips by 2036. Immediately, the bridge blew away this projection with 10,000 trips a day, a full decade earlier than predicted. Wow. Brisbane residents have voted with their feet and overwhelmingly endorsed this bridge. But it's not just the voters, Madam Chair, it's the experts too. The Kangaroo Point Bridge received the 2025 Project of the Year Queensland Award at the Engineers Australia Excellence Awards in October. Hey. This prestigious award acknowledged the bridge's world-class engineering, sustainable design and contribution to active transport. It's not just the structure of the bridge that's picturesque. The Australian Institute of Landscape Architects has also acknowledged the beauty of the bridge's surrounding landscape. In acknowledging the bridge, the AILA said that it sets a new benchmark for active transport infrastructure in Queensland. Whoa. Can you believe that? Us investing in active transport. Our critics don't believe we do, but here we are. Look at that. It's already, and quote, it's already
one moment, Councillor Parry. Councillor Massey, I'm cautioning you stop calling out across the chamber. No, Councillor Massey, do it in GB if you've got something else to say. Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. They don't like it, do they? I'll keep reading. It's already, and this is a quote, it's already an integral piece of Brisbane's urban landscape, and the project exemplifies design leadership and the power of collaboration between architecture, landscape and place. Whoa. Madam Chair, it shouldn't be lost on us just how complex this project was to execute as well. After all, the bridge link to Kangaroo Point in the city, was first proposed in the 1860s. The plan to construct the central bridge were put on hold due to the severe economic recession and the financial devastation of the 1893 floods. It has taken the Schrinner Council's long-term ambition for this city to bring this project to life nearly 200 years later. We are a council that believes in delivering the big projects that change Brisbane for the better. The completed Kangaroo Point Bridge is an impressive feat of engineering. It is the only steel-cabled stayed suspension bridge in Brisbane. International experts were flown in to install and stress the 32 steel cables which bind the bridge deck to the main mast. It's also the tallest bridge in Queensland, thanks to that 95-metre mast, which is spectacular. By directly connecting Kangaroo Point and the city, we've been able to cut the commute between these areas by over 15 minutes. The bridge is breaking new culinary ground too. By incorporating new venues into the design of the bridge, we've been able to add 2 new flagship hospitality offerings for residents to enjoy, Stilts and Mulga Bills. These 2 iconic venues have a uniquely Queensland flavour and contribute to the maintenance of the bridge. It's a great example of how this council believes in activating our public assets for all residents to enjoy. Our city thrives on the connection to the river, and this vibrant new precinct allows us to enjoy it even more. As a city, we used to turn our back on the river, and now we embrace the brown snake like never before. Madam Chair, I'm looking forward to the first anniversary of the opening of the bridge next week, as I'm sure many councillors are. This wouldn't have been possible without the Bridges for Brisbane team, in particular Jim Heffernan, Paul Fitzpatrick and Rebecca Slazarski. The Kangaroo Point Bridge is the new backdrop of Brisbane. It is an active travel hub that has changed the way people move around our city. We're proud to have delivered this city-shaping piece of infrastructure, and it's how the Schrinner Council is keeping Brisbane moving.
Further questions? Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Your LNP regime wants to turn desirable qualifications into mandatory requirements overnight. That's not fair. Under your plan, at least 15 staff, some with over 40 years of service, now face demotion or job loss. These are workers who have kept Brisbane running through thick and thin, many of whom you have honoured with the Lord Mayor's Award of Excellence. Why don't you truly value the experience of the wonderful employees at BCC?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Of course we truly value the wonderful experience of our council employees and council officers. Absolutely we do, and I think we heard that very clearly from right across this chamber before. Now, the details of what qualifications are required to do a particular job, they're not something that councillors or the Lord Mayor gets involved with. This is an operational matter, and I'll tell you what the councillors get involved with, though. Our policy of no forced redundancies, which has been consistent all the way through, right from the beginning. We've been consistent about that, and it remains our policy and approach today. And so, ultimately, council officers have nothing to fear. We will continue to actually reform this organisation to make it an even better and more customer-focused organisation to deliver better services for the people of Brisbane and better outcomes. And, you know, we make no apologies for making the organisation better. And that's our strategic approach. That's what we want to achieve. And in terms of details of what qualifications a particular staff member needs, that's not something that we make decisions on. This is a matter for management. Management talks to the unions about it.
Councillor Cassidy.
And what I care about is no forced redundancies. What I care about is making the organisation better and continuing to move with the times and innovating. These are the things that we care about. These are the things that we want to do, and we want to make sure our council officers come on the journey with us to make sure that we can deliver better services for the people of Brisbane, and we absolutely will be doing that.
Councillors, that now ends question time. Lord Mayor, Establishment and Coordination Committee report of the 1st of December 2025.
Madam Chair, I move that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, 1st of December 2025 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday the 1st of December 2025 be adopted.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Can I ask that items A, B and C will be taken seriatim for debate, and D, E and F as well separately? So 2 groups, A, B, C together, D, E, F together.
Thank you.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I'm seeking the further following information with respect to item A of the tailored amendment package, as the CEO refused to undertake a briefing for us. How many properties are affected by the change to the city plan that are proposed in item A? Please provide the number in the low density area, the low to medium density area, and the character residential areas.
Lord Mayor.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Massey.
Thanks, Chair. I move item A, B and C in seriatim for debate and voting.
Yep, that has been done. A, B and C are together. You want A, B and C separately for debate? For debate
and voting.
Lord Mayor, item A.
Okay, so just to clarify, we're doing each item individually, is that right?
A separately, B separately, C separately, and D, E and F together for debate and for voting. So item A, Lord Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, before I touch on these items, I wanted to just confirm the light-up schedule, as I always do. It's pretty easy this week, red and green, with the exception of tomorrow night, when it will be green and gold. And this is part of our nationwide campaign to support the federal government's under-16 social media ban, which I personally am a big supporter of. Obviously there's cities all around Australia that are lighting up, so Sydney and Melbourne, various other places in support of this world-first social media ban. We know, and it's quite clear, that social media can cause significant harm, and particularly to young people and children. So I think this is a major step forward when it comes to limiting that harm. Is it going to be perfect from day one? Will there be wrinkles? Of course there will. This is a change that will take some getting used to, and will there be ways to get around it? Maybe, but I know that they will work through finessing this to make sure it has the intended impact, which is to keep children and young people safe from the harms that can be experienced through unfettered access to social media platforms. And so very, very much supportive of that. And I can say that, with or without a federal government ban, I certainly would never be letting my kids onto social media at a young age. It's just something that unfortunately has been pervasive out there amongst children and young teens as well. So we'll get behind that ban. I mentioned the Lord Mayor's Awards for Excellence, and I just want to touch on a few of the other winners as well. There's 7 award categories, and they're under major themes. Firstly, there's the Courage to Make a Difference Award, which went to Jason Goodliff, who is also one of the overall winners as part of the Green Waste Recovery, the Green Waste Temporary Dropping Sites team. And so he has done some work in leading Queensland's first fully autonomous fire protection system at the Willawong Resource Recovery Centre. Now, we know that there's a problem with batteries going into bins and into landfill, and those batteries, if they're impacted, can spontaneously light up and cause fires. And that is a very dangerous situation. So Jason developed a system which automatically and quickly detects fires so that a response can be immediately. This not only saves the cost of damage to property, it also potentially can save lives. If a battery fire was to get out of hand, that could be a devastating situation. So congratulations to Jason for that wonderful innovation. The Getting Things Done Award went to the Contact Centre Training Team, who rapidly trained 120 staff in 48 hours in the lead up to the cyclone to provide timely support for the community throughout that cyclone. So what an amazing outcome to gear up, train 120 people on the call centre in that short period of time and get them ready. So thank you to that team. Passion for Brisbane Award went to Matt O'Neill, in Public Transport Services, who led the emergency relocation of buses during ex-tropical cyclone Alfred, avoiding those buses being inundated and flooded and damaged. And so to save 30 buses, now the replacement cost of those buses probably would be $600,000 or $700,000 each. He saved 30 of them. What a fantastic outcome. Thank you to Matt for that that work that you did. The Respect for People category was awarded to Catherine Collins for leading the NAIDOC Week celebrations at our bus depots across Brisbane. A fantastic outcome there. Thank you, Catherine. The Responsive Customer Service Award was awarded to the Green Waste Temporary Drop-Off Sites team, who, as you know, were the overall winners. The Value for Money Award went to Ada Wong, who successfully identified some areas where people were making claims for things they weren't entitled to and closed some loopholes there. And that was a great level of initiative shown by Ada there to address an issue. And this wasn't council officers claiming things they weren't entitled to. This was members of the public making claims for things they weren't entitled to. The Working Together Award went to the officers involved in the local disaster coordination centre and coordinating our disaster response to ex-tropical cyclone Alfred with agility, collaboration, amazing support, and helped us ensure the swift recovery and response to the community. So thank you to all of those different category winners for the Lord Mayor's Awards for Excellence, a wonderful team in council and so many very worthy winners. And for each of the winners, there was also a number of other projects that were equally as great, but these just tipped them ahead to win the category awards. But there were so many other great projects and initiatives on display as well. I just wanted to also say that on the weekend I joined Councillor Hutton together with a number of elected representatives, including the Speaker of the Parliament, Milton Dick, a number of state MPs, to commemorate the 13th anniversary of the Vietnamese boat. It was also Councillor Massey as well. The Vietnamese Boat People Memorial, which is at Captain Burt Park in Kangaroo Point, and it's in a peaceful location by the banks of the Brisbane River. But this memorial is something that is truly powerful and it's a beautiful memorial, but the story behind it is truly devastating because when we saw the fall of Saigon and the Vietnam War happening, it displaced millions of people. And many of those people took to sea in very unseaworthy, leaky wooden boats with no facilities, not designed for long journeys, and they spent not just days, but sometimes weeks and months at sea. And for all of those who survived and made it to safe refuge, hundreds of thousands of people perished at sea. And the memorial tells that story, but it also commemorates the arrival of the Vietnamese community in Brisbane 50 years ago. And today is this year is the 50th anniversary of that community arriving as refugees. And what an amazing contribution they've made to our community. What an amazing community it is. And I particularly want to thank Q Wan Do, who is the president of the Vietnamese community in Australia, Queensland chapter, for her leadership. Q Wan took over after the passing of Dr. Con Bui earlier this year, and she has stepped into the role and is doing a wonderful job in leading the community and also celebrating the 50th anniversary of the arrival of the Vietnamese community in Australia and also commemorating that important memorial on the weekend with us. Item A is the amendment to the City Plan LMR review, and this relates to the low-medium density residential zone, which makes up around 14% of the residential areas of Brisbane. And so this is about making sure that we can, in the right area, facilitate the creation of more smaller apartments, townhouses, villas, and opportunities for people to get into the housing market in a more affordable way. And so for many people, their very first home that they purchase will be a smaller one. Yeah. It might be a suburban apartment or it might be a suburban townhome or villa. And they see that as their first step into the property market and can build up some equity and as they have a family, maybe move into a different kind of home in the future. But without this first step, there are so many young people who will just not see an opportunity to get into the housing market at all, and that is not something that we should accept. And so we know that the other thing about this change is it's in the middle ring suburbs in the main, and sometimes a bit further out as well. So it can be built more affordably than an inner city residential tower. This can be, it doesn't need tower cranes, it doesn't have a CFMEU workforce. These are, potentially 2, 3 or 4 story buildings that we're talking about here. And so the changes that we're making propose the building heights being amended from 2 to 3 stories to 3 stories. So an additional story for some of these areas, and also up to 4 stories in some well-located sites close to public transport or shops or facilities. We're also proposing to reduce the minimum block size that these homes can be built on. Things have changed over the years, and so the days of people having these huge buildings and huge yards, for many people that is simply not affordable. Every square metre of land comes at a cost, and so by reducing the minimum block size, we can improve the affordability of the product being offered.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired.
Get an extension. Yeah.
Seconded, has been moved for an extension by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Dixon. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chair, it's 3:10. We all know that the breaks are regulated for people to have breaks. I am opposed to them, but this afternoon, the LNP councillors, every single one of them stood up and said how much they respect the attendants and the clerks that look after us, and they have made an effort, an extra effort today because it is the last sitting day and Christmas, and instead of respecting the timeframes that they have worked to, for the Lord Mayor's convenience, the LNP have extended his speaking time. So, Madam Chairman, I would ask you to step in here and ensure we can go to a break to actually demonstrate respect for the people who work for us here in City Hall.
Councillor Johnston, I don't uphold your point of order. There are no rules or regulations about what time afternoon tea will be. And we do thank our hospitality staff who are very robust and resilient, and we always appreciate everything they do for us. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. This is the councillor that used to oppose the afternoon tea break every week. I remember that, and oppose the dinner breaks as well. When dinner was called or afternoon tea, there was one councillor that said no, and that was Councillor Johnston. So it's rather ironic. So as I was saying, we're talking about the important issue of housing, and Councillor Johnston thinks it's more important to go to afternoon tea than talk about housing. So we're talking about reducing minimum block sizes.
One moment, please. Lord Mayor.
Yeah,
Point of
to be
order,
misrepresented.
Councillor Johnston. Lord Mayor.
We're talking about minimum block sizes here, and so there'll be reductions in the minimum block sizes allowed, and that will help bring down the cost of producing this kind of product. And so this will be an important factor. Also, as part of a related item, which is coming next, there's changes to car parking as well. And I'll just quickly touch on that, even though it will be raised again in the next issue. Car parking adds significantly to the cost of building any apartment building, whether it's a townhouse or a villa or an apartment block, large and small. Now, in the inner city, where some large underground basement car parks are built, this can cost $100,000, $150,000 per car park to build. That is just put straight onto the price of the unit or the apartment. In the suburbs, it can easily cost $80,000 plus to provide a car park. And so while we know that there is a need for car parking in new buildings, this is about the second car park in many cases and whether that second car park is required. Because if someone is being mandatorily asked to provide a second car park, then that $80,000 goes straight onto the cost of the apartment. And not only that, it gets charged interest over 30 years on the home loan as well. And so if people are borrowing money for a townhouse over 30 years, they're paying that $82,000 plus interest on that extra car park. And so this is an affordability issue. We met with Councillor Wines and I met with a delegation from the US just recently through the Australian Political Exchange Council, and they were actually telling us that a number of cities in the US are dealing with this issue, and there is no mandatory car parking requirements on any developments in a number of cities in the US because of affordability reasons. And so, you know, they have, in that case, it's completely a market-based situation. So if someone wants a car park, then they have to pay for the car park. If they don't want a car park, then they don't have to pay for the car park. And that's the approach that some cities in the US are taking. Now, we have minimum requirements that we expect, and it's appropriate that we do, but this is also an affordability issue and one that we're conscious of, and so we're proposing changes to that. In terms of the number of properties, I think the question was asked by Councillor Johnston. Councillor Allen will be able to confirm whether this is the case, but I'm speaking from memory here. So I think there's more than 30,000 properties in the LMR zone, is that right? Yeah, I think 37,000 all up. And out of that 37,000, we're expecting an increased provision of homes between now and the Olympics to be around 6,000 homes minimum. So we're not talking about you know, a revolution here, but we're talking about an improvement that will boost supply in a more affordable way. So it will make a difference, but it must also be seen in context of all the other planning changes that we're making across the city. We're doing a lot in a lot of different areas, and whether it's the precinct plans, we've had Stones Corner come through, we're working on Wynnum, Sandgate will be coming as well, Mount Gravatt is underway, plus the Kurilpa plan, which is seeing 4,000 apartments in the pipeline. The Fortitude Valley plan that we had last week through council, potentially another 10,000 apartments in that. So there's a lot of supply that we are enabling through various changes, and this is just one of them. So is this the only solution? No. Will this solve all of the housing problems of the city? No, but it certainly will add potential for an extra 6,000 homes in a more affordable way that will make a difference. And they're homes that we would like to see young people getting into. So I commend this item to the chamber.
Councillor Johnston, just one moment. Councillor Johnston, your misrepresentation, please.
Yes, the Lord Mayor has misrepresented my earlier speech in that my concerns that I raised were about his disrespect and the LNP councillors' disrespect for the clerks and attendants who have made an effort to go to this afternoon's afternoon tea. It is disrespectful that the debate time's been extended for 15 minutes and should have been stopped instead of being continued for the Lord Mayor's convenience. And I made it perfectly plain, I am opposed to all the breaks, but the LNP have them at 3 o'clock all the time, except today because it suits the Lord Mayor.
Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I move that council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givney that the meeting adjourn for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The meeting will be adjourned when all councillors have left the chamber, and I remind councillors to take the opportunity to sign the vote of thanks as well.
Further debate. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on items A, B and C before us today. Who asked for A seriatim? This is just A?
Just A, yeah.
Oh, very good. Wasn't in the room. My apologies. So, talking on A, the tailored amendment for city plan for the LMR zoning. What's before us today, Chair, is a draft plan to be put out to community consultation. We believe that's a necessary part of the process to give people the opportunity to share their ideas, suggestions and concerns. One key concern from residents is that we're obviously in a housing and homelessness crisis, thanks to 2 decades of decline under Brisbane's LNP Council. And the irony of this plan being called More Homes Sooner, but taking more than 20 years to come from this tired old LNP regime is not lost on me. I also find it odd that Council claims to want a diversity of housing supply, despite voting down amendments over the last 3 weeks calling for affordable housing to be included into the mix into precinct plans. The LNP just simply want to respond and say that the community and industry expectations, well, it's clear which side the regime favours out of those two, the industry over the community. The road to Brisbane's housing and homelessness crisis was paved with good intentions, so excuse us if we find ourselves a little sceptical of what's before us today. I can't help but feel like the wording of the draft resolution has been carefully selected to give the impression of changing something when it actually doesn't change much at all. When you read it, for example, under the current plan, you can build between 2 and 3 stories. Under the proposed plan, you can build 3 stories. So in both plans, you can build up to 3 stories, the old and the new. And just because the minimum lot size has been slashed doesn't mean multiple dwellings will necessarily be built on the same lot. We'll come back to this shortly. Whether these are larger single dwelling lots or multiple dwelling lots, it will increase land values further, obviously, beckoning higher rates and contributing to filling the Lord Mayor's budget black hole. We know it won't go into building infrastructure and delivering the services we need to cater for this growth. While there's also a proviso here that you could build up to 4 stories if it's in multiple dwellings, so long as it's within 400 metres of high-frequency public transport. Well, good luck with that, considering most of Brisbane residents live more than 400 metres from any public transport. And that was even before, actually, that was before the Lord Mayor cut a whole lot of services and decommissioned a whole lot of bus stops out in suburban Brisbane 6 months ago. So we see the slashing of minimum lot sizes. Now, we understand the appetite for smaller homes for single people and downsizers. And we know the Lord Mayor lionises cities such as Singapore and Dubai and New York, where the norm is to build small, build up, and ultimately pay for the privilege of living there. Not just buying, lifetime renting is the norm in some of these places. 120 square metres in an LMR zone is different, to say the least. You could say that they've run the existing laws through AI for a gentle refresh, set some light parameters here, but it's clearly come, I actually even doubt that, it's clearly come from the LNP Brains Trust, because there's not that much intelligent about it, well, certainly about what the Lord Mayor said publicly. Anyway, the plan claims to unlock more than 6,000 new homes in what's been termed well-located middle ring suburbs. Compare this piecemeal figure to the ambition of the federal government of 1.2 million new well-located homes over 5 years from 1st July 2024. The former state Labor government had a target of 53,500, homework that the current LNP government have taken up and apparently running away with at the moment. So think about that. The federal government has a target of 1.2 million homes, obviously needs partners like the Brisbane City Council to help deliver that. The state government wants to build 53,500 social and affordable homes here in Queensland, and yet the Lord Mayor has announced in this review of LMR zoning he will be hoping to help deliver 6,000. Just 6,000 homes, perhaps a wasted opportunity in all of the time and effort the council officers have gone through in preparing this item today. The plan goes boldly where no one has gone before with, hang on to your hats, slightly taller buildings. How groundbreaking. There's no provisions here that they will be multi-dwelling townhouses, nothing to stop the well-heeled from Sydney or Melbourne, for instance, selling up and moving here to build a 4-storey palace in the suburbs. We know there is a 3-storey development about to come out of the ground in Racecourse Road that will see units selling for $3 to $4 million each. So there's a lot of work to be done to make sure that this review and this change to the LMR zoning meets community expectations. And that's why, Chair, I move the following amendment. Add 2 new points, 2.4, as below. Insert these new points. Ensuring this low-medium density residential design seeks long-term community benefits by including targets for affordable housing, and separately encourages the Queensland Government to provide funding for supportive housing models in the zone.
Second.
Amendment be moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Strong. Is it in writing?
Yep. I'll just distribute that now. Is there 2 there?
So now there's a motion moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Strong. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. An amendment to the item before us today, adding those 2 simple points, but sending a strong message that this council wants to see aspirational targets for affordable housing in the low-medium density residential zone, and separately encouraging the Queensland Government to provide funding for supportive housing models in that zone. And that's an important one. And for the benefit of the LNP, I've made sure they are separate. These amendment points are separate, so we can vote on them separately. So I'd also ask that they be taken seriatim for voting, each of those points, Chair, because surely if we're not even packaging them together, the LNP will be able to bring themselves to vote, encouraging the Queensland Government to provide more funding for supportive housing in the suburbs of Brisbane. But we'll get to that shortly. Over the past couple of weeks, Chair, we've watched the Lord Mayor waste oxygen, stuck in the past debating yesterday instead of talking about articulating a vision for the future. We've made our position clear on this side of the chamber. We don't want a future in Brisbane where working people born here and raised here are priced far out beyond the city, and only the very well-off have access to reliable public transport, parks and services, amenities and housing in Brisbane. Brisbane Labor supports an anti-sprawl approach, and we have been voting for that. Supply is a big part of the solution. Just look at any rental inspection, but it is clear we need more diverse housing options, not just luxury apartments that locals cannot afford. This housing must be accompanied with the services needed for a decent lifestyle too. The LNP have so far proven they have no aspiration. They think having a target of housing that is affordable to ordinary working people is not something that you should aspire to. The Olympics are an exciting event, but it's also extremely daunting to think about the implications for our housing market, and we must get this right before it is too late. We think Council should be playing a more active role in setting targets for affordable housing in plans and doing everything possible to achieve them. An equitable housing market can be achieved through planning laws that provide a balance between private, affordable, social and supportive housing across Brisbane. Good leaders do not let a crisis go to waste. They seize on the opportunity to justify bold action and deliver outcomes alongside the community for their communities. But so far, we haven't had much demonstration of good leadership here in Brisbane. We have chairwarmers who have been serving as delegates for the private development industry. Now, their job, these people that are in charge here in this chamber, LNP councillors, is not to regurgitate talking points used to justify maximising private profits off the back of working families struggling to make ends meet. Developers use the LNP Council for ideas they're not comfortable putting their own names to, which is really quite incredible. Because down the track, someone will need to be held accountable if this plan doesn't work and they don't want to be exposed. The Lord Mayor thinks that when people challenge his views that they are talking down Brisbane. It's one of my favourites because it just goes to show how arrogant he can be. In reality, it's every worker, student, entrepreneur, local and visitor that actually puts in the work to build a better city. The LNP's intransigence is the ball and chain holding Brisbane back. The theory behind reducing minimum property space is that you can deliver more supply. Yes, a lack of supply is a big part of the problem, and we need to break away from the status quo of doing nothing about it. However, affordable homes aren't built on the hopes and dreams. It's built in partnership with industry, not separate from it. You don't fly a commercial plane with just one pilot, of course. A second is needed to ensure that you get where you want to efficiently and without incident. So council should be there for guidance to get the type of community we want to be, and not as a restriction. We believe the housing and homelessness crisis can be solved. It won't be easy. It won't be done overnight, but it can be done if you see housing and homelessness as a responsibility and not a nuisance. We need targets that we can work towards, and we need a state government to step up and provide the funding needed for new types of supportive housing models in LMR zoning. The industry is saying more funding for existing supportive housing is needed, the existing model. They are also saying that funding for new models to help families experiencing homelessness are needed. At the moment, the only product for supportive housing is for basically studio apartments. It's very difficult to raise a family in studio apartments. That's why community organisations are calling for a new approach and a new model, and this is a great opportunity for Brisbane to be out the front, leading the debate on this. Being strong advocates on this stuff costs council absolutely nothing, but it does take some political courage, Chair. It's time this council steps up and puts people before profits.
Further debate on the amendment. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and I rise to speak on this amendment motion. Now, the submission is all about providing more homes in the right locations, and it won't come as a surprise to anybody that the LMR zoning across the city has been developed over many, many years, and the LMR zoning exists in locations where there's good public transport and access to amenity and social infrastructure like schools. Now, in the context of the submission, the objective is to get the right sort of housing topologies in the right locations at the right price points. And certainly our expectation through this amendment is that we will in fact see homes that are more affordable and at the end of the price spectrum that is affordable not only for first home buyers but also small families and downsizers. And interestingly enough, just recently in a committee meeting we had an example of 21 bedroom units in a single development on Pretoria Street. So Councillor Cassidy is aware that affordable homes are being delivered without putting in place any constraints or restrictions. They are occurring, and they are responding not only to the need for affordable housing but also to the fact that we need smaller homes because we've got smaller households. Not everybody needs a 3-bedroom home or a 3-bedroom apartment. The reality is many of our households are now 1- and 2-person households. So by providing this type of product, we are seeking to drive down housing prices and rentals, and in the context of potentially downsizers moving into a property that's more suitable, we're also freeing up homes for families. And so we get a housing efficiency outcome out of this. We don't end up with a lot of 4- and 5-bedroom homes where we've only got 2 people living in them. So that's critical. And the amendment before us, the submission before us, needs to be read in conjunction with the car parking amendment as well. This is all about ensuring that we can drive down construction costs in that LMR zone, improve the feasibilities for builders, and ensure that we get more homes in our middle ring suburbs. And you can't get this kind of response from the industry if you laden them with restrictions and conditions that don't support feasibilities and the provision of supply. You're effectively tying a hand behind their back. It's counterintuitive to think that you can actually support the provision of supply by putting burdens on the builders and developers who are going to give rise to this supply. Now, there's nothing that's going to restrict community housing providers and the government from coming into these LMR zones and providing affordable and social housing. And in fact, the changes that we're proposing will in fact support the efforts of community housing providers. It wasn't that long ago that I met with a community housing provider who was looking to build a 4-storey development in the LMR zone, but the zoning restricted them to 3 stories. And they were struggling to get that particular project to stack up from a feasibility perspective because they couldn't go to 4 stories. The proposed amendments through this particular submission will allow those types of groups to go to a 4th story, which will ensure, first of all, the feasibilities are there, they can get the projects produced, and that they can then make the housing supply available. So what we are doing is not only improving outcomes from everybody involved in that LMR zoning, it also improves the outcome for community housing providers and other providers of social housing. And I move that the motion now be put.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Allen, seconded by Councillor Dixon, that the motion be put. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy, right of reply.
Predictable, entirely predictable, but no less disappointing, Chair. I'll take that interjection from Councillor Strunk. They don't care. They don't care. And you don't even need to sort of just look at their actions to understand they don't really care. You can actually just listen to their words. Because they're not doing much in terms of action, and the waffle we hear from the LNP demonstrates each and every week that they really don't care about aspiring to a Brisbane that is affordable for all. Now, Councillor Allen does understand the difference between conditions and targets, but he's trying to conflate the both together. He's not that silly to not understand the difference between it. But in his debate just now, Chair, Councillor Allen said that an aspirational target where council works with the industry, works with community housing providers and works with the state government to try and achieve a good mix of affordable housing in the LMR zone or in precinct plans previously is apparently a restrictive condition. Now, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt of just assuming that what he's doing is political spin here today and that he's not actually that ignorant. But I guess you've got to make room for the possibility that perhaps that is the case. And you would have thought after 4 debates in 4 weeks, he might have figured out that what we are talking about are aspirational targets, not restrictive conditions. But we understand, we knew this when we moved the amendment, that the LNP have no aspiration for a Brisbane that is affordable for everybody. But to argue against the state government funding more supportive housing in Brisbane is really quite incredible. Because the state government have made announcements, the LNP state government made announcements they want to see more supportive housing being built with their support. And we're seeing one being constructed on the Gold Coast currently. The previous Labor government put that one in train. We're seeing other council areas like on the Sunshine Coast and in Moreton Bay advocating to the state government, encouraging the state government, working with the state government to try and see supportive housing models being built in their council areas. And what we have today is an LNP council arguing against the LNP state government building more supportive housing here in Brisbane. Now, if we didn't have the common ground model at South Brisbane, we know for a fact that there would be 100 people sleeping rough, 100 additional people sleeping rough. Because we know without that, without common ground and that supportive housing model, none of those people have previously been able to or probably wouldn't in a private market sustain a tenancy. But with that support, they can. Now, we all know, because we've talked about it, Councillor Kim's talked about it, Councillor Collier, I've talked about it in here, the families we know that are living in cars with their children. Now, those current supportive housing models that are studio apartments don't support families who are homeless. What we need to be doing is saying to the state government, we want to work with you to look at new models of supportive housing, particularly in areas that are zone LMR, where we can have families that have wraparound services that are unable in an unfair LNP Brisbane to sustain a private tenancy. But what do we get from the LNP instead? It's not silence, because Councillor Allen got up and made the argument. He's arguing against supportive housing here in Brisbane. Now, maybe they'll think about it over the next minute or so, because we'll take these seriatim for vote and they can vote against aspirational targets like they always do. Maybe they'll make the decision to vote to include a simple statement that we simply encourage the state government to provide funding for supportive housing models in the LMR zone. We can't force them to do it, but what we can do is be advocates for fairness in housing here in Brisbane. And I certainly hope that the LNP will support that, despite having argued against it, argued against people who are trapped in a cycle of homelessness, raising children in the backseat of cars, getting a decent start in life. I certainly hope they'll change their mind in the next 10 seconds.
I now put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour say... Sorry. Yes.
I've asked for each point in this amendment to be taken seriatim for vote, Chair, so there's 2 points.
Oh, okay.
So which one are we putting first?
Okay, yep, so I put the first point to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The noes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Kim. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 16 against.
The point is lost. Yep. Council, please return to your seats. I now put point 2 to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Kim. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 16 against.
The motion is lost. Councillors, please return to your seats. Further speaker on item A, Councillor Wolf.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, and I rise to speak in support of item A, the tailored amendment to the Brisbane City Plan, low-medium residential. We know that Brisbane is one of Australia's fastest growing capital cities, and demand for housing continues to exceed supply, and this is driving up the cost of owning or renting a home. Through you, Chair, unlike the councillors on the other side, over here on this side of the chamber, we're committed to delivering more homes, and we are pulling every lever we can to boost housing supply. I've been spending a lot of time engaging with students at the University of Queensland in my ward, and I can tell you there's a lot of aspiring young professionals who are seeking the great Australian dream of home ownership. This amendment will help facilitate more homes sooner and, importantly, a greater diversity of homes that meet the changing needs of our community throughout their lives. This amendment is about striking the right balance, enabling housing in well-serviced locations while protecting Brisbane's character in the suburbs and the lifestyle our residents value. Through you, Chair, it seems Councillor Cassidy, as we've seen, is a little confused about affordable housing. You see, on this side of the chamber, we want to see people live in affordable homes, but the only way to boost affordability is to boost housing supply. And that is exactly what we are committing to here. The low-medium residential zone makes up to 14% of Brisbane's mainland, and this includes suburbs that are in the Walter Taylor area of Toowong, Taringa, St Lucia and Indooroopilly. These are locations that are suitable for a mix of homes, whether it's apartments, townhouses, duplexes, student accommodation or houses. These areas continue to be among the most effective places to build sustainable, well-located and well-serviced homes at scale. Brisbane's Sustainable Growth Strategy, released in 2023, identified housing supply as a city's priority. The Housing Supply Action Plan in 2023 further committed the council to grow up, not out, protecting bushland and open spaces by focusing on new growth within existing urban areas. The 2025 State of the City report shows Brisbane's population has grown faster than any other major Australian capital over the past decade. And by 2046, we will need an additional over 210,000 new homes to support our expanding and increasingly diverse population. Importantly, over half of Brisbane's households are now single people or couples without children, yet 71% of homes have 3 or more bedrooms. Our housing stock simply does not reflect the needs of modern households. New construction in LMR zone has fallen drastically, with around 1,100 homes annually, and this we know has only equated to 445 in 2023. We must remove barriers that are preventing housing supply. This package, More Homes Sooner, creates opportunities for the broader range of home types to be delivered in LMR zone. It combines the existing 2 LMR precincts into a single low-medium residential 3 or up to 4-storey mix precinct that will facilitate more diversity. It increases maximum building heights to 3 storeys, with 4 storeys allowed in well-located areas within 400 metres of high-frequency public transport or centres. It enables smaller free lots to be 120 square metres, creating more attainable options for first-home buyers, downsizers and smaller households. These reforms will make it easier and more effective to deliver the types of homes that our community needs. Chair, this amendment is a practical and necessary step towards addressing Brisbane's housing needs. It supports supply, diversity, affordability. It directs growth to areas more infrastructure already exists and helps ensure Brisbane remains a city where people can find a home that suits their needs at every stage of life. And I commend the item A to the chamber.
Further speaker on item A, Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. And what a rousing contribution and inspirational from the Civic Cabinet Chair for Property Developers. We heard Councillor Allen come to the defence of people who make millions and millions and millions of dollars, but he won't come to the defence of the people of Brisbane who need homes today. It is absolutely ridiculous that every week in this place the LNP councillors get up and will not support the provision of affordable housing for the people of Brisbane. My goodness. And what we have before us today is, of course, a draft package that now gets to go to the community for their say. That step is absolutely essential. Residents really do deserve a genuine opportunity to look at these changes, ask questions, raise their concerns and put forward their ideas, not just receiving a flyer with the Lord Mayor's face on it in the mail and be told that everything is under control. But we also owe it to the people of Brisbane to be honest about how we've arrived at this point. So let's be clear, for the last 20 years, Brisbane has slipped into a housing and homelessness crisis under an LNP council that simply has not planned ahead. They've not invested where it matters, and you've consistently failed to listen to the people who actually live here. 2 decades of decline don't happen by accident. They happen through the LNP's neglect. As someone who rents in the same neighbourhood that I grew up in, I see how tough it has become, how tough home ownership has become for ordinary families. Every week, residents tell me the exact same thing. The current approach is not working. And then we are handed some pieces of paper by the Lord Mayor called More Homes Sooner. I just can't believe that it's called sooner. We have been waiting 20 years. If this LNP council was serious about delivering homes sooner, we wouldn't be standing here discussing changes that probably should have happened years and years and years ago. The LNP always say that they're committed to a diverse housing supply, but every time they have voted against any proposal that will actually deliver affordable housing. They claim to balance community and industry expectations, but we just heard, like only 10 minutes ago, from the Civic Cabinet Chair for Property Developers, Councillor Adam Allen, the scales are so heavily tipped on the industry side. This is also coming from the same Lord Mayor who refers to social housing as slums. I think that tells you everything you need to know about the priorities of the Brisbane LNP. Let's be clear, on this side of the chamber, we support more housing. We absolutely need more homes in Brisbane and we need them urgently, but we can't pretend that this package guarantees that outcome. Minimum lot sizes are being reduced. That doesn't automatically translate into more dwellings. It could mean bigger individual homes, rising property values and more expensive rates notices, and of course more rate accounts, which means more money flowing into councils' coffers. And of course, under the LNP, none of that additional revenue is guaranteed to be directed towards the infrastructure that our suburbs desperately need to cope with growth. Almost every single person I speak to says we are absolutely okay with more homes in our community if council invests in the infrastructure needed to support that. In everyday terms, they want to see intersection upgrades, they want to see more bus services, they want to see additional playgrounds, more libraries, better footpaths if they even have one at all, and we need that to support more people who are going to live in these suburbs. For all the talk of unlocking land, there isn't any promise to ensure that anything that gets built in this package is actually accessible, affordable or suitable for people who are going to live in it. There is nothing in here that prevents developers from constructing high-end, expensive 4-storey homes that see only the wealthiest interstate buyers affording. We already see developments right across Brisbane with units selling for $3 or $4 million. That doesn't do anything for renters or for young families or first home buyers. So what is the LNP actually offering us? 6,000 homes over 7 years. 6,000.
Councillor Collier,
said earlier,
your time has expired. Further speaker on item A, Councillor Landers.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The Schrinner Council is committed to supporting housing delivery, economic growth and maintaining prosperity through sustainable development that provides diverse outcomes across Brisbane. And I emphasise diverse and not just one type of housing. And I think Councillor Collier may be getting confused with the 20 years of Labor inaction at a state level when she's talking about those numbers. But that could be right because she hasn't been in this place for very long. The More Homes Sooner initiative will unlock thousands more homes for young buyers and downsizers. Low to medium density residential zones will be adjusted to make it easier to build new homes. Locations like Silmia, close to public transport, shopping centres and other services. With ongoing improvements to public transport and 50-cent fares, the need for cars and parking spaces is also reduced. New design requirement will protect the character of suburbs, bushland areas and also our incredible Brisbane lifestyle. I too have spoken to many residents who want to move out of their 3- and 4-bedroom homes as they don't need the room anymore or it has become onerous to look after. Some are opting for city apartment living, more accessible housing, but there are others who would like to stay in the same area where they have friends and family. If they can downsize to something more suitable, as well as close to services, particularly if they are ageing, that is still in the same area, then that is great. It is a great outcome for everyone. Their larger homes can be freed up for families to live and grow in as well, just like their families had. But for some reason, the opposition today, and they do it all the time here, like to bash builders and developers and criticise the people who have and continue to build Brisbane and new homes. Tradies, that's right, I take that interjection, Councillor Toomey. 1 minute they want more houses and the next they're critical of the very people who employ tradies and create jobs in our community. The people that they're creating jobs for who want to live in that community and in these new homes. It's time that the opposition actually acknowledge the people who are the risk takers and who are building communities instead of criticising and blocking that development. Councillor Cassidy just said, we need more supply. Well, someone has to build it, Councillor Cassidy. Someone has to go to the bank and take the risk and get the money to do that. It is also frustrating that those opposite blame this council for the housing crisis and the cost of homes when it's occurring throughout Australia and all councils. I can assure those opposite, my own children in their 30s have the same dilemma trying to get into the housing market and rental market in Melbourne and Hobart. Despite several attempts and bids, they have not been successful. It is so competitive. They have the deposit. That's not the issue. They work very hard and they are very good with their finances and responsible, but timing hasn't been on their side. The cost of houses has risen substantially everywhere and it is not unique to Brisbane. The Schrinner Council, however, is working with all levels of government to do as much as we can to help the situation. Criticising this council or a 1-year-old state government for the problem certainly isn't the solution. And I urge those opposite to support this motion and actually help make a difference.
Further speaker, Councillor Chong Wah.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking to the NC Report Clause A, Tailored Amendment Package to Brisbane City Plan 2014, More Homes Sooner, Long Medium Density Residential Design. This amendment would allow a gentle increase to the height limit in low to medium density residential zones, which covers a seventh of Brisbane, and speed up approvals for dual occupancies that comply with acceptable outcomes in the city plan. It would allow for smaller subdivisions of lots in the zone and for low density residential zones within 300 metres of a high street or shopping centre. Pending proper consultation with Brisbane's residents, this seems positive. 2 to 4 storey apartments and townhouses sit in the missing middle between towers and detached homes. The Greens have been calling for citywide gentle density like this for years now. These buildings make up the bulk of housing in dense cities worldwide like Seoul, Paris or Prague. They're faster to build, don't rely on mega developers and don't block the sun and breeze like taller towers. They're human scaled, people on the top floor are still socially connected to the street. With proper deep planting and setbacks and adequate public and active transport infrastructure, these buildings can comfortably house more people in our neighbourhoods. But while positive, this won't bring down house prices or rent on its own or fix the housing crisis. I've said it repeatedly, this council must implement mandatory inclusionary zoning. Over 11,000 people are on the public housing wait list in the Brisbane City Council area. That doesn't include thousands of renters paying over a third of their income to their landlord. The state government isn't funding enough public and community housing, but this council has a power to act. This council has a power to implement mandatory inclusionary zoning. The Greens have been calling for 25% of new multiple unit developments with over 10 dwellings to be public or social housing. Genuine, affordable public and community housing is the only way to guarantee that struggling people can afford to live in this city. We also must combat land banking. Zoning changes can allow more dwellings, but dwellings must be built and put to market to impact rent and house prices. If developers don't build or hold units off the market, then prices rise anyway. That's why the Greens have been calling for a vacancy levy. We charge owners of vacant lots and properties such high rates fees that they will rent or sell to somebody who'll use the property. That's what we need to do to stop developers artificially raising prices by restricting housing supply. Finally, we know this council isn't funding enough public transport, footpaths, pedestrian crossings, protected bikeways, stormwater drains, parks, and more to support more residents. Despite rates and infrastructure charges, every council has seen crucial infrastructure upgrades rejected, sitting on the LGIP for years and years because there's no money. Whenever this council changes the zoning of land, the council creates value for the property owner, but it isn't capturing any for the public. That's why, on top of high infrastructure charges, the Greens have previously called for a 75% value uplift charge. When zoning changes increase property value, 75% of the increase would be levied on that lot's next development approval. This is already used elsewhere, like the City of Sydney. We need the money to build basic infrastructure for high density now, not in 10 or 20 years, but right now. Overall, it's good to see this council exploring gentle density citywide. I'm glad to see consensus shifting away from suburban sprawl and hyper-concentrated development in just a few locations. But the council's consultation on these significant amendments is completely inadequate and can bypass impacted residents. It's crucial that council invests more in consultation that gets to every impacted resident to ensure our community is actually engaged in these proposals. We need vacancy levies and inclusionary zoning to bring down house and rent prices. We need high infrastructure charges and explore value uplift charges to fund basic infrastructure for new residents. This is a good change, but it's just one piece of the puzzle. Thanks.
First speaker, Councillor Adams.
Thank you.
Mr Deputy Chair, I rise to speak on item A, and I love that little story from the Wizard of Oz that we just heard over there in the beautiful utopian world of where apparently by those on the other side, if you rent freeze, if you get higher taxes, if you have mandatory provisions, all of those are going to fix the housing crisis that we have before us today. We hear from Councillor Collier, through you, Mr Deputy Chair, that this has been 20 years in the making, that we didn't plan ahead. Well, for those of us that were here in 2016, I sat in this chamber at that time debating with the opposition who were whinging at us because there was a housing glut of apartments in 2016. So again, the political fairy tales continue on and on and on. And the biggest fairy tale that we are hearing here week in and week out from the Leader of the Opposition for the militant violent unions is that affordable housing, the affordable housing...
Point of order, Mr Deputy Chair.
Yeah, point of order. Councillor Johnston.
So far, Councillor Adams has described another councillor as the Wizard of Oz. She's now described the Leader of the Opposition as being in charge of militant and violent unions, which he is not. So I would ask you to make sure that, Mr Deputy Chair, that Councillor Adams retracts and refers to councillors appropriately.
Councillor Adams, please refer to other councillors appropriately.
As soon as Councillor Cassidy and that team on that other side stops calling Councillor Allen the Chair for Property Developers. Pot, kettle, black, people. Pot, kettle, black. You can't have it just one way. And the reason we are in a housing crisis is construction costs. And this amendment here today is about reducing construction costs. And why are we in a construction cost crisis? Because those opposite and their state member allies brought in a thing called BPIC, which was so destabilising to the industry that wages went up more than 42% on major projects. And what do you think that does to the general builders in the communities that are trying to build the infrastructure we need? So yes, those on the other side do support the unions. We've seen them on May Day. We've seen them at their marches in King George Square. So the Leader of the Opposition is the supporter of the militant violent unions that we're seeing the Commission now, and it's coming out. And there's even details now that the Premier Palaszczuk knew all about this and didn't follow the legal advice that this was going to...
Please. Yes, Councillor Cassidy, point of order.
Is Councillor Adams seriously calling bus drivers militants?
Look, Councillor
Cassidy
Cassidy
just said I joined a violent militant unions in King George Square. They were bus drivers. Brisbane City Council bus driver. You cannot disparage council officers like that. You have to take action, Chair. She just called bus drivers violent militants and she's giggling away.
Councillor Cassidy, I don't uphold your point of order.
This is disgusting.
Yes, she did. Councillor Adams.
That is a blatant misrepresentation of what I just said.
Say sorry. Yeah, to the driver. Apologise to the driver.
Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Adams has the floor. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I clearly said CFMEU and the raising of the 42% on the minimum standards of wages, which has led to this crisis.
Councillors. Councillor Adams has the floor. Councillor Adams.
I know what the squealing means, Mr Deputy Chair. It hurts. The reality hurts. The truth hurts. We hear from Councillor Collier that it's taken 20 years for us to realise there's an issue. It's taken 24 years for them to come kicking and screaming to this chamber to finally realise that we need mum and dad builders to build this infrastructure, these homes. The Palaszczuk government did 4,000 public housing in 10 years. You think that's saving us when we've just heard there's 11,000 on the wait list? That mandatory inclusionary zoning is the be-all and end-all, and on top of that, what is affordable housing? The Palaszczuk government had 10 years and they couldn't even come up with a definition to figure out how it works. And talk about walking the walk. What happened at Ferny Grove, Councillor Toomey, through you, Deputy Mayor, when the Miles State government went to build their own property? What did they do? no affordable housing, no public housing. So what's good for the goose is not good for the gander if it doesn't suit their petty political points. It has been said over and over again here today, this is one aspect of a package that was here for debate today, but has been divided for debate for seriatim, which is fine. But this is one part of a solution to move towards the ability to get more density in areas where we have transport and services. Things that will actually make changes to relieve construction cost pressures and make it easier for young people and downsizers to find a home. It is not in isolation. Councillor Cassidy even said, well, people will just build 4-storey houses. Again, the lack of knowledge around the city plan and what you're allowed to do and what you can do is astounding. But I'll take that, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Cassidy doesn't worry about the truth, it's just the argument at the time. I'm sure he understands you can't build a 4-storey house anywhere.
Councillor Adams,
Brisbane.
your time has expired. Further speaker, Councillor Strong.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Listen, I rise to speak on this clause A about the LMR changes, and it's really hard to sort of jump into this thing after listening to Councillor Adams, and I want to say so much about what she said, but I'm just going to leave it go because it won't go anywhere anyways. So anyways, when we got this clause through, we had a look at the map to see what LMR areas that are in my ward. We got 6 suburbs. Only one actually has some LMR space zoning, and that's Richlands, by the way, just to be precise. And I had a look at the space that could potentially be developed with the changes, and then I had a look at the space that was already LMR space, right, and had been developed. And guess how many of those developments, or how many of those individual developments actually had 3 stories, which you could do with the old rules, right? The old plan. 0. 0. Absolute. Nothing above 2 stories. So I thought to myself, well, we're going to allow them because it is near a train station. All that area, in Richlands is near a train station or a high-frequency route, right, bus route. So they will be able to go up to 4 stories, right, within a distance away from the train station. And but they never built 3 when they could. And you would think, an extra story would make you a little bit more profit, you would think, So what's the, I don't think it's going to change the developers out my way in their thinking that they can go 4 stories now, that they're actually going to do it with what land's left. And there isn't a whole lot of land left, quite frankly, that is near the train station and on the high-frequency route. So it says to me that this is not going to work out my way. Now, I don't know about other wards, right? You may have a lot more, and good on you. But will it be affordable when the probably units rather than houses are actually being built? Because that's what we're targeting. We're targeting more density, of course. And will it be affordable? Well, let me just give you, and I talked about Inala a couple of weeks ago in regards to what the prices of Inala are currently showing on sales. Well, in Richlands, just down from the hotel, really nice complex that was built a couple of years ago. I've got friends that actually live there. They're renting, they're not buying. And the 3-bedroom units there now are going for $1 million. $1 million. They're really nice units, by the way, but they have no green space in the complex, which is really sad. But we did build a park just down the road, so it's all good. they don't have far to walk. But it just says to me the affordability factor is just out of reach, even in the Richlands area, for a couple that are probably both working pretty good jobs and maybe have a couple of kids. I don't know how they're going to afford $1 million for a unit. And this is just the start. You know, it's just going to keep going up and up and up. I hope that developers, well, you know, that amendment we moved, right? It was just about having an aspiration of affordability for young families, singles and young families, you know? We're just not getting there. And we can talk about all this. I mean, honestly, the LNP is really good about talking, maybe moving some amendments, getting them passed, but then nothing happens. I mean, if you just look at what we're going to speak about when it comes to affordable, well, not affordable housing, but short-term stay housing, right? And what we did to try to modify people's use of their premises for short-term stay with doubling the rates, that didn't work. It didn't work. So we're making it
Councillor Strong, your time has expired. Further speaker?
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on item A, the changes to the low to medium density city plan amendment being brought forward by the LNP. Now, I've been part of the discussion about city plan since this city plan was introduced back in 2014. And it is very clear that since that plan was introduced by the LNP now 11 years ago, that it is not working. It is not working. And the LNP continue to do the same, essentially the same changes every time, thinking that somehow it's going to stimulate the development of housing, or more houses will suddenly be built, or, you know, they'll be cheaper. Yeah, cheaper. All of these things. So this is the big furphy here today. And I mean, the Lord Mayor's not even here to shepherd his very important amendments through. So the biggest issue we face here is what the LNP are publicly saying, and Councillor Adams said it again here today, that these changes would reduce construction costs. Now, if anybody believes that the construction of a house or a unit is going to be cheaper next year when this change comes into effect because the zoning or what's allowed to be built in the zoning has been changed, you'd have to have rocks in your head. You would go back to primary school, and I understand this is language that Councillor Adams will understand. You'd have to go back to primary school to say costs do not go down, Councillor Adams, they go up. And I don't know on what planet the LNP can genuinely stand up and say, oh, housing costs will go down because of us. The other level of abuse that's meted out is that if you don't agree with us, then you don't support tradies. I mean, oh my God. I mean, this is the kind of imbecilic argument that 2-year-olds make. The idea of the debate we're having today is about whether or not the changes to the zoning in our city are fit for purpose and will contribute positively to the way in which housing is built and where it is built. Now, in my area, there are 7 of the 10 suburbs that I represent that have low to medium density that will be impacted by this, and I will say adversely impacted by these changes. And I'm going to give some examples. Already in my area, council allows buildings that are much higher than the 2 or 3 storey changes. So that's been happening for a long time. So this is now going to be 4 or 5 because rooftop terraces add the 5th level. So they're just going to get higher. In my area, the LNP already approves developments as small as 104 square metres, subdivision. 104 is a subdivision in my area in Annerley. So the LNP has been doing this in Brisbane for years and years, and it's not doing any of the things that they allege are going to magically happen because they changed the zoning here today. What it's going to do is to create conflict. It's going to create conflict between existing homeowners who are either 1 story or 2 stories, who will be massively overshadowed by higher buildings. It will create conflict because there won't be enough car parks, and in streets in Annerley and Fairfield that are not wide enough now, the garbage truck cannot get down streets in Annerley now because there are too many cars parked on the road because there aren't enough car parks in the units. So the double whammy here is in these older streets where there are no frontages, not enough car parking, there are massive problems that are going to be created. And these older areas are around train stations, so they are going to be adversely impacted by these outcomes. Now, the LNP think, oh, it won't impact us. I'm sure Councillor Adamans going, well, I remember that debate from Councillor DeWitt. It was a really good one. She stood up one day in here and railed against 1 acre-sized block subdivisions out in Pullenvale Way. So I'm sure Councillor Adamans not going to have any problems with this because it won't impact on him. But this does impact on residents who have bought into an area expecting a particular type of development to happen, and that is going to be changing because of what the LNP are doing. Now, the other big issue here is these streets can't get wider. The footpaths aren't being fixed. There isn't any more public transport. You just cut the buses in these areas. You're not upgrading the parks in these areas for the additional people. And the fundamental problem is the lack of connection between infrastructure and
Councillor
the zoning being
your
discussed
time
today.
has expired. Further speaker? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Chair, apologies. I rise to speak on item A, low, medium density. I want to begin by saying that I have in this chamber and very publicly stated that Brisbane needs more housing and that I support medium density and increases in medium density across the city. It is very positive in a sense and very possible that it could be an effective way to deliver good increases to housing in the right areas. When we talk about the right areas, of course, we're talking about public transport hubs and areas close to public transport. But of course, those areas exist for now. As if we increase density, the question begins, are we going to increase the public transport deliveries to this area and the community facilities deliveries in this area? And while this item is a move towards that medium density, noting that it's not just the middle suburbs. In the Gabba, we have 3 suburbs affected by this. West End, parts of Highgate Hill, a couple of bits of Dutton Park, and little splashes around Kangaroo Point and South Brisbane. But it's really important to note that there is no guarantee. Like we keep hearing over and over and over and over again by Liberal councillors that do stand and speak the same narrative. This is going to make things cheaper. But there actually is no guarantee of that. And we've seen it play out in Sydney, where major rezonings were introduced with great fanfare, but promised housing was never delivered. And we've seen it happen here. You know, I'm going to keep coming back to it because the TLPI was the high-density solution for the housing crisis. And now, and I repeat, because the council keeps trying to say, oh, that was a state government thing, it actually came from this LNP council. And this LNP council stood up at the time and said this was the fix to the housing crisis. Yet, more than 2.5 years later, nearly, not a single dwelling has been built in the TLPI. And that is the same risk that we face here, and I don't want to have that risk. I don't want to have to, every year, when we get back to this, if it passes, if it moves forward, come back and be like, we warned you. We warned you things weren't going to be built. We warned you things were going to get more expensive. And we just keep hearing the same things from the LNP and then just attacks. But we're really, you know, I wanted to engage with this in good faith because we care about housing. We care about housing affordability. And it's disappointing that some of the contributions from the Liberal councillors is just all propaganda and attack. But I'm not going to waste time on that because there is no point on wasting time on that. To get on the record, any density increases come with non-negotiable responsibilities to deliver parks, playground, ferry terminals, libraries, frequent buses, pools, community hubs that enable our communities to thrive. The Greens have always said this and will continue to fight for this. The Greens also have been very clear and consistent. We have talked about inclusionary zoning, we have talked about a vacancy levy, and not only that, we have talked about the Airbnb crackdown. And it's nice to see that one of our policies was taken from 2023. Well, it was. And we welcome that. But the reality is we have to have an open discussion. While this is moving towards the right direction, there are no guarantees. And that has to be transparent. And I think the Liberal councillors, the Lord Mayor, the Deputy Lord Mayor, should be truthful to say that there is no guarantee that housing affordability is going to decrease. Because for all the evidence that exists today, which is the fact that the Liberal Council has been upzoning through neighbourhood plans since Campbell Newman, the prices have just increased. And I get it, the housing crisis is across Australia, but Brisbane has the highest house prices now, and you're leaders of Brisbane, not the rest of Australia. So take some responsibility, because this crisis is under the LNP.
Councillor Massey, your time has expired. Further speaker? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair, and I rise on to contribute to the debate on item A, and we've certainly heard a wide range of perspectives on this one, and some of them were reasonable, some of them were wildly misinformed, but you know, if I can start with sort of Councillor Cassidy's perspective, he kind of gets why we're doing this, and he recognises that this is something that should be done. I think his only complaint was he had a view that it should have been done earlier, but we also know the Labor Party's history on anything to do with planning. If we'd done it earlier, they probably would have opposed it. So, you know, the fact that it's coming through now is probably ideal, because I suspect they'll probably support this, particular submission. Now, he made much of the 6,000 homes that we think can be delivered through this particular amendment by 2032. Now, that's just part of a wider series of initiatives that we're pursuing across the city, so it shouldn't be seen in isolation. And as we've mentioned in the past, we will have tens of thousands of homes, I think, ultimately in Kurilpa. We set a target of 10,000. We've got applications in the system. We've got applications in the system at the moment that probably are around about the 5,000 level that will come through over future years. So Councillor Massey made much of the fact that, well, there's nothing happening down there at the moment. I think she just better wait for a while and see what actually emerges down there, because we do have a lot of interest in providing housing down there, and it will come. Having said that, you know, obviously development approvals can be complex exercises, and so it takes a little bit of time for a project to come to fruition. But watch this space. We also touched upon the suburban renewal precincts, which will add thousands of homes across the city, and last week we touched upon the Fortitude Valley Sustainable Growth Precinct, which will also add thousands of homes in that location. Councillor Collier's contribution was just feigned outrage. You know, it was quite extraordinary, to be honest with you. She complained about affordable housing, and yet I mentioned this in the chamber last week. Affordable housing is a function of the costs it takes to build the product. This particular city is one of the most expensive cities in Australia to build in. And it's not because of council, but it is because of the building and construction industry, which has seen an escalation in costs. Who mentioned 42% earlier? I think it was Councillor Adams. The previous state government spent 10 years aiding and abetting the CFMEU, and we have a cost structure now in this city that is worse in the country. So when Councillor Collier, who actually was involved in the previous state government administration, comes into the chamber and complains about affordability, she's got a lot of gall, I'll tell you that. Now, in the 10 years that the previous ALP government were in power, they did precious little to provide social housing in this state. And so we are in a position now where we're behind the 8 ball and we're having to play catch up. The previous state government's record on social housing was truly appalling. As I said, we're playing catch up now. We're pulling the levers we can. The state government's leaning into it as well. But for Councillor Collier to make the statements she made earlier are incredibly selective and, quite frankly, quite naive. Now, Councillor Chongwa's contribution started off supporting it, acknowledged that it was a contribution to the missing middle, and then went off on a pathway around mandatory and inclusionary zoning, suggesting, of course, that if you tax people enough and levy enough levies, it will somehow create supply. It's economic nonsense. And it's really hard to fathom how they believe putting in restrictions and loading costs onto the building and development industry is suddenly going to result in improved supply outcomes. It defies logic. Now, Councillor Strunk, he made some interesting points around the zoning he's got out his way. The issue with his is he's probably got LMR2, which is 2 or 3 stories. He may not get a lot of uplift there, but nonetheless, lots of places in the city will. And I think ultimately we have an opportunity here to vote for an amendment or for a program of work that we believe will provide additional housing in the right locations for first home buyers
Councillor
and
Allen, your time
downsizers.
has expired. Further speaker? No further speaker. Lord Mayor, right to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to those who contributed to the debate. I did have on my desk here an article about how Councillor Griffith opposes Brisbane City Council's new draft city plan, allowing for smaller lots but subdivides his own property. But I'm not going to focus on that. I just want to say thank you to all opposition councillors for supporting this proposal, because despite the griping we've heard today, I believe they will support it, and I'm grateful for that support. It seems even maybe the Greens will support this as well, and I thank them for that. And so, look, this needs to happen, and we can hear criticisms put out there today, but ultimately this will be a good thing. It needs to happen, and I commend this report to the chamber.
I now put item A to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Dixon. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerk, please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 23 in favour and 1 abstention.
Item A is carried. Councillors, please return to your seats. Lord Mayor, item B of the E&C report.
Thank you, Mr Acting Chair. Item B is the amendment to the planning scheme relating to car parking. And as I flagged earlier, this is an important consideration when it comes to the cost of constructing new apartments or townhouses or villas. The amount of parking that is required on a mandatory basis is significant because it can add significant costs. And so the key here is to try and find the right balance when it comes to provision of car parking, but also relieving some cost pressures on some of these new properties that we want to see built, new homes that we want to see built. And, you know, the car parking requirements, depending on the location and the type of building and the type of home that's being built here, it can easily add $80,000 to the cost of an apartment or a townhouse. And so while most people will want to have at least one car park, there are situations where it's mandatory now to have two car parks when people only want one. And so this is where we need to provide some flexibility to help bring down the costs. And so what we've done is a review of all of the car parking requirements across South East Queensland to see what the other councils are doing. And we've proposed an amendment here which brings our parking requirements in line with the other councils in South East Queensland. And so you'll see a commonality coming through with what is required in some of those other council areas now. But it's also important to remember that we overall in the City of Brisbane have better access to public transport than most of those other surrounding council areas. And so that's an important consideration. And so, yes, I accept that there will be people that will say, oh, well, this will mean more cars on the street. Well, it also will mean more people catching public transport. And so, because there are services available that aren't available in other areas. You know, what is the amount of public transport available in some of our surrounding council areas? It is, in many cases, really quite limited. Whereas we have a range of options in Brisbane that, and particularly in some of these middle ring suburbs that we're talking about here, they're either close to train stations, they're close to bus stops or busways, and there's an opportunity for people to take advantage of the public transport. There's also the ability for people to take advantage of the walking, cycling and scooting opportunities as well. And once again, we have better access to that in Brisbane than the surrounding councils do as well. And so I'm not aware of any green bridges in sort of Logan or Ipswich or Moreton or Redlands, but you know, we've invested in cycling infrastructure and pedestrian infrastructure, and will continue to do so, and that gives people opportunities as well. If you also have a look at the increasing number of families or households that are reducing their car use, this is not just about the availability of parking, it's also about a cost decision as well. So the cost of owning a car is significant. You've got the sunk cost of the car itself, the rego, the insurance, you've got the running costs. You also have the fact that ultimately a lot of families and a lot of households are deciding that they want to reduce from you know, maybe 2 cars to 1 car. And you know, we see that happening. If you look at areas that are well serviced by public transport, car ownership statistics also paint a picture that people are taking advantage of that. And while they still may have a car, they use it less often, and they're using public transport more, they're walking and cycling more. And so we need to try and get that balance right. So by aligning our parking requirements with the surrounding council areas, I think we can achieve an outcome that reduces the mandatory cost on some of these new homes being built, but also still provides for an amount of car parking that's reasonable and justifiable to meet the demand that will be there. So by making this change, we're also asking home builders to consider some sustainable initiatives. So for example, we're proposing adjusted car parking rates within 400 metres walking distance of locations that have access to high frequency public transport, and that includes in a major centre or a mixed use zone. We also require a sustainable transport plan in those locations, so that not only is our requirement to encourage people to use public transport, but the home builder has to think about how they're going to encourage their residents or provide their residents with access to sustainable travel plan and options. And that could be through the provision of a car share arrangement in the building. It could be through the provision of great cycling or scooting facilities in the building, so that people can take use of those opportunities, and also making use of whatever public transport is nearby. This is something I think is a step forward in reducing the costs of constructing apartments in the suburbs. And I also know that, this is something that people will have strong views on as well. And we welcome that. This is a discussion that we need to have, because it's really about balancing the desire to have unlimited amounts of car parking, which we'd all like to see everywhere. But what about the cost of providing that? What about the impacts of providing that? And so getting that balance right is a fine-tuning requirement, and we're proposing to fine-tune that with these amendments.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I like the Lord Mayor's sort of little analogy where he said there's no green bridge down in Logan or wherever else he said. There's no green bridge in Zilmia as well, where we're talking about here. In the low medium, love the $300 million, I'll take that. Then we can negotiate on what we build with it. I'll take that interjection from the Lord Mayor. But there, yeah, we don't need a Story Bridge out there, because we know that'll be falling down on the Lord Mayor's watch. So the argument we're hearing here is that smaller minimum block sizes, this is throughout the debate today, smaller minimum block sizes equals more affordable homes, and also now to add to it that the changes can help reduce the cost of building a home by more than $100,000 in some cases, by excluding car parking from the construction and the design altogether in some instances. As we have raised before when this debate has come up in other areas, particularly the debate around city frame parking ratio changes, there's no mechanism to ensure that the savings are actually passed on to consumers. Now, I totally accept the Lord Mayor's argument that the construction costs will be cheaper. I get that. That is well known. I don't think that's just a sort of developer talking point. That is the reality. But is the reality for consumers that they're going to be getting a cheaper product? Because it's not the experience people have had in Brisbane at the moment. It's not the experience people have had. And there's no monitoring of this either, Chair. We have raised this with Councillor Allen and the Lord Mayor before about monitoring whether these savings are actually passed on to consumers, so passed on to renters, passed on to home buyers, because that's a critical part of this conversation, surely. If we're talking about this in the sense of making housing more affordable for people, there must be some monitoring. There must be some economic study that can be done, not just on behalf of and for landowners and property developers like we see in precinct plans, but actually for the argument and for public release and as part of the public debate around this. Because the theory is that winding back construction costs associated with mandatory parking requirements is making housing cheaper. There's also the balance around parking out local streets, but as we know, if it's just unchecked, unmonitored, then developers can simply just continue to charge higher and higher market prices and receive a larger profit share from the construction of that building. There is spots as well in this and recent development application in Zilmia, which I'll get to in a second, also included this for car share arrangements, which is a good thing if it's a development condition and is enforced to be an active part of that development, basically in perpetuity, that people still have access to a private car if they need to, whether they need to, if they travel on train to and from their place of work Monday to Friday, should they be restricted on weekends from using private modes of transport? We don't think so, and this is a welcome addition. And the thrust of this also is to encourage more homes in areas close to shopping centres, which is a good thing, close to existing amenities like that. So if people need to go to the shops, they can make the choice to do it not in a private motor vehicle as well. But it's just interesting how this debate has evolved over the last couple of weeks, because the Lord Mayor stood in this place 2 or maybe 3 weeks ago, and again today we heard a bit of it, saying there isn't enough housing types for downsizers or young couples who require 1 bedroom. Strangely enough, these car parking ratios that are before us today, so that if this whole idea is about reducing car parking ratios to make more choice, more housing choice, and a more diverse choice of housing, and getting more studio and 1 bedroom units on the market, this doesn't do anything for that. Nothing. Because the car parking minimums are still 1 car park per 1 bedroom dwelling. So it reduces the number of car parks for 2 and 3 bedroom dwellings, but doesn't look at, or 4, doesn't look at those different types of housing and affordable housing that we've heard Councillor Allen give as the only example over the last 3 weeks of more affordable housing. He's talked about the development at Pretoria Street in Zilmia for 2 or 3 weeks now. But in this plan before us today, it would be 1 car park per 1 bedroom dwelling, and in fact that development was approved with 0.6 car parks per 1 bedroom dwelling. So it's just strange that the council officers, as they come and present to us, say they're independently assessing the development applications currently, today, and whatever that one was, 2 months ago, and are approving developments of 1 bedroom units with a car parking ratio of 0.6. And yet the LNP are bringing an item today saying that to make these more affordable, they'll mandate 1 car park per 1 bedroom unit. A quote from attachment C, multiple dwellings described as affordable housing. There's one for Councillor Adams. Didn't seem to know in the last debate what a definition of affordable housing was. Couldn't seem to come up with it. It's here in the papers before us. Council has one. Anticipated to accommodate students, access through a dual key arrangement or resulting from conversion of another use, including short-term accommodation, still require parking spaces in compliance with these rates for each room that is capable of being used as a dwelling. So another example of where the sort of rhetoric is around we don't need as many car spaces for that, therefore the construction costs will be cheaper, and yet they're mandating higher levels than they're talking about. So what is it? Which one is it? The Lord Mayor scurried out of here after entering the debate saying this is going to be, this is clear cut and it might be controversial, but it's not. What's before us today is completely, maybe he realised it as he was speaking. I don't know, maybe they did double check their homework as to what is currently the case and what is being proposed today, because every time you come in here there's a different story from the LNP. It's almost like after 2 decades of decline they're just phoning it in. They're just phoning it in. They don't really know. They don't know. Councillor Allen sits there in the City Planning Committee, sees a presentation come from a council officer about a development approved by independent council officers, then maybe has an idea and then brings an item to council without actually checking off how the reality of that is working already out in the suburbs of Brisbane and what it'll mean going forward as well. So we, as we have for the last 2 years, we voted in favour of every single planning scheme change the LNP have brought here, because they have said to us, they've said to us at every single step of the way, this is an answer to Brisbane's housing crisis and the construction crisis in Brisbane. And what's the result? Higher rents, higher purchase prices, higher rates for everybody. Doesn't seem to be working, guys. Doesn't seem to be working. So it's an interesting item, isn't it? I think it is. I think it's coming for them, Councillor Griffiths. But, you know, coupled with even when you couple this with the last item before there, it still is just a very muddy mess. Nothing is clear cut in this, in what the Lord Mayor has said today, what the reality is happening in the suburbs of Brisbane. And this is going out for public consultation, we accept, and that's a good thing. People should be able to see that and be able to make submissions on it. It's just a pity that it's happening right at Christmas time. I assume maybe we had an extension on the Wynnum plan because the Wynnum councillors requested it. I know the community's requested, the Councillor Adams asked for an extension in the Mount Gravatt one. I know that request has come in. Not sure if that's going to happen. I think this should be a longer consultation period over Christmas and into New Year's, so people have a genuine ability to read through the papers and the proposals and actually figure out what's happening here, because what the Lord Mayor's saying and what Councillor Allen's doing is very unclear.
Further speakers, Councillor Wolfe.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I rise to speak in support of item B, Planning Scheme Policy Amendment, car parking. This amendment is an important step in keeping our city plan current, responsive and aligned with the realities of a growing Brisbane. We know Brisbane continues to experience rapid population growth, and with that comes the need for diverse, feasible and well-located housing options. But over the past decade, we've seen sharp decline in the delivery of smaller scale multiple dwellings, particularly in our low-medium residential areas. Because of rising land and construction costs, and this has eroded the viability of these projects. At the same time, Brisbane has never been better served by public transport. Our upgraded busways and introduction of Brisbane Metro, along with a new bus network and high-frequency services, means that more residents can rely less on private vehicles for their day-to-day travel. This amendment recognises those changing conditions, and it targets areas where frequent public transport, walkability and access to services genuinely support lower car ownership, allowing us to recalibrate parking rates in a way that improves feasibility without compromising neighbourhood amenity. Chair, item B makes several sensible contemporary updates to the planning scheme policy. It introduces a new definition of key location, identifying areas that are either within major centres or within 400 metres of high-frequency public transport. These are the places where residents have real alternatives to car travel, and therefore where reduced parking rates make complete sense. It also updates how parking requirements are calculated so that outcomes are more practical and aligned with current development patterns, including modern apartment layouts, changing household sizes, and the shift towards more walking, cycling and public transport use. But most importantly, it adjusts parking expectations for 1, 2, 3 and 4 bedroom dwellings so that developments in highly accessible areas don't need to over-provide car spaces. This brings Brisbane in line with other major Australian cities and helps reduce unnecessary construction costs, particularly expensive basement and podium parking, making homes more feasible to deliver. What this amendment does achieve is improved feasibility for new housing, especially in these well-serviced areas. By reducing the need for excessive parking, projects become more viable and land can be used more efficiently for actual homes, not cars. This supports affordability, sustainability and the strategic intent of our city plan to deliver more homes where infrastructure already exists while managing congestion and encouraging greater use of active and public transport. Chair, this is a measured, evidence-based and future-focused amendment. It ensures our planning scheme keeps pace with Brisbane's transport network, reflects changing community needs and helps make more homes possible in the right locations. And I commend item B to the chamber.
Further speakers, Councillor Chongwa.
Thank you, Chair. I am speaking to ENC Report Clause B, Planning Scheme Policy Amendment to Brisbane City Plan 2014, car parking for multiple dwellings. Firstly, what does this amendment do? It lowers the minimum amount of parking bays that need to be built in multiple dwellings, like apartments and townhouses, outside the innermost suburbs. It drops the number of bays required per 2-bedroom apartment citywide, and it drops the number required for lots within 400 metres of public transport, with 20-minute headways on weekdays and 30-minute headways on weekends. I'm quite happy to see a shift in this administration away from excessive parking requirements. The Greens have been calling for lower parking minimums citywide for years now. These kinds of changes drop the cost to build apartments and encourage walking, cycling and taking public transport to get around the city. The only way to cut congestion is to build alternatives to driving. I'll remind us all that we are the 10th worst traffic congestion worldwide. Frankly, the biggest problem this change to Brisbane's lack of safe pedestrian crossings, protected bikeways and frequent public transport. Everyone in this chamber knows that 20 and 30-minute frequencies are hardly frequent. Globally, the minimum frequency that's considered frequent is 15 minutes, and that's really what this amendment should require. 15-minute frequencies start to make it possible for people to turn up and go, instead of planning their whole day around a timetable. But this council is in a catch-22. Our middle and outer ring neighbourhoods have barely any frequent public transport service. Along with that, many neighbourhoods are missing footpaths and have barely any protected bikeways, with cyclists either fighting pedestrians for footpaths or hoping that green paint protects them from traffic and trucks on main roads.
That's right, Seal.
This council could solve these problems by simply funding more footpaths, separate bike lanes and more frequent bus services. Cutting parking minimums actually saves developers money, but right now these developers will just keep those savings as profit. It certainly won't drop housing prices. The Greens have called for the state government to remove the cap on infrastructure charges so that this council can charge for the real costs to deliver basic infrastructure. As I mentioned earlier, we've also called for value uplift charges. If the council increased its infrastructure charges or introduced a value uplift charge, just like the Greens have called for, then this city would take a fair share of those savings for the public. We could have frequent public transport, protected bikeways, footpaths, pedestrian crossings citywide. Overall, this amendment is good to see. I'm glad that this council's consensus is shifting away from car-focused planning, but we need those last puzzle pieces to create the true alternatives to driving.
Further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I rise to speak on item B. Little bit of perspective in regards to the changes of how many vehicles that you'll be able to park within a complex. It sounds good on paper. I suppose it looks good on paper, I suppose. And yes, as the opposition leader says that, yes, there's an $80,000 savings potentially. And I just hope that that's actually passed on as a sale price. Listen, I'm an optimist, but I suspect that that won't always be the case. Now, go back to Richlands, because there's been a lot of development that's been happening in the Richlands area, not only Richlands in my ward, but I'll stick with Richlands just to sort of give the chamber a flavour of actually what's happening when it comes to car parking in Government Road, Richlands. Now, from Garden Road through to Archerfield Road, which is about 1 kilometre long, we started building, developers started building 2-story units basically from Garden Road, and they started marching down Government Road towards Archerfield Road. Now they're about halfway down, and there's another set, land's been cleared, and there's another group about to be built just down from the Richlands Hotel. Anyways, if you could actually, you should really come out and just actually have a look at how bad the parking on the street is now with the current rules. And if you can just imagine, that's probably going to make it 15, 20%, 30% worse with these new rules if they get adopted. Because just because people maybe only have one car for a one-bedroom, right? By the time, and most of these units have 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom. And this is what's happened, you know, is that there's only 1 or 2 car parks for, say, the 4-bedroom, and guess where the rest of the cars are? Out on Government Road, right? And it's chaos now, so much so that, honestly, they park both sides of Government Road, because there's units on both sides, and thank goodness it's not a bus route, because there would be no place for a bus to even pull over to start with. And honestly, the width, I mean, honestly, 2 cars cannot pass you at the moment down Government Road, right? When you have cars parked on both sides. So I don't think the adoption of these new conditions are really going to benefit people that are currently living in Richlands. It's only going to get worse for those areas that are still undergoing a lot of development. I'm just, and the other thing too is that, you know, so you have a couple that maybe be in a 1-studio apartment, you know, they have 1 car, but guess what? They need 2 because they live in different directions. They work in different directions, right? And the train may not go, they may not be able to take the train to work, or even the high-frequency bus route, 100, right? May not be able to take them to work either. So what are they supposed to do? They share a car? Well, I don't know how that works when you both have got to be at work about the same time in different directions. And the ones that have 2 and 3 bedrooms, that have maybe a couple of kids and they got to take it to childcare, they need more than 1 car. The city was set up for vehicles, you know, and we're trying to re-engineer things. And quite frankly, as much as it's good that, you know, potentially the prices will become more affordable, right, with these changes, I suspect that it's not going to achieve the degree that we wanted to achieve in regards to more housing and more affordable housing being delivered. So I just highlight this one particular area, right? There is others I could mention, but parking is a big issue in my ward. In a number of
Councillor Strunk, your time has expired.
Chair.
Further speakers. Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on item B.
One moment, Councillor Allen. I'd already called Councillor Massey. Okay. No, you're on your feet and I called you. I didn't realise. Sorry.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on item B and put some things on the record. Look, the Greens in Brisbane City Council have always advocated for a reduction in car parking minimums. We've always advocated for it. And we've always advocated for, instead of building car parks, that developers should be focused on funding infrastructure that our communities actually need. Parks, public transport, ferry terminals, safe bike and scooter lanes, pedestrians, playgrounds, etc., etc., etc. And if implemented with ambition, reductions in car parking minimums could significantly improve people's lives if we did everything else. I'm just going to touch on very quickly, before I go on, through you, Chair, something Councillor Wolf said earlier in the debate, which was we've never had better public transport in the city. And I'm gonna talk about the Gabba ward very specifically, because just in the past 18 months, 2 of our buses have been discontinued by this LNP council. So our public transport is actually worse than 18 months ago. while our density and our populations are increasing. So that's the 68 and the 27. We'll keep going about that. The density has increased, so we know that there's more people being left behind on our streets from the 196. We know the 60 is packed. We know that there's no city cat in Kangaroo Point, though. The last calculation was the population density of Kangaroo Point is now at 11,909, which makes it potentially, well, it does make it the densest suburb in Kangaroo Point. So when I hear these things, and I'm being told that public transport has never been better, I'm sorry, I know that that is not true for the Gabba ward. Back to the car parking minimums though. Look, we know this is not being pushed by the fact that we want a less car-centric city. Everyone's been clear on the side of the LNP that this is about reducing costs for developers, trying to make things cheaper, except we all also know that there's no guarantees that any savings from developers who are building 2, 3, 4 bedroom units, noting that 1-bedroom units will still have 1 car park, are going to pass on those savings to the future renters or to home buyers or even investors. There's actually no guarantee about that, and we know that there's always been a cosy relationship with the LNP and private developers. I've talked about this multiple times. This kind of continues. So the LNP are putting this in place for that.
Point of order, Councillor Adams.
That is very close to imputing motive. If Councillor Massey believes there is a close relationship, it is her responsibility to take that to the CCC. Otherwise, I ask for her to refrain from making those comments in this place where there is no privilege.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. The word was cosy. And there's no guarantees. So the Greens have always said we want to reduce parking minimums because of these reasons. We want walkable streets. We want people catching public transport. We want, we want tree canopy. And we know that that's not the reason why this is being done. And that's the first thing that we've got to put on the record. It's a completely different reason. And the thing is, that's what we've got to be transparent about again. We keep hearing over and over again that there's a series of major legislative changes that are going to make it easier. This set of package, like the LNP haven't hidden anything. They've said, we are trying to make it easier for developers. But it, again, is still yet to see if that works. And history right now keeps showing us, even in my time here in Chambers, that it is not working. An example would be the reduction in the car park minimum within the city core. There is literally a development on the TLPI that is building 3 podiums of car parking, double car parking, which is in the TLPI, for luxury towers to be able to sell it. So, look, okay, let's do it. But when it doesn't go right, will you say that out loud and in public and be accountable for it?
Councillor Massey, your time has expired. Further speakers? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on item B, the LMR review car parking item. This review is really about trying to create an environment where we can make housing cheaper to build and get more projects out of the ground so we can have more housing for people at every stage of their life. Now, we know, as the Lord Mayor touched upon earlier, that car parking is a barrier because of the sheer cost in building car parks. And Councillor Cassidy made a point that, will the reduction in car parks make housing cheaper? Well, one thing I can say is if we don't move those settings, it definitely will be more expensive. So the reality is we're trying to put a setting that's in line with our neighbouring councils, and as we know, the cost to provide a car park can be quite extensive. In the inner city area, it's up to $100,000, but even in suburban locations, it can be many tens of thousands of dollars. And not only does it cost in terms of the bill to provide the additional parking, it also has a significant impact on the configuration of the development, particularly where the lots might be a bit smaller. So it's a real cost, it is a real impediment to providing homes, and we are conscious that we need to modify these settings if we're going to see any change. And clearly we're looking at locations that are close to strong public transport connections or within walking distance to centres and shops and things like that, so all that amenities nearby. The councils in and around us have lower rates, as the Lord Mayor touched upon, so we're aligning ourselves with those rates. And so we're just trying to bring about a change that reflects the nature of our city and the way the city's evolving. We're conscious that we have diminishing car ownership across the city, and we're responding accordingly. The buildings in question will also be required to have sustainable travel plans, which outline some of the alternative transport options that exist around them, as opposed to purely focusing on cars. Now, these rates that we're proposing are a minimum. If they so desire, they can provide more, but certainly what we're doing is targeting a lower rate of car parking with visitor parking rates to remain as they currently are. Now, subject to ministerial approval, this will go to public consultation early in the new year, we hope possibly in February. So this is sort of another significant step in this administration's plans to make housing more feasible, to open up more homes in the city, and we're very confident that this is a step in the right direction. And as I mentioned earlier, if we don't reduce these car parking rates, you can guarantee costs will be higher, and that will flow through to purchase prices and rentals. I did want to touch upon Councillor Chongwa's contribution to the debate today. She mentioned the frequency of bus frequencies. At the end of the day, council doesn't set the timetables. We don't decide the services and the frequency of those services. That's a TransLink responsibility. We provide drivers and buses. Now, if there is additional usage of particular routes, then TransLink will respond and would consider putting in additional services. But you've got to get the demand there before the services will be provided. She touched upon, the nasty builder developers, wanting to make a profit. She lives in some sort of fantasy world, where magic pudding economics work. What she was saying about the provision of housing and developers and builders wanting to make a profit, it's straight out of the socialism handbook. The industry doesn't work that way. And to suggest that was even an option is, it's complete fantasy and in denial of the way the city works. If she wants a different model and a different economic model, she might be in the wrong country. Anyway, to Councillor Strunk's point, at the end of the day, he seemed very supportive of motor vehicles, great. He was very happy to continue to push out and encourage urban sprawl. We're not in favour of urban sprawl. We want to see infrastructure leveraged, and that's why we're going through the process we are.
Councillor Allen, your time has expired. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Again, sadly, I've seen all this before. I think this is probably at least the second or third change to parking ratios that the LNP has brought through, with changes to city plan every time, alleging that units will be cheaper and the rents will go down. This time we've heard from Councillor Allen, and all these fanciful ideas that suddenly housing will be cheaper to build if there are less car parks. Now, it may be in some well-placed parts of our city, car parks aren't needed in the amounts that are in the city plan ratios. but that what this does is cast a significant blanket across many suburbs, not just areas that are principal activity centres, major activity centres or district centres. This specifically says within 400 metres of a train station, bus stop, and a few ferry stop and a few other things. Now in my area, that's going to impact on 8 of the 10 suburbs that I represent: Sherwood, Corinda, Oxley, Yurongpilly, Yeronga, Fairfield, Annerley, Graceville and Tennyson. Now, in most of those suburbs, well, sorry, not most of those suburbs, it is a rail line, but not always. So we do have some arterial roads where buses run at, you know, higher rates. The good news is in most of my areas, the bus only runs once an hour. So, you know, that's a plus for my most of my residents. You know, sometimes we're lucky it runs on the half hour, but usually only between 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. So, you know, the buses aren't the issue. There are multiple train lines running through Tennyson Ward, and the suburbs that have train stops, they do have access to good public transport. The train is a fairly reliable, you know, usually public transport system. However, if you live anywhere near a train stop now, your street is already parked out. And coming to you shortly are 4-storey unit apartments without parking or with limited parking for residents. Now, if you live in these suburbs, you're really expecting to have a car. You're not living in West End, you're not living in Newstead, you're not living in the Valley. You know, people who buy in these suburbs that are, you know, 8 or 10 or 12 kilometres outside of the CBD generally own a car. Many of them, as we like to talk about the downsizes over there, also have trailers and caravans, and we are going to have enormous problems. I think the market is probably going to impact on this, because any developer that tries to sell, you know, a $2 million apartment or a $4 million apartment like in my area without a car park, they're not going to sell it. So I think the market will address this issue. But the fanciful idea from this LNP administration that somehow reducing these ratios for 2, 3 and 4 bedroom and above apartments is suddenly going to make them cheaper. Well, what about the 1 bedroom apartments? They're not doing that. I mean, if you're going to think who's going to be in a 1 bedroom apartment, it's highly likely it'll be a younger person or an older person. And they're probably, of the cohorts, the least likely to require a car if people don't have cars. So if this was a genuine attempt at looking at trying to create housing stock that meets the demand beyond the standard 2, 3 bedroom type apartments, then the LNP has just massively failed. So what this will, the only thing that this is going to do is to create havoc in middle ring suburbs that have arterial roads with high frequency buses or train stations. And if Penny Wolf thinks this is a good idea, I can't wait to see what her residents say. I mean, the Councillor Penny Wolf, I mean, she hasn't been here that long, but the reason that her ward was almost lost was because of the bad planning changes that were being made by the then planning chair, Julian Simmons. And she can thank him for the disastrous impact of allowing all those units to be built through, through parts of her ward. Now, being supportive of having streets in St Lucia and Indooroopilly massively parked out because there are no car parks is not going to be well received. Plus, of course, they're in regulated parking areas, so they won't even be eligible for a permit.
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired. Further speakers? No further speakers? We'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Deputy Mayor. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 19 in favour and 1 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now move to item C, the proposed short stay accommodation, Local Law 2025. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. As you said, the item C is the proposed short stay accommodation local law. With the introduction of a local law, nearly 500 homes will be returned to the long-term housing market. We all know that Brisbane is Australia's lifestyle capital, and to protect that lifestyle, we need fair, consistent rules for short stay accommodation providers. The vast majority of operators are doing the right thing. But when things go wrong, and they do go wrong, neighbours expect council to act quickly. The Short Stay Accommodation Task Force recommended a new local law for exactly this reason. It's why we're taking action through the Short Stay Accommodation local law, ensuring that operators are responsible for their guests and that suburbs remain safe, peaceful and enjoyable places for all residents to live. The proposed local law will introduce a permit system for residential properties used for short stays or for less than 90 days. The permit will require operators to provide house rules, have a 24/7 contact person, respond to complaints within an hour or 60 minutes and report back to council as well within 24 hours. We will have a strong but fair compliance strategy. Education first, then warnings and fines, and in serious cases, permits can be revoked after repeated breaches. Operating without a permit can trigger immediate enforcement. The proposed local law does not override planning rules. Some operators will still require development approval where appropriate. And if you're a mum and dad operator just renting out a room, you will not be required to get a permit. Also exempt from getting permits are hotels, resorts, nature-based tourism, emergency housing and service apartments with on-site 24/7 management. Public consultation on this will run from Friday the 12th of December through to the 16th of February next year, with commencement proposed for the 1st of July 2026. This is about ensuring neighbourhoods remain peaceful, safe and enjoyable, while we're delivering a balanced and practical framework that protects residents. The Greens and Labor have spent years opposing new homes, attacking property developers and property owners, and offering no realistic regulatory plan alternative of their own. This local law protects residents, it supports tourism, and it keeps Brisbane's lifestyle strong. It is fair, it is balanced, and it's a necessary step forward, and I commend the item to the chamber.
Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. It's interesting they have these speeches written and responding to things we haven't yet said, thinking they know what we're going to say. Interesting approach. Doesn't always work out for them. The proposed short stay accommodation local law, or draft local law, I guess, before us today, which is going to be put out for consultation, Councillor Cunningham said is 2.5 years worth of work. The task force, which I believe Councillor Cunningham chaired, apparently 2.5 years ago recommended that a local law be put in place. But why has it taken 2.5 years for us to see this? The approach that the LNP told us over the last 2 budgets, over the last 2 years, to addressing this problem was a higher rates category. They didn't say in this year's budget or the budget before that this local law was required or was coming down the line. They just said their silver bullet to the problem was a higher rates category. So what the local law says it's going to do is to ensure that short stay accommodation is appropriately regulated through a permit system, and permits can only be attained through a development application. And support the protection of residential amenity by requiring operators to demonstrate good property management practices. both reasonable things that the local law is seeking to achieve. And I guess there is a bit of a silver lining in this tired old LNP council playing catch-up, which is we all have to spend less time writing our own speaking notes because we don't have to respond to what they say in this debate. I guess we can just reflect on what they've been doing over many, many years on this front. We predicted 2 years ago that the rates increase that the LNP said was the silver bullet wouldn't solve the problem. It was always just about increased revenue. Now, they'll continue to get that increased revenue as well, the LNP, from the ratings category, which will be applied to properties that receive permits through this local law. Why weren't these changes made concurrently years ago? I mean, it's not, you can tell the presentation has a whole lot of ChatGPT emojis all through it. Like ChatGPT's written half of the presentation that was given today. You know, in the local law, the council officers are very well versed. There's 50 lawyers in the city legal practice, 50 lawyers up there that can help draft a local law. Why has it taken 2.5 years? Why aren't these changes made concurrently? It's just, again, that there's no urgency, no foresight, no interest, no aspiration, no leadership from the Lord Mayor, wherever he is. Just hasn't been worried about it because he hasn't had much skin in the game when it comes to this. So for the last couple of years, they've obviously loved the extra rates revenue, but haven't really put that extra rates revenue into any form of supportive housing, affordable housing, anything like that, which is what it's supposed to be all about, right? So the permit system is welcome, it's just very late. We understand the needs for the permit to force existing and future short-term accommodation operators to undergo development applications and force them out of low-density residential areas. That's basically the basis, and I guess council's only head of power to be able to actually ban Airbnbs in low-density areas, to refuse DAs for them, and without a DA you can't get a permit. The permit's in the local law, so there are then compliance activities the council can make. So it all is quite logical, but I guess it's the only head of power there. A genuine question too, because and I'm sure the Deputy Mayor will be able to answer this in summing up. Whole houses in the low-density residential area are captured as will be banned. Single rooms are not within houses in the low-density area. There's a whole lot of people with relaxation around granny flats in secondary dwellings on the same property, not different addresses, same address, that could be rented out for short-term rentals as well. How is that captured in this? And I think that is an important one, because an important one for the LNP to answer as this goes out to consultation, because they might actually find that while the list within the presentation here says there were 515, I think, properties, 519, I should say, in the low-density residential area. How many of those are, in fact, granny flats or secondary dwellings within that area as well? I just think it's an important thing for us to understand. So this should force some supply back to the market for rentals, but again, I guess if the problem was known for so long now, for at least the last 2.5 years since the task force recommended some action, why has it taken this long? We keep coming back to the same question. And we then wondered, I guess, when we saw this, before we even saw the presentation here, what is the plan for the replacement of short-term accommodation? So if we're all in agreement, in furious agreement, that whole houses in low-density residential areas and suburbs in Brisbane should be returned for long-term rental accommodation for people, for families moving to Brisbane, what is the plan for an increase in short-term accommodation to meet the needs of Brisbane, not just as a growing city and people wanting to visit here for a whole range of reasons, or needing accommodation in the suburbs of Brisbane for a wide range of reasons, not just tourism and visiting, but also whether, you know, family reunions of different kinds and things like that. What is the plan around that? So we've obviously been thinking about that, and My thought before today was that when the Lord Mayor was up at the Full Moon Hotel in Sandgate, talking to a couple of people from the Sandgate Chamber of Commerce, and said that there wasn't enough short-term accommodation in places like Sandgate. He'd like to see more hotel and motel accommodation there. I thought about a month ago he'd probably announced that pubs would be given right of development, and we hear that today. He's announced that today. But I don't know if a few pub rooms is going to necessarily fill the gap that we will see here as a result of these changes. He talked about the Glen Hotel going from potentially 60 to 100 rooms, so 40 rooms in a pub a fair way away from where I am and where I represent. There's 60 pubs, I think the Lord Mayor said, around Brisbane. Not all of them will be developable. I don't imagine a lot of them will get accommodation out of the ground before 2032 as well. So if you, again, think about the process of which the LNP have undergone here, 2.5 years ago had a task force that the Deputy Mayor chaired and understood fully the ramifications of. Sometime very soon after that, increased the rating category, or introduced a new rating category and increased the yearly rates on properties identified as short-term accommodation, and then some years later bring in a permit scheme, and just as a sort of offhand response to that, the Lord Mayor announces that pubs will become hotel motels like the old days and have single rooms. Maybe they'll be like the old days with, you know, a common veranda and a common toilet and a basin in each room, something like that. That's what the most accommodation the Lord Mayor was sort of nostalgically referring to in pubs was like, in some parts of regional Queensland still is. And beyond that, nothing. Beyond that, the Lord Mayor has nothing, no answer. He didn't say anything because he wasn't here, for starters. But yeah, it would be less than 49% after today's meeting. But what is next? We don't see any forward planning from the LNP. And what we've seen also in the last couple of years has been, like we've talked about recently, more short-term accommodations come online, not just through the proliferation of single homes joining platforms like Airbnb, but also through development applications. This LNP Council has approved complete transitions from high-density residential living to high-density short-term accommodation, like the Utopia building that we talked about over the last couple of weeks as well. And there were hundreds of renters who lost their homes as a result of that, for the LNP to approve that to become short-stay accommodation. That would still obviously be allowed under this scheme, and they will have to have a permit under this law. But if we're talking about basically encouraging, like the LNP have, private rentals being commonly owned and then converted to short-stay accommodation, then paying whatever it's going to be, $1,000 for the permit and maybe $1,000 a year for a renewal, then what is the plan? Seems like maybe this is more about revenue, in fact, than it is actually about achieving an outcome if you follow each and every step the LNP have taken to get us to here, and then the confusion about where we're going in the future.
Further speakers, Councillor Adderman.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak about item C, the proposed creation of the short stay accommodation local law. As the Deputy Mayor indicated, the proposed local law aims to strike the right balance between the need for short stay accommodation and ensuring our suburbs continue to be great places to live. Short stay accommodation has become the norm worldwide, but particularly in areas designed for tourism, high density living and visitor accommodation. In Brisbane, that's areas such as the CBD and inner city suburbs where transport services and neighbouring users support short-term stays. I dare say that a number of those long-suffering English visitors to our city in the past week, who were here to watch their cricket team get flogged in the second Ashes Test, would have stayed in short-term accommodation. It's now an accepted fact of life, and the economic benefits to the city are obvious, with visitors to the city unloading their British pounds in hotels, pubs, clubs and restaurants. And it will continue into the future when hapless New South Wales Blues supporters flock to our city to witness their team getting towelled in the state of origin, or visitors attending concerts and other major international events being secured by the LNP Christopher government at both Suncorp Stadium and eventually Victoria Park, through to the biggest sporting event of them all, which was the Olympics and Paralympics in 2032. Chair, central to the proposed amendments is the introduction of a permit system for homes and apartments rented out for short stays. This will aim to make operators responsible for managing their guests and resolving issues quickly to protect Brisbane's incredible lifestyle. In turn, this will help ensure local neighbourhoods remain safe, peaceful and enjoyable for everyone. The first step in this process is to obtain community feedback, and I would encourage everyone with a view on this subject to provide feedback during the consultation period, which we know opens this Friday and closes on the 16th of February. Chair, we are introducing this simply because we couldn't continue with the status quo. Introducing a local law based on the recommendation of the Short Stay Accommodation Task Force is the right thing to do. But with all laws, situations change, and we need to be able to adapt, to amend, to ensure we are able to still meet a growing trend in the accommodation market worldwide without it impacting on our city's lifestyle, which has become the envy of other capitals worldwide. Central to this proposed local law is ensuring operators are accountable for guest behaviour, helping to reduce noise and disruption for neighbours. Second, we need to have the ability to act to ensure operators of short stay accommodation premises act quickly on complaints. And third, by creating fair and consistent rules, everyone knows what's expected. Chair, the proposed changes are simple. A permit will be required for homes used in short stays less than 90 days at a time. Operators will be required to provide house rules to guests to display their permit number in ads. The permit holder can be the owner, tenant or property manager. 24/7 contact person must be nominated to respond to complaints. Operators must hold public liability insurance for the duration of each booking, and warnings and fines could be issued or permits revoked for repeated breaches. Chair, predictably, and we've seen it already, those opposite will try and make a big deal about the proposed permit system, but it's simple. If you rent out a house or apartment for short stays, you'll likely need a permit. Hotels, serviced apartments with on-site managers and home-hosted stays where the owner lives on site are exempt. Likewise, if you operate a nature-based tourism accommodation, a resort complex, a tourist park, emergency housing or not-for-profit crisis accommodation, a serviced apartment, which means a premises that is part of a letting pool with centralised management and an on-site property manager. Home-hosted stays where the owner-occupier lives on site and remains during the paying guest's stay. Workforce accommodation, a community residence, a residential care facility, a retirement facility, and rural workers accommodation. Chair, in summary, the proposed local law has been well thought through to reflect our changing environment without impacting on the reasons why people choose to make Brisbane their home, and I support its introduction. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, I rise to speak on Clause C, the short stay accommodation proposal. And just sitting here listening to the debate, just sort of, from Clause A, B, and C, just it conjured up in my mind a block of granite, say about this big. And the Lord Mayor, with his artisan hat on, with his hammer and chisel, chiseling away at this granite block, trying to come up with the answer about more houses, more affordable housing. And every time he brings an amendment into this chamber, he just chips away, chips away, chips away. And the cuts aren't really deep. He promises a lot and delivers a little. And when they say that there's going to be 500 homes returned to long-term accommodation, right? Anytime there's a 00 on a claim, right, by any government, right, I question that. That's just a guess. They're just a hope, an aspiration. We really don't, and the administration doesn't know how many homes potentially could come back. I don't know what you base the 500 on, but if that's a number that was paying the higher rate, right, I got news for you, there's a lot more out there, right, that potentially could come back. But I suspect as well that we'll put all this in place, and the operators who are operating Airbnb now and those other forms, short-term stay forms, will just swallow that, get on with it, get the DAs, get the permits, and continue on with their business. There are probably people that are reasonably well off. You know, they have some investment properties, and they're probably smart people. They can do development applications. They can get people to do it for them if they can't do it themselves. Maybe a city planner or two that's probably going to be in the same boat with their properties. Who knows? But I won't say they'll get around it, but they'll just proceed with the process. And how many homes will actually come back in the end? I don't know. You don't know. We guess. Anyways, so the Lord Mayor just keeps chiseling away at this granite block, hoping that it's going to be revealed as the quintessential answer to increasing homes being built in Brisbane, accommodation being built in Brisbane, and we all hope by the 32 Olympics that we have all these wonderful homes and accommodation being built so that we can actually maybe, I'd say there's probably going to be some homestays as well during the Olympics. Hopefully they'll roll that out. This is not going to be involved in this amendment, but like we did in the Expo 88, a couple of my friends did homestay, and it worked really well for a short-term accommodation. So we'll probably do that, but I don't know if this is going to be successful or not. We'll soon find out once the approval comes from state government that we can do it, and then we roll it out, and we'll just see how close you are to the 500 or not. Thank you, Chair.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Adams.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I move that Council now adjourn for dinner for 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor. Just quiet, thank you, councillors. Councillors. It has been moved by Councillor Adamant and seconded by Councillor Givney that Council adjourn for dinner for a period of 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. The meeting will be adjourned when all councillors have left the chamber. Further speakers? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to join the debate on item C, the short stay accommodation local law. At the end of the day, this item is about balance. We want tourism and visitation to thrive, but we also want neighbourhoods to feel like home. The new permit system we're introducing will see our suburbs remain peaceful, welcoming and relaxing, particularly in areas where short stay accommodation is not in line with the intent of the area. There have been a number of recent examples in the news that go to the heart of this point. We've seen bookings that have resulted in out-of-control parties in what would normally be peaceful, quiet suburban areas, with hundreds of partygoers causing thousands of dollars worth of damage to the property in neighbouring areas. We've seen properties used solely for bucks, hens and other gatherings, attracting police attention multiple times, with local residents claiming they sometimes felt unsafe in their own homes. We need to ensure there are fair and consistent rules in this space so that amenity can be upheld and that short stay accommodation is not being encouraged in areas unsuitable for it. To this end, we'll see about 500 properties currently operating as short stay accommodation encouraged to return to the long-term rental market, with the bulk of these in the low density and low medium density zones. This means that even more homes will become available for longer-term housing so that residents in this city can have more choices and more opportunities to find a home that's right for them. It also means that there will be less disruption, noise and disturbance in areas where people least expect it. In contrast, short stay accommodation is better suited for areas designed for tourism and higher density living, like the CBD and other high density areas, and we'll be looking to support short stay accommodation in these areas. And we're all aware of the areas where this type of short stay accommodation works and those where it doesn't and where it can be particularly disruptive. So it's important that when we are operating short stay accommodation and people are seeking permits, that they have the appropriate development approvals in place. And there will be locations where a development approval will be required in order to gain a permit. And it would be fair to say that there are a number of zonings across the city where short stay accommodation is not envisaged. And so, accordingly, an approval pathway for those locations will be difficult. It's a function of the way city plan's structured. It's a function of what we expect to see, particularly in the low-density residential and LMR areas. And accordingly, we'll be focusing closely on what those expectations are and what the intents of those zonings are. You know, we would encourage people who are potentially in zonings where short stay accommodation is not envisaged. We'd encourage them to use the City Plan online platform to get a sense of what their current zoning is and what might be permitted there. And also we'd encourage them to contact council for advice if they're not sure whether a development approval is required. So we want to make the process as seamless as possible. We want to create an environment where people can ask council for some guidance in the first instance around whether their particular property would be suitable for short-term accommodation. And ultimately, if they are unsuitable, that they're provided with that guidance early on before they embark on costly processes such as engaging a town planner. So this is all about balance, as I mentioned at the beginning. It's all about making sure that we balance the need for short stay accommodation in the city, but in the right locations, and also balance suburban amenity to ensure that the residents of the city can expect certain outcomes in the house next door or across the street, and that unexpected usages are not occurring, particularly in those low-density residential and LMR areas. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers, Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. And just quickly, as a point of order, how much time do we have left in the general meeting?
Sorry, we've got about 10 minutes.
Perfect. Madam Chair, I rise to speak on item C. For years now, residents across Brisbane, particularly in the inner south, have been telling us the same thing. Homes becoming harder to find, rent skyrocketing, and entire dwellings quietly disappearing into short-term accommodation markets. In 2023, on the 5th of September, the Greens put forward a comprehensive homes not hotel policy because we understood over 2 years ago that every single home matters. We made it clear back then that the conversion of residential investment properties into short-term lets had taken hundreds, if not thousands of homes out of the long-term rental market, and that returning these homes to residents was not just about a statistical consideration, but about housing justice. And I'm just going to go through some of the bits of the plan. Firstly, we did talk about the rates increase. It was a dramatic increase, 1,000% of the normal rates that were being charged at the time. Obviously, this policy has moved to permits. Another one, though, was restricting entire home short-term letting in resident neighbourhoods unless clearly appropriate. Sounds familiar? Clear exemptions, including for community housing, etc., and for people renting out a spare room. Again, does that sound familiar? Planning, reform, and enforcement. Our policy had inspectors to identify unlawful short-term operations. The permit system, what will happen from here, from the conversation this morning, it's a little bit different, but does that also sound familiar? These ideas have been on the table for over 2 years. They were available to this administration the entire time, and clearly they've used some of them. In August this year, Madam Chair, I asked the Lord Mayor directly about the impacts of unregulated short-term accommodation, because in my ward, some new apartment towns were operating as de facto hotels. Permanent residents almost had no recourse because of legal loopholes, and they lived every day with those consequences. At that time, at that meeting, the Lord Mayor responded by minimalising, firstly, the problem. Fewer than 1% of properties in Brisbane are on the short-term platforms. So to suggest that this is the cause of the housing problem is not true. I didn't say it was the cause of the housing problem. We said it was a part of the problem. On our policy, we made it clear this was not the silver bullet to the housing crisis, but it was one tool that the council could use and legislate. After this, in the same breath, he then defended the LNP's existing inaction by saying, we would charge appropriate rates because that's a commercial operation. Obviously, we've now moved to a permit system, but again, this was 2 months ago. This is what the Lord Mayor in here was saying 2 months ago about short-term accommodation platforms like Airbnb. After that, he then tried to claim credit about a task force. We've had recommendations come out of that, and we're progressing them. Like, that was it. And then the hypocrisy becomes even clearer because moments later, he then admitted the LNP's policy failure outright. We can't stop apartment owners switching their apartments over to short-term accommodation. Not even the body corporate has that power, right? And yet 2 months later, here we are. But that was the exact failure that the Greens in council have been talking about since 2023. That's why we called for this crackdown. But our platform was more than this platform. Again, as I've mentioned so many times in this chambers, a housing first model, inclusionary zoning, vacancy levy. And so now what we have is a policy, a permit system that's been introduced by the LNP. And you know what? Greens win. But let's be clear, the LNP version is nowhere near enough. The Greens' vision in council remains what it always has been. Homes must be for people, not profit. Housing must be treated as a human right. Local communities deserve a voice, because if Brisbane has a heart, it acts boldly to ensure that every resident has a place to call home.
Further speakers, Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak in support of item C, the proposed short stay accommodation local law. The proposed local law represents a major step forward in how Brisbane manages short stay accommodation with a clear objective: to protect the amenity and peacefulness of our suburbs while ensuring operators take genuine responsibility for the way their properties are used. Chair, the centrepiece of this reform is the complaints management system, which introduces strict enforceable standards for how operators must respond when issues arise. Under this framework, operators must hold a valid permit, and under the associated rule, a number of conditions will apply to that permit. This includes the requirement to nominate a 24/7 contact person. When we receive a complaint, we will immediately notify that contact. From that moment, the operator has two key objectives: acknowledge the issue within 60 minutes, and then resolve the matter and report back to us within 24 hours, detailing how the matter was addressed. This creates a clear and enforceable chain of accountability that simply does not exist today. Chair, one of the questions that was asked during the industry reference group meeting was, what happens when the issue involves noise, disturbances, or a house party? It's important to be very clear. Immediate safety, noise and antisocial behaviour will continue to be the responsibility of the Queensland Police. Police remain the appropriate agency to deal with the active disturbances, and nothing in this local law will change that. However, the permit holder will still have obligations under the permit even when police are handling this incident. They cannot simply distance themselves from the complaint. They must still take responsible steps to manage their property, engage with guests, and demonstrate to us that they have done everything possible to issue escalations or ensure that they are not recurring. Let me illustrate how this will work in practice. Imagine residents are disturbed late at night by a noisy gathering at a short stay property. Under the proposed local law, residents may choose to contact police and us. Police will attend and manage the situation as they normally would. At the same time, we will notify the permit holder, the nominated 24-hour contact. The contact must acknowledge the issue within 60 minutes, contact the guests and let us know what they have done within a 24-hour period. If the permit holder fails to satisfy us that they took appropriate, timely action, even if police were present, that response will count as a strike against the compliance framework. They cannot claim that police simply handled it as an excuse for inaction. Responsibility under this permit remains with the operator. Chair, those strikes matter. Under the proposed 3-strike rule, 3 substantiated breaches within 3 years will result in the permit being revoked. And the 3-strike rule should sound quite familiar to people in this chamber. This is already a well-established rule of governance here in this place under the meetings local law, where a councillor may be referred to the OIA after 3 instances of unsuitable meeting conduct. This approach is familiar, enforceable, and ensures operators are held to clear, consistent behavioural standards that residents can rely on. And in the case where operators attempt to run short stay accommodation without a permit, penalties of more than $140,000 may apply. Now, Madam Chair, I heard some claims from the opposition. Councillor Cassidy claimed, "You've been talking about this since 2023. Now, Chair, the task force was formed in 2023. However, the report was only handed down 18 months ago. And that report made several significant recommendations, including the creation of an entirely new local law. We always said this was a major reform and not something to be rushed. Instead, we took our time to get it right. Since then, we have worked through the complexities, developed the permit framework, developed the associated rule, and designed the complaints management and enforcement models. I can assure this chamber that we have worked through this entire local law and we are very proud to put it forward to the community. Madam Chair, my final notes will be to Councillor Massey. The only policy that was proposed that I knew of was the policy that the Greens were very comfortable with squatting, not short stay accommodation. Madam Chair, I look forward to the community providing us with their feedback.
Councillors, under the provisions of section 35...
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What's your point of order, Councillor Johnson?
Madam Chair, under section 35(14) of the meetings local law, I move that the council meeting is extended until all E&C matters before us can be voted upon today.
Seconded.
It's a procedural motion by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Massey. That we extend debate. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston, Councillor Massey, seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 6 in favour and 15 against.
That is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillors, please resume your seats. Under the provisions of section 35(13), councillors, quietly.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, Madam Chair. I draw your attention to section 42, procedural motions. Could you please advise the clause that says this, the motion I just moved was a procedural motion?
Councillor, it's like any other extension of time, etc. It is a procedural motion. Councillor Cassidy, your
Madam
point
Chair.
of Councillor Cassidy,
Point of order, Madam Chair.
No, Councillor, I've just dealt with your point of order.
Madam Chair.
Councillor Cassidy was on his feet.
Madam Chair.
No, you can wait.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
No, Councillor. I am calling on Councillor Cassidy, who was on his feet before you. Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Can I ask that item F be taken seriatim for voting, please?
Of course.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chairman, I move that you are engaging in unsuitable meeting conduct by failing to appropriately apply the rules of procedure under the meeting's local law, by failing to allow debate on an ordinary motion in this place.
Seconded.
A motion of unsuitable meeting conduct of the chair has been moved by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Massey. I'll now vacate the chair and leave the chamber.
Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. Week after week, the chairperson of Council, Councillor Sandy Landers, is failing to appropriately apply the meeting's local law. 2 weeks ago, Councillor Landers allowed two motions, one regarding removing me from the council chamber and allowing Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Griffiths to stay without debate. And today again, she has not allowed any debate on motions that have been put forward in this place. Now, section 35(14) is the section under which I've moved the amendment. It is not included within section 42 procedural motions. So procedural motions are as follows. The motion be put, that debate on the motion be adjourned, the motion lie on the table, the motion be taken off the table, a motion of dissent against a ruling in a point of order, that the meeting adjourn for a particular period, that the chair leave the chair, that a motion be withdrawn, that a councillor be granted a leave of absence, that the meeting now be closed, that the meeting now be open, and that the standing rules be suspended to allow a motion that is not listed on the agenda. Now, the motion under section 35(14) is not a procedural motion. As a properly moved motion in this place, debate should have been allowed on whether or not the meeting should be closed. So Councillor Landers has yet again failed to follow the meeting's local law procedure before us today. Now, Councillor Landers does not have unlimited discretion in this place. She must, under the meeting's local law, follow the meeting's local law. It's only if there is no local law on the matter that she has any discretion. Now, in this case, there is a clear local law. Section 27 outlines the procedural motions, and extending the meeting is not listed as a procedural motion. As a result, it should have been allowed for debate. I mean, it would have been guillotined by the LNP anyway, because that's what they do to every motion. But as she did 2 weeks ago, Councillor Sandy Landers is using her role as the Chair of Council to deliberately not allow debate on motions that have been properly moved in this chamber. That is unsuitable meeting conduct. Councillor Landers is required under the Code of Conduct to follow the meeting's local law. She is required to act fairly, justly and reasonably, and has not done so because she has failed, or she has said this is a procedural motion when it is clearly not under the meeting's local law. So we can't keep doing this. Councillor Landers has done this now week after week, and it is unreasonable that Councillor Landers is stopping debate on matters that we can properly discuss as councillors in this place. So if this was intended to be a procedural motion under section 27, that's where the LNP would have put it, because they designed the meeting's local law, they created the meeting's local law, and if that's what the intention was, that's where it would have been. But instead, Councillor Landers has decided to not allow any debate. This is the second time in the last couple of weeks that she's done this in contravention of the meeting's local law, and as the Chair of Council, it's her responsibility to make sure these laws are upheld, administered fairly, properly and reasonably, and she's not doing that week after week.
Further speaker? Councillor Wines.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Deputy Chair. Once again, we have a resolution unfairly criticising Councillor Landers for making a completely rational, reasonable and accurate decision. The question before us was whether a motion to extend the time for consideration of debate was procedural in nature or not. It self-evidently is. There is really no other interpretation that there's really only two types of motion, right? Substantive or procedural. Substantive requires debate, procedural does not. A motion to extend the time for debate is 100% procedural. Now, it may not be on the list that Councillor Johnston provided, but that does not make the resolution substantive. Now, the way that the rules also work is when matters are put to the Chair has the right to determine whether matters are substantive or procedural. That is actually their prerogative as the Chair of this place. They actually make that determination, and it is quite clear that in this instance, this was a procedural matter. What was the question before us? Whether we should extend the time for debate. There is no substance to that. It is a procedural matter. Councillor Landers was 100% accurate to interpret it that way and to progress this meeting this way. Once again, Councillor Johnston has chosen to have an extremely limited interpretation of what the rules are in an attempt to criticise Councillor Landers. There really isn't much more to what's going on here than that. There is no... also, what would happen is if this matter was then referred to an external party like the OIA, the determination would be, as has been in the past, that this matter was a matter for the Chair to deal with in the room, and the Chair determines whether things are procedural or not. That's how that rule works. and the OIA would come down on the side of Councillor Landers if they were to stick to their own precedent. So therefore, once again, we are having a 15-minute sort of intermission where we talk about whether Councillor Landers followed the rules or not, which she did, because Councillor Johnston feels that somehow there's a special version of the rules that only she can interpret, some sort of Joseph Smith ability to only interpret the laws her way. But no, the rules are very clear. It's either procedural or not procedural, substantive. The resolution proposed by Councillor Johnston was definitely not substantive. It was 100% procedural. The chair accurately interpreted it that way. She put the rules that way, and she proceeded to chair the meeting that way, all of which is completely accurate. Now, Councillor Johnston's going to say that there's this list which is exhaustive, and I would dispute that. I say it's not exhaustive. And here we are in a debate over whether Section 27 is exhaustive or not exhaustive. I say it's not exhaustive. I say the motion was procedural. I suspect the majority of councillors are with me on this. I suspect that Councillor Landers made 100% the right decision in this matter. And as a result of all of those things, I move that this motion now be put.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Wines, seconded by Councillor Dixon, that the motion is not being put. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. Councillor Johnston, right of reply.
Well, I love the fact that Councillor Wines week after week gets up and he just goes on the vibe of it rather than what the actual meetings local law say. And unfortunately, that is the document that governs how this council is supposed to run. Now, as I said, this is not Councillor Landers' first mistake when it's come to this. And 2 weeks ago, Councillor Landers completely stuffed up the handling of motions that adversely impacted on me and certainly were treated very differently when it came to Councillors Cassidy and Griffiths. And it's very clear that when a motion is moved other than a procedural motion, there is the opportunity to debate it. Now, Councillor Wines hops up and says it's not exclusive, but yes, it is, because the meetings local law says what is a procedural motion. It then sets down the rules on how other motions are to be debated and handled. Now, other motions are like the motion I've raised here today. So I know that the LNP don't want us to continue discussing serious matters of business. So what's happened today is the LNP, including the Lord Mayor, we're not even through 3 items in E&C. There are still 4 items in E&C we've not fully debated, plus the other 6 committees. Yes, and the peanut gallery on the far side, Councillor Adams is chirping away over there. But the LNP are simply not allowing debate to happen. That is the outcome of saying we're not going to debate things further today. So it's not reasonable that the LNP restrict the hours for discussing council business, bring forward serious matters for debate, which include new bylaws for this council that, I mean, I didn't get to talk about, but I'd be questioning whether or not we can retrospectively apply this bylaw to the existing 3,500 properties in Brisbane that this allegedly applies to. But, you know, we don't get to ask her those kind of questions, and the Lord Mayor doesn't want us even discussing it. So the issue today is that the LNP Praetorian Guard, Councillor Sandy Landers, is yet again misapplying the meetings local law to stop debate. Now, that's what happened 2 weeks ago. That's what's happened again today. She has no authority to do that under the meetings local law. The meetings local law clearly outlines what a procedural motion is. If it's not a procedural motion, then the relevant clauses on debating motions apply. It's as simple as that. That's the way it's always been. If the LNP wanted to make this a procedural motion, they would have put it in the meetings local law in that section, but they did not do so. And it's very clear, I think, that when you move a motion in this place, the Speaker to the motion is allowed to put forward the reasoning for why that motion should be accepted. That is a very standard approach. That's what the meetings local law actually says. So week after week after week, Councillor Landers refuses to apply the meetings local law in the way that they are written, fairly, and for the intention of running a meeting that follows these rules. Her behaviour is out of control, and I'm fascinated by the fact that the Chair of Council, Councillor Wines, think the OIA will just give her a tick every single time because it's not the case as far as I'm aware. So I would say that there is a real problem with the way Councillor Landers is running these meetings. This is not the first time that she has done this. And when she did it to me 2 weeks ago, she had the gall while I was out of the chamber to say I should have come back in the chamber after she moved a motion to exclude me and say I should have come back in and debated it after there's
Point
been
of
a vote.
order, Mr Chair.
Point of order.
There's a very specific reason we're debating this. It's not about going around the world for the last 6 weeks. Relevance to the motion before us.
Yeah, Councillor Johnston, please come back to the motion.
And the motion before us today is that Councillor Sandy Landers has engaged in unsuitable meeting conduct. Unsuitable meeting conduct. And yes, there's interjections from Councillor Adams over there because she can't handle the fact that somebody doesn't agree with her. She's been chirping all the way through this and now makes a spurious point of order. The issue here is 2 weeks ago...
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Yeah, point of order.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted. Councillor Johnston.
Just disgraceful. I mean, why didn't you take action against her interjections? That's what I want to know, because you're as dodgy as she is.
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired. Councillor Adams.
Point of order. The behaviour by the Councillor for Tennyson is outrageous. It is quite fine for me to put a point of order to ask her to come back to the point in front.
I now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerk, please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 6 in favour and 14 against.
The motion is lost. Can someone please advise the Chair of the Council to come back to the meeting? Madam Chair, you've been clear of engaging in unsuitable meeting conduct. Please return to the Chair.
Under the provision of section 35(13) of the Meetings Local Law, on the expiration of the period allowed for debate of committee reports, I shall now put the motions to the meeting for the adoption of any committee report not yet voted upon without further amendment or debate. So we'll now put item C to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. We will now put item D and E to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. That is carried.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Chongwa and seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 3 abstentions.
That has been carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now put item F to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Kim. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 15 in favour, 3 against and 3 abstentions.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Public Transport Committee. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Infrastructure Committee.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Could I ask that B and C be taken seriatim for voting together, which would leave A and D together?
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Massey.
Could I ask that item B and D be taken in seriatim for voting?
Okay, so we've got B and C together. You want to take all of them individually, not B and... Yep. I'll now put item A to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. I'll now put item B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Massey and seconded by Councillor Chongwa. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 15 in favour and 6 against.
That is carried. Councillors, resume your seats. We'll now put item C to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. We'll now put item D to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no.
Division.
The ayes have it.
Oi!
Councillor, you
didn't leave us any space to actually say it.
Well,
you just went
missed that
straight on to the
opportunity.
next one.
D is carried.
Division.
Division called by
are you
Councillor
seriously not
Massey and seconded by Councillor Chongwa. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Yeah, item D. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 3 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. City Planning, Suburban Renewal and Economic Development Committee. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Division called by Councillor Dixon. Seconded by Councillor... Who's seconding that? Oh, Councillor Allen. Yeah, sorry, you're not at the microphone, Councillor Allen.
Seconded.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Hutton. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Thank you. It's to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 20 in favour and 1 abstention.
Councillors, please resume your seats. Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee. Councillor Cassidy.
Could I ask that item E be taken seriatim for voting, please?
B.
E.
E. Thank you. So we'll now put A, B, C, D and F to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. We'll now put item E to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. Division called by Councillor Massey, seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the result.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 15 in favour and 6 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Customer Services Committee. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Community and the Arts Committee. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. And Finance and City Governance Committee. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Councillors, are there any petitions? Councillor Adams?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. On behalf of Councillor Givney, a petition requesting Council develop a timeline and commit to constructing a footpath at Taylor Place, Mackenzie.
Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. I have two petitions. First one regarding proposed safety works on Brighton Road, Sandgate between 4th and 5th Avenue, and another one requesting for a review and proper... No, this is the same one. And the second one about Radiant Street, Tagum access issues.
Any further petitions? Councillor Adman.
Chair, I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
Second.
Has been moved by Councillor Adman, seconded by Councillor Strunk, that all petitions are as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of an Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? Are there any items of general business? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I just rise to give a very short speech about a few extra thank yous and the Brisbane greeters. So earlier today, it seems such a long time ago now, but we said a great many thank yous to a great many people, and I just want to add a few extra ones, ones to our public space liaison officers, because I know everybody in this chamber appreciates the work that they do, and I just wanted to give them a big shout out. And also to our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island team. They do a magnificent job. They work very closely with our elders, and they do an amazing job, and I want to give them a big shout out. I also want to give a shout out to our community liaison officers and to our people from Visible Inc. and the wonderful work they do with our young people, and particularly with the Cube Effect, which is an absolutely amazing thing that we do and which everybody really loves. Moving to the Brisbane greeters, they're also someone that I know that everybody in this chamber loves the work that they do, and they recently had their end-of-year Christmas party, and I was able to pop in. They were having a great time on the veranda of Newstead House, and each year, at each event, our Brisbane greeter Gail writes a poem. So I have promised to read said poem this evening, and it's a Christmas 2025. It says, "The streets of Brizzy have been busy. Brisbane greeters' pace has been dizzy. With the patter of feet, large and small, we've pounded the pavements through it all. We sweated it out through the hot summer days, made our way around the town in a foggy haze, waded in the sloshy waters after a cyclone, supported each other. Greeters are never alone. The new Kangaroo Point Bridge opened up another aspect of River City. Clive Palmer from his yacht admired the views, oh so pretty. The winter came and the river was breezy. Now it's storm season, the humidity makes us uneasy. So let's kick up our heels and raise a glass to another amazing year that's almost past. We are always positive and in love with our town. Into 2026 we are ready to bound. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to all. Thank you."
Further speakers. Councillor Chongwa.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on E&C reports, Clause C, Proposed Short Stay Accommodation Local Law 2025, and the E&C report, Clause F, Surplus Property Disposal. I do want to put that on the record since we didn't get to do debate tonight. So, firstly, I'm speaking on Clause C, Proposed Short Stay Accommodation Local Law 2025. The Council Administration wants to create a permitting system for short stay, Airbnb-style accommodation. A $900 per year permit will be needed to advertise and operate short stay accommodation, and anyone applying for a permit would first need an approved development application for short-term accommodation. This would work alongside the 65% rate surcharge applied to short stay accommodation. While it's a half measure of the Greens policy platform, it's great to see the Council implementing a proper permitting and enforcement system. This will only impact properties exclusively used for short stay accommodation, not people letting a spare bedroom in their home. This system would have two key functions. First, the Council will actually have the power to make conditions on permit approvals and define property investors that don't get permits. This is crucial because at the moment, hundreds of properties are on stays and Airbnb without paying the higher rates fee to Council. Now, these investors could be on the hook for thousands of dollars in fines if they don't get a permit. Body corporates and neighbours will also be able to raise complaints about problem operators, which can feed into approval conditions or even Council decisions not to renew permits. Second, because all of these owners will be pushed to get permits, the Council will be able to levy the rate surcharge on these properties being used for short stay accommodation. The 65% higher rates fee will push some of these homes back on the long-term rental market. We need to use these kinds of tools to slow the brutal rise of rent in Brisbane. As a reminder, the median rent within Brisbane City Council has soared by 38% in the last 3 years. Renters were already struggling in 2022, and now thousands more people are homeless or at risk of homelessness in this city. But this 65% rates fee won't be enough. We're in the worst rental crisis since the Great Depression. Brisbane rental vacancy rate is just 1%, and the public housing wait list is 11,000 people long. Real estate agents and landlords are continuing to jack up the rent because they know that renters have to either pay a ransom or become homeless. For reference, an investor renting out an $800,000 apartment in Brisbane could pay around $2,000 a year in rates. With this 65% surcharge and permit fee, they'd be paying just $2,200 more. That won't stop them making more money from putting the apartment on Airbnb compared to renting it out. The fee for short stay accommodation needs to be so high that almost all these dwellings in Brisbane flood back into the long-term rental market, back to where they used to be. The Greens have called for a 9-fold rate surcharge. Under the Greens policy, that investor would be on the hook for an extra $18,000 each year. That's the kind of surcharge that makes investors bring their properties back onto the long-term rental market. We call on this council administration to be far more ambitious. Brisbane's renters need it. Overall, I'm glad to see the council planning to create this permit system, and it's good to see this council's consensus shift around regulating short-stay accommodation. It's no question this will help Brisbane renters, but we need to see a higher surcharge on short-stay accommodation to force these dwellings back into the rental market. Now, moving on to Clause F, surplus property disposal. I don't know all the circumstances of the other lots, but 19 Dine Street, Red Hill in my ward floods horribly. It's in the Creek Flood Planning Area 2 and was completely flooded in 2022. This very council bought the land back in 1999 for drainage purposes. My fellow Greens and I have been calling for development in these high-risk areas to be banned for years and to buy back flood-prone land to become parks and sports fields. The idea that this council administration will do the exact opposite boggles the mind. It's unbelievable that this administration is proposing to sell 19 Dine Street and let someone build a home there, right in the crosshairs of the next flood. And that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Further speakers. Councillor Parry.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I just rise to speak very briefly on one item, and that's just to thank a number of council officers that have supported me in the time that I've been the acting infrastructure chair. So I suppose this year's been a really big one for the infrastructure services branch, and that's because of the machinery of council changes and everything that's happened within council, not to mention a cyclone, and then obviously with Councillor Murphy's extended leave and his health concerns, which I know that we've all been thinking about him during this time. And because of that, there's been a sense of, I suppose, certainly from my perspective, that I'm filling really big shoes, and I am having to step up into in place of someone that's been in this role for a very long time, who's extremely experienced and led a number of really successful projects. So I couldn't have done that without the support of some very intelligent, hard-working, incredible people within the infrastructure services area. In particular, I would like to mention all of the officers who presented at our committee meetings over the past session. I'd like to mention Florendia Dacios, Dan Ellis-Flint, Mitch Barlow, Greg Van Wright, Cherie Davis and Bridget Luke, who all gave excellent presentations in the Infrastructure Committee and answered lots of questions to everybody and really helped to foster some rich discussion and debate and bring forth some fascinating things that we're doing in council. It's always interesting to see everything that we're doing in this wonderful organisation. I'd also like to thank all of the officers that took time to brief me ahead of council meetings and on regular local issues that are outside of my local area. One thing I've realised from being a local councillor and stepping up into that chair role is having that much broader city view and understanding how every single ward is different. It has its own challenges, and that's something that's really important to acknowledge. We all, sometimes I think we get caught in our wards, we know what's going on around us, our demographics are different, our environment's different, and when you step into that chair position, you need to understand that and appreciate that, and that's, I think, a really important part of this role and something that I've worked on and tried to build during this sort of somewhat brief time. It's felt like a long time, but it's I guess in the scheme of things, it's a brief time. I would like to in particular thank Tanya Orr, who is the acting GE of infrastructure for a period of time. She was hugely supportive and a huge source of support for me. And to Matt Hardy, who is probably, I think, about 9 weeks or so in the role, who's hit the ground running, is working really hard, and I know he's going to do great things in this space. I've already mentioned Bridget Luke. I'm going to mention her again because she's awesome, proactive, can-do, and I enjoy working with her so much. Chris Chadwick for his good news always, Dean Morse, Tom Peters, Luke Sutherland and Tim Gander as well. There are so many other people that support them, I know that, but these are the officers that I have the most regular contact with, and I want to thank them for answering my silly questions and, I suppose, dealing with me and some of my inexperience. So I really, really appreciate that. The other thing that I would like to also mention are the people in the Chair's office. So Hannah, Harry and Nicola, they all rallied around me early on, and we worked on things together, and they are so bright and so supportive, and they will go far. Also to Toby as well and Michaela, who have stepped in to support. Now they are also doing great things in the office, and I just want to say that we are so lucky in this organisation. I've worked in a number of organisations in the private and public sector. We are very lucky to have talented, hard-working people who really care about this city and want to take it forward. And that goes for both sides of this place, everybody in this place. I do believe firmly that we all want to see this city get better and better for the future. We do want to see Brisbane reach its full potential, and it will, particularly with those in our organisation supporting us to do so. So thank you so much.
Further speakers, Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on 5 items in general business. Oliver Edlinson's Presence exhibition, the 36th celebration of the Dalai Lama receiving the Nobel Peace Prize, happy birthday to 4ZZZ, it's their 50th, the Palestinian Christmas markets, and also the 13-year celebration for the memorial for Vietnamese people. I just wanted to talk about this exhibition that I went to on Friday night because I think it's really, it's a wonderful exhibition, and it's here in Brisbane. It's celebrating 30 years of an outstanding artist, and I think everyone here would undeniably enjoy it, but also kids and other family members. This exhibition is interactive. It makes you think about perspective and how you interact with your greater environment in the world, and I highly recommend that people go check it out. Truly, truly, I mean that. It was pretty awe-inspiring. Secondly, I want to thank the Tibetan community for inviting me and letting me light the butter candle at the 36th celebration of the Dalai Lama receiving the Nobel Peace Prize. This is one of 2 really key celebrations every year, the other being the birthday of the Dalai Lama. A wonderful event where Tibetan community not only shared their food, their culture, but also many words of the Dalai Lama. I think it's important to note also that currently, while we are Tibetans in the diaspora around the world are able to actually celebrate these 2 momentous occasions, but the people of Tibet cannot. And so it was wonderful to be with the Tibetan community and various other guests. And, free Tibet. Happy birthday, happy 50th anniversary to 4ZZZ. This weekend past, I was privileged to be invited to actually sit on a panel as a part of the ZZZ birthday celebrations. The panel I was on was Iconic Spaces in Brisbane. It was about music. I was joined by the mediator, Maggie Collins, Kelly Lloyd from seminal Brisbane rock band Screamfeeder, David, who was actually the last booker of Cloudland before that incredible venue was bulldozed at night, and of course Jane Gray, who was a seminal founder of dance parties, dance festivals here in Brisbane in the 90s and also 80s. An incredible audience. Really interactive participation from the crowd, and wonderful to walk through venues of the past, memories of venues that have left, but also talk about some of the venues and our hopes and aspirations for the Fortitude Valley and music in that area. This was a part of greater conversations that happened that day and is a continual part of 4ZZZ's 50th anniversary. If you're not a subscriber, please subscribe. Support community radio. On Sunday, we also helped host the Christmas markets in Orley Park with Mums for Palestine and organisation Watermelon Seeds. I want to thank the organisers for their dedication, and I want to thank everyone who attended. At last count, it was over $20,000 was raised for Palestinian families in Australia. This is incredible. This is incredible. And I just want to, putting on events like this takes a lot of time, and the spirit, the welcome that happened there, and the event was an amazing success, and I want to thank those organisations for their contributions. It was mentioned earlier today by the Lord Mayor that this weekend we also, on Sunday, attended the 13th year celebration of the memorial for Vietnamese people. Many other politicians were there. I recognise that the Lord Mayor was there also, and also through you, Chair, Councillor Hutton. It was a sombre but also hopeful event. It was a privilege to stand with the Vietnamese community to not only recognise the hardship that the Vote people made stride for in hope to achieve safety and freedom. It was a great reminder that Brisbane is at its best when it puts humanity first. I want to thank the Vietnamese community and the association for their kind invitation to me and their kind words during the ceremony, and acknowledge that every party was there because that recognises the importance of not only the Vietnamese people, but the importance of that memorial, and that what the Vietnamese people went through, acknowledging 50 years since the start of that boat people migration. Thank you.
Further speakers. Councillor Wolf.
Thanks very much, Chair, and I rise today with great pride to reflect on many items that really makes up a very highly positive year for the Walter Taylor community. So when I look back on 2025, I see momentum of people showing up, projects progressing, and neighbours growing even stronger and more connected. This year wasn't just productive, it's been super rewarding. I'd like to share some top milestones of my ward. So I've really witnessed a vast improvement in public transport uptake. The rollout of Brisbane's new bus network and the Brisbane Metro, it's been a shift in behaviour, and I thank Aaron Way, my Brisbane bus nut, for his campaigning in helping me change behaviour towards public transport. It's been a huge win for our community. With the Moggle Road corridor upgrade being complete, it's also eased congestion and improved safety through one of our busiest corridors. Chair, this year has also seen a significant investment in my much-loved dog parks. Let me tell you, I've got a pretty passionate group of dog lovers. This includes the Green Hill Reservoir in Chapel Hill, Anzac Park Dog Off Leash area in Toowong, and the Perrin Park Dog Off Leash area, which has just finished and opened up just a couple of weeks ago. This has seen new shade shelters, shade umbrellas, additional paths, loads of seating, and not to mention 1, 2 or 3 trees, but 6 new trees going into the Dog Off Leash area. Chair, our community spaces are also continuing to evolve, which excites me very much. I'm so proud of the transformation of the Whitten Barracks into a vibrant community hub. It's building momentum with monthly Sunday markets, regular workshops, social enterprises and local events activating this historic site in new and meaningful ways. At the Old Toowong Bowls site, works are nearly complete on this site as it turns into a new pickleball area. An exciting recreational opportunity for the Inner West, and I can't wait to see everybody enjoying this space over the Christmas break. Planning is also progressing for the Inner West Women's Work Shed, a community-led initiative supporting women with skills, empowerment and connection. I look forward to this launching in 2026. I'm also really proud of the cost of living initiatives that we have made available for free to our community, and this has included many free events in the Walter Taylor Ward. I couldn't decide on top 3, so I'm sharing my top 4. The Big Love Festival, hosted in Indooroopilly. It celebrated kindness, love, connection and the 89th birthday of the Walter Taylor Bridge. Monday Fun Day at St Lucia Golf Links, a beloved free school holiday tradition. Sunset at the Lake at the University of Queensland, St Lucia. It brought together more than thousands of locals for an afternoon of music from the Brisbane Symphonic Band. And we wrapped up with the community carols in Fig Tree Pocket just last week. Chair, one of the greatest privileges is in connecting with our young people, and this year I am proud to say I've attended over 100 school activities and events across my 15 schools and the University of Queensland, celebrating students, recognising achievements and supporting the next generation. I've also loved strengthening our support of small business and emerging young leaders. The Hillsden Road Street Party is a great example, the Inner West Small Business Awards that my office launched, and an epic young entrepreneurs workshop at the golf club, which was a sellout success. But the moment I would really like to share, and something I'm super proud of, is our new Inner West YAP, our Youth Ambassador Program, where we've selected 20 outstanding young leaders, and we will be meeting bi-monthly throughout 2026. Chair, in 2025, we also had to work through some really important resilience with the cyclone, which had a huge impact for us, and supercell storms that continue to roll in. So I just wanted to thank all of council officers who have made such a huge difference in rallying together in those episodes. In terms of projects delivered, I'm really happy with Taringa Playground Park improvements, Moore Park Access Road resurfacing and Robertson Park toilet upgrade. Chair, when I look back on these highlights, there are so many more that I have not mentioned. What shines through all of this is the strength of the people behind them. This is not my achievements. This is the work of many in my ward office, council teams, residents, volunteers, community groups, schools and businesses who make the Walter Taylor Ward an exceptional place to call home. And I'm incredibly proud of what we've achieved, and I'm excited for 2026. Love you, Brisbane.
Further speakers, Councillor Strunk.
Yes, I rise to speak on a few items. Firstly, in regards to the motion of appreciation, there was a couple of names that I didn't get to with the time allotted, and there's 2 people that I really want to pay tribute to because of the great work they've been doing. Elizabeth Sassoon, whose news branch, who looks after her team looks after the lake, which is probably the most challenging asset that we actually have in the Forest Lake Ward. It takes a lot of attention for council officers to maintain and to try to improve the water quality of the lake, as well as, of course, the surrounds of the lake, the Parkland precinct. But really, the lake is the one that's really taking a lot of time and effort and money, of course. There's a current new treatment going on, and we hope there'll be good results come March that may lead to actually the return of the dragon boats onto the lake. Secondly, Paul Fanini, who's my outcomes manager. Now, I was a bit apprehensive when I lost Grant, and any of the councillors here that had Grant as an outcomes manager know what I mean. But Paul, even though unfortunately he was on holidays when he took over, so we had to wait early this year for him to come back, but he caught up pretty quickly, and he's made a good fist of the job. He gets better and better, right? And that's always good to see an improvement in any employee or staff member, officer. That they fit into the job and they continue to grow, and it's really nice to see that. An event that happened last weekend on Saturday was the Forest Lake Carols, and I just want to pay tribute to Kylie and her team who pulled together a program which was outstanding, probably one of the best we actually have ever had in the Forest Lake Ward. And the weather was great. The heat was not so bad, and the bugs were behaving themselves as well. But there was it was the groups that were assembled that entertained the crowd was a combination of a kids type of program as well as adults. So it was a nice blend, and I just want to pay tribute to the hard work that this small group puts together on behalf of the Forest Lake ward, or the Forest Lake suburb, actually. And the other thing I wanted to talk about is the Forest Lake Men's Shed, which had their marching orders from where they're located in High Street about 12 months ago, and it wasn't going to be easy to try to find a new space for them. And so we worked with Councillor Howard and a number of other people to try to locate maybe a space that council could make available. There was one that is still being worked on, but that would be more of a long-term solution. But in the short term, we were able to find a space, actually an old men's shed, which hadn't been used for about 10 years, at the Inala PCYC. And I just want to thank Inala PCYC for giving them a really good, fair hearing. And they locked into negotiations, which took a few weeks to sort out a few issues, right, including bees, believe it or not. So they're at the moment, they've signed up, and they're going to be there for the next 12 to 18 months. They can stay longer if they want, until that long-term fix is made available for them. I just want to thank, again, the PCYC. They're a very community-minded organization. They're one of the largest PCYCs in the state. There's 53 PCYCs. This one actually has the largest membership and is totally sustainable, which I'm so proud that they've been able to achieve that over the last 10 or 15 years. So anyways, Merry Christmas to everyone, and we'll see you in the new year.
Thank you, Councillor Strong. Further speakers, Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'd like to speak briefly on 3 items. Firstly, I'd like to give a shout out to some people this year who've been working with me in my portfolio areas, and also those from my ward. I'd also like to talk about Kid Cello Christmas at Terralba Park, and lastly, just a few words on a park naming that went through today, Jack Poole Place. Madam Chair, it's been a very big year in Program 3, and as you know, after the budget, the Lord Mayor gave me a few more portfolio areas to look after, which I'm very grateful for. One is, of course, wars, and the other is city resilience. And it's been a wonderful experience to get to know those portfolio areas and work with the council officers that work very, very hard to make sure that our rubbish is collected and to make sure that we are safe in times of severe weather events. So a big shout out to the team in Wars. That's Matt McCarthy, to Lavanya Sisala, Caitlin Norrie, Chris Hambling and Carly Commons for all their work. There are many more people in the Wars team who I can't name here tonight, but a big shout out to you and thank you for everything that you do. Then, of course, we've got Howard Lovett and his team. That team works really, really hard behind the scenes, and they really come to the fore when we have a severe weather event. And I think there are a few people today gave a shout out to that team specifically, and I thank them for that. They really do a sensational job and come and assist all of us and our communities in their time of need. But I've been with the news team for some time now. They're an amazing group of people, and I thank Councillor Strunk for giving a shout out to Elizabeth Sisson. We now have Tim Wright leading our portfolio area as group executive. He's an amazing guy. Sort of come around. He was there with Councillor Cunningham when I took over when she first went on maternity leave, and he then followed her in her new role, and now he's come back into the news branch and he's doing a wonderful job with everybody. But also a shout out to the section managers, Elizabeth Sisson, Wade Fitzgerald and Kerry Hildren. They're doing amazing work. I'd also like to give a nod out to our subsidiaries, so Tracy Milenowitz with Brisbane Sustainability Agency doing great work, and the team really getting motivated to do some work both at Pine Mountain and also at Mount Cootha, and to Juliet Alabaster, who is the new CEO for CPS, City Parkland Services. Juliet comes from BEDA. She's an amazing, dedicated and really dynamic individual, and I know that she's going to do a great job, and to her team in CPS, I know they'll keep doing amazing work. Madam Chair, on Sunday we had Kidchella Christmas at Teralba Park. Councillor Lyons and I sponsored the event. We had several thousand people come along to Teralba Park. It's a beautiful space, lots of trees, very open. It was terrific to see both of our communities, wasn't it, Councillor Lyons, come together to really enjoy community. We had a disco. The kids just didn't stop dancing. I took my grandkids along to that, particularly my grandson Mitchell, who really wanted to steal the show, and he did. But the parents and the kids had a great time. There was face painting, there were jumping castles, there were kids' games, tons of food trucks, and there were people that came from the beginning and stayed to the very end. And the comments were, Councillor Lyons, as you know, are we doing it again next year? And I think they could see that that's exactly what's going to happen next year. You know, it wouldn't be hard for us to do it. Lastly, can I just mention Jack Poole? Jack Poole was a stalwart of both mine and Councillor Parry's community, Meals on Wheels at Stafford. He passed away recently. Councillor Parry spoke of him very fondly in this chamber and tonight, and I thank everybody for passing a park naming in his honour, be Jack Poole Place, and it's a piece of land adjacent to the Meals on Wheels building. His family are very thrilled that that's going to happen, and I know that it'll be in a prominent space. He's well known, he's well loved and well missed. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Further speakers? No further speakers. Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 9 on the agenda. Councillor Johnston, would you please move the motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We move that Brisbane City Council delivers on its commitment, co-funded with the Queensland State Government, to develop and consult on bikeway design options for Annerley Road, including establishing a community reference group comprised of key cycling, community, school, business representatives and local councillors to consult on draft designs, followed by a public consultation on the preferred design option.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Massey, that Brisbane City Council delivers on its commitment, co-funded with the Queensland State Government, to develop and consult on bikeway design options for Annerley Road, including establishing a community reference group comprised of key cycling, community, school, businesses, representatives and local councillors to consult on draft designs, followed by a public consultation on preferred design options. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. It's disappointing that I have to move this motion today, but following a letter from the CEO recently, I've become very concerned that Brisbane City Council is not meeting its contractual obligations with the Queensland State Government to deliver on this $350,000 bikeway design project, which is joint funded 50-50 with the state government. This project was approved back in 2024. Agreements were drawn up between the state and council, and they very clearly outline what the obligations are for that. That's also been confirmed by Councillor Hutton, who answered my question last week. It's very clear as part of the budget, Councillor Parry, it's very clear that there is an obligation to undertake a review of options and to look at concept designs at least 2, and to undertake consultation with the community about the proposals. Now, recently the CEO wrote to me and said the following: "The project is still in its early stages and the current consultation is focused on gathering user experiences and feedback to inform future investigation and design options." Now, the project is not in its early stages. The project started in 2024 and is due to be completed by mid-2026. So that is in 6 months' time it is supposed to be completed. No work has been done on any designs or any options, and only on the weekend did the airy-fairy drop a pin on the map broad sort of discussion thing happen. So Council's done no work in accordance with its contractual obligations. This goes on to say that it is confirmed that this consultation is an information gathering exercise rather than a design release. So the CEO has basically said there is no design work being done, which is contrary to Council's written and signed agreements with the Queensland State Government. Yes. Now, I don't know who provided the CEO with false information about our obligations under the contractual arrangements, but they are incredibly clear. This funding, as outlined in the Council information session requests by the relevant chair, is supposed to include concept designs, and it is supposed to include a community engagement strategy. Now, Councillor Massey and myself have been asking through our respective wards for that, since the announcement, for information, for consultation. I suggested that we set up a community reference group, which Councillor Massey kindly supported, which would include a range of key stakeholder groups, and Council just said no, despite the fact that that is part of the written contractual agreement between Council and the State Government. It is clear that Council is refusing to meet in a collective way with the public. They finally agreed to have a meeting with Active Travel for Annerley, who've been driving this project, but they are not engaging in any broader community consultation about the options and/or concept designs, which are the core responsibilities under this $350,000 project that is now in its second year and due to be completed in 6 months. Now, some people may say, gee, Councillor Johnston, there's 6 months to go. I'm sure they're going to get at least 2 concept designs together and do the consultation and have an outcome by mid-2026. Do I think that's possible? No. It's taken Council 18 months to do this broad idea of drop a pin on the map, which we've already done both through the neighbourhood plan and through Move Safe a few years ago, and we're not getting any outcomes. The funding was provided to Council to look at options. Now, bikeways are incredibly complex when they impact on residential areas like mine. That is why I have been at pains in my section of Annerley Road to make sure that the community is included, including the people in the nursing home, including the RSL, including Active Travel for Annerley, including the residents and businesses that are along this section of road. Council is excluding them. It is not meeting its contractual obligations, and this council needs to
Councillor Johnston, your
motion.
time has expired. Further speakers? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on this motion. And just to add some points, this project does cross between our 2 wards. And from the start, from the moment that it was announced, one of the key things that myself and Councillor Johnston have been asking for is a stakeholder reference group. And this should be a bare minimum when we're talking about something that affects so many people in that area. For me, in my part of the area, the key stakeholders aren't just Active Transport for Annerley, but also, of course, all the schools in that area. Schools like Dudham Pass State School, which were a part of the Active Transport, safety program within Brisbane City Council. So it's not just Dutton Park State School, it's not just St Ides, it's not just Brisbane Secondary State High School. We also know that there are businesses on this road. We know that there are nursing roads on this road. We also recognise that this is the one bit of the road that is actually 60 kilometres per hour. It has two very difficult intersections, the one off Noble Street, the one also near the Dutton Park train station, where no one is able to safely cross. I just want to highlight again that the speeds go down to go down to 50 on Gladstone Road as it turns into Annerley Road when we get closer to the cemetery, and then it is 60, and then it again hits 50 kilometres per hour. But this is a really tough road, and it's an important public transport route, but it's also most importantly a missing link in our bike network to get to the southern suburbs. And so the importance of this project is not lost on myself or through you, Chair, through to Councillor Johnston. We know that this project is highly important. And to receive information, contradicting information, within what is contracted to what Council is actually saying. Now, I had a briefing about this project, and when I asked directly, would there be concept designs and options, the answer given to me was like, we're not sure. We're not sure, even though it is a contractual obligation. Now, that's not good enough. That's a mismanagement of $350,000. This project is supposed to be finished within 6 months. This project is supposed to deliver an optional analysis and concept designs for those options. And we are, as the councils of this area, receiving completely different information through you, Chair, Councillor Johnston, from the CEO, and me, from council officers who I know are doing the best that they can. And the fact that they had to say to me, we do not know. I mean, that's worrying, isn't it? The fact that the council officers that are working on this project do not know if they'll be able to deliver optional and concept design. What we are asking for is that we get what council said they were going to deliver with their agreement with the state government. That's it. That's all. We don't want to move this motion, but at this point, it's obviously clear that there is no understanding about this. And so let's make this understanding clear here today. Let's get the optional analysis. Let's get the concept design. Let's make sure that there is meaningful community stakeholder engagement. The drop pin design, yes, it can collect some data, but that's not a one-on-one. That's not a conversation with people. There is no on-ground conversation. You know, for me, I mean, the Dutton Park State School said that it was so difficult to do that they would have preferred to put in a written response. I was able to secure that from them, but all the other schools should also be able to have a written response. But better than that, there should be a stakeholder group at every step, replying on what is needed, concept designs being made, and then feedback on those concept designs before this project is finished, which, I mean, is it going to be done in 6 months?
Your time
Unlikely.
has expired. Are there further speakers on the motion? Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, just briefly, we'll be supporting this motion today because it makes perfect sense. You don't even need to listen to the contribution of councillors Johnston and Massey. You can just read what is before us today. But, you know, without them saying it, the LNP's answer will be, but we built the Kangaroo Point Bridge. They believe in active travel infrastructure because they built the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge. And to hell with everything else. This isn't some goat track that we're talking about here. This is Anley Road, and it's not even, listening along, it's not even that we have local councillors advocating for a project that they think, should happen in their own personal opinions. This is something that council has agreed to and committed to, but, just sitting on the sidelines a little bit, listening to this and knowing what the LNP's position is on this stuff, you are pushing it uphill, unfortunately, with them. And they don't even have an answer as to carrying the project over anymore because we don't even have a budget review. This is the last council meeting of the year and there's not been a budget review. So none of those projects that need to be altered, changed, delayed, carried over, what's the newspeak term? Rephased, the newspeak, the Orwellian language the LNP use. We don't even have that. So there's not even a sort of, you can't even point to something and say, well, this is where that one is now contained and being delayed in. Just another example of LNP incompetence.
Further speakers? Councillor Adderman.
Thank you, Chair. Laugh all you want, Councillor Johnson. Laugh out loud.
Through the Chair, thank you.
Sorry,
Councillor
Chair.
Adderman.
Thank you, Chair. I want to speak briefly on the motion regarding Annerley Road and to set out our position clearly and respectfully. Annerley Road is a corridor that thousands of residents rely on every single day. It connects people to hospitals, schools, shops, South Bank and the CBD. It carries every mode of transport, whether people are walking, riding, scooting or driving. And because it is such an important route, we have treated the planning for its future with the seriousness it deserves, not with the revisionist commentary we have heard tonight. Last year, this administration supported a petition that recommended the delivery of separated bike lanes along this corridor. But we also made it clear that significant planning and feasibility work was needed before any design could proceed. The grades, crossfall and tight geometry along sections of the road means this cannot simply be drawn up and declared complete. It requires engineering, consultation and proper due diligence, all of which this administration has already commenced. We put this forward as a priority project for funding from the State Cycle Network Local Government Grants Program, and we secured it. And since securing the funding, we have already undertaken initial consultation and commenced design work on the project. I stress all of this work was initiated and delivered by this administration. We're progressing the project and the timing of this motion is rather curious. Only a week ago, after Councillor Johnson's hypocrisy of claiming to support the cycling community in her ward when it came to cycle lanes on Venner Road. And we know the Greens had the same opportunity on Dornoch Terrace, but as soon as the going got tough, they typically abandoned the project entirely. We will not be allowing the Greens and the Councillor for Tennyson to play politics with this project and rewrite history. And for that reason, Chair, we will not be supporting this motion.
Further speakers? No further speakers. I'll now call on Councillor Johnston to reply.
Yes, thank you so much for the contributions from all councillors. I think Councillor Adderman's was most illuminating though. I suspect Councillor Adderman doesn't know where Annerley Road is and probably has never been there, and where the project is.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Adderman. Councillor Johnston.
Love to hear how I've misrepresented him because I didn't quote him, but anyway. Let me come back to this. Now, Councillor Adderman stood up today and has said that Council has already started on designs for the new bike lane on Annerley Road. Now, that is demonstrably false. I saw all the files today. It was my second request because I didn't think the first request gave me everything. Yep. And I've now done a second request and there is absolutely no design material in the council files. So unless council is withholding information that has been requested not once but not twice, there is a problem. Nor do I think that the CEO, well, I think the CEO has been misled, but she has made it very clear in her letter to me that this is focused on gathering user experiences and feedback to inform future investigation and design options. Oh no. Yeah, where's the secret design? Why is the secret design not on the files? Why is the secret design not available to me as the local councillor, to Councillor Massey as the other local councillor? So Councillor Adamant knows there's a design and there's design options. So where are they? Why haven't they been released to us as the local councillors? Why hasn't there been any consultation on these secret design options that Councillor Adamant's been talking about here today? It's a joke. Councillor Adamant has just stood up, read out a speech written by Councillor Wines' office and provided false information to this chamber.
Oh, Parry.
Well, no, it's Bikeway. I think Councillor Adamant should be ashamed, absolutely ashamed, to claim that council's done work on this, because Councillor Massey and I know that is not the case. It's not like we've been sitting around doing nothing. We've been asking. We've been looking at the files. We've been making requests of the CEO. And over the past 18 months, nothing has happened except the drop the pin on the map thing that finished on the weekend. There are no designs. So, Councillor Adamant, thank you so much, because my next response, based on yours, is to now refer this off to the Ombudsman, because why is council not providing these designs when we've asked? Why are they not available in the files when we ask? So thank you, Councillor Adamant, for exposing the secret files that are being held by council. I'm sure the cycling community is going to be thrilled to know there are secret design plans that have been drafted. They're just not being provided to anybody.
But there's no consultation.
But there's no consultation. Absolutely, no consultation. No. So let me be clear, this is what the LNP are going to vote against. So I thought Councillor Adamant might be going to support me there for a little while until he sort of said, we've got those secret design plans, but we're going to vote against this. So he says we're already doing this. Great, you should be able to vote for this without any problem. I didn't come up with this project. This project was funded in the budget. It's not where I've been calling for bike lanes, to be honest, but that's where we've got them. Yes, there's been petitions, Active Travel for Annerley, and other stakeholder groups, including Junction Park State School, Yeronga State School and Dutton Park State School and BISC. All of these schools would benefit from safer active travel arrangements. But unfortunately, after 18 months, this administration has not met its contractual obligations. And to hear from Councillor Adamant that there are secret design plans that are not being shared with us, I just thank him so much for doing that today. So just to be clear, this is what the LNP are going to vote against. That Brisbane City Council delivers on its commitment, so we know now they don't want to deliver on their commitments, to develop and consult on bikeway design options for Annerley Road, including establishing a community reference group comprising of key cycling, community school, business representatives and the local councillors to consult on draft designs, followed by public consultation on preferred designs. That's what Councillor Adamant, the Chair of Public and Active Transport, Councillor Wines, who couldn't be bothered to participate, he's paid the extra bucks. He sent poor Councillor Adamant out to mislead people.
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired. Councillor Adamant.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I've lived in Brisbane for 44 years, and to suggest I don't know where Annerley Road is ridiculous. I was going to Rivets there long before Councillor Johnson probably even knew about the place. Sadly, it closed in 2016.
Thank you. It's not a debate. Thank you, Councillor Adamant. We will now put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no.
No. Division.
The noes have it. Division called by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Councillor Massey, stop calling out across the chamber. clerks please read the results?
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 6 in favour and 13 against.
Councillors, I would like to thank Billy, our hospitality, IT and security teams. Yeah, it's lost. I would like to thank Billy, our hospitality, IT and security teams who look after us every Tuesday in the chamber, and thank you to Simon and Danielle and all the team at City Hall Operations. Thank you to our guides and Museum of Brisbane team who assist all our school groups, and a big thank you to Amanda and the Protocol and Civics Events team, as well as Nicole Garth and all the International Relations and Multicultural Affairs team for your support as me as Chair. Huge thank you to our clerks, Dorian, Victor, Don, and of course Megan and Ainsley. I would just also like to wish Councillor Ryan Murphy all the very best in his ongoing treatment, and of course Councillor Givney's husband Ben a speedy recovery. And I wish all of you a very Merry Christmas and a safe and happy holiday. That now ends the meeting.